Yo, what's up, bitches? How's it going? We good? Hey, the patch isn't actually out yet, right? These things come out at like 10 or something. Oh, excuse me.
I'm basically 1/8.
Glad to see you. I think you lost the weight. I actually have a little bit. Man, you guys will be shocked after I'm back from my 5-day mountain retreat, my Call of the Mountain. I'm gonna be so fucking fit. I'm gonna have muscles in places I didn't even know I had. I'm definitely gonna gain weight, but probably just from all the muscle mass. When does that start, by the way? After the tournament on Friday. I literally have it scheduled so that I fly out, like, as soon as I'm done getting first place again twice in a row. As soon as I'm done, I'm flying out. Ooh. It'll be a lot of fun. Alright, looks like there's no new decks, right? Not for another 50 minutes? 50 minutes? Alright. So here's what we're gonna do.
Basically 1/8 gay.
27 minutes.
Sad. This Bastion and Rush changes massacred mob boy. My improbulator viaduct. See?
Yeah, Bastion got pretty gutted. 50 minutes. Because the patches come at like 10 a.m. It's in 37 minutes. That's really fucking specific. What? Will you play a game today? I'm playing games all day. All day. Okay? Look, listen. I understand. Well, that's not right. That's not the right page. I understand that I'm known, in various corners of the streaming community. They whisper about me in, BBG's chat, in Mogwai's chat, and they say, "Oh, Swim, isn't that guy that never plays a single game ever?" I understand this reputation of mine. Today, we break that reputation. Today, I'll play at least 2 games. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. That's right. We're fucking gamers today, boys. This is it. You guys have no idea. You guys have no idea. All right. So, we're going to need to build some decks. Let's go ahead and head over to Mobalytics. I was kind of hoping we could just build decks in the game, but that's fine. Let's go ahead and head over to Mobalytics and just build some decks. Because the Mobalytics got updated with all the new cards. Not having Reddit in dark mode. I don't believe in dark mode, guys. I've never understood dark mode. Feels bad. Ended beta as Masters and ended this season as a Bronze 4. Yeah, that's kind of about where I am. That's kind of about where I am too. I was like, in beta, I was number one on ranked ladder, and I think this last season I peaked at like, oh god, I don't even know, somewhere in the top 100, somewhere garbage, somewhere trash. Okay, boys. So we're gonna build some decks because we've got literally 50 minutes to kill. Because to be perfectly honest with you guys, I didn't realize the patch was like an hour from now, and so I started my stream too early, and now I've just gotta kill time. I'm super sold on it either. I need some testing. Okay, so here's Marcus's version. I can just pull this up. This is actually, he just linked this to me. This is very, very similar to the one we built on stream. Only a couple of cards off. But this is like generally what you're looking at when you're looking at the idea of like a Soraka TF deck. We kind of cut Starspring just because in our heads it felt really bad. And I wasn't running Astral Protection. And I think running less than 3 Broadbacked Protector is insane. I think Broadbacked Protector is like completely crazy. But this is basically the deck. This is kind of what you're gonna want for Soraka TF. No protection. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just haven't been quite sold enough on Astral Protection. But it felt... I'm not sure how I feel about it. So what are we gonna start with today? I do think there's not like a ton of like cool, crazy deck building you can do. Like, for the most part, a Soraka TF deck is gonna look like this, maybe a few cards different. A Soraka Tom deck is gonna, I mean, we can all imagine how that's gonna go, right? Normally what I'll do is I'll set out a time period a couple days before the expansion, and I'll make a bunch of decks. The thing is, in card games communities, we have this, you know, we have this sacred pact, which is like, whoever says the words that describe the deck first is the owner of the intellectual property, which is that deck, right? Basically, if you say the words Soraka TF, you've effectively invented Soraka TF. You've patented that shit. Yo, what's up, Lamatama? What's up, buddy? The only problem is, like, there's not actually, like, most of the deck builds that we're going to see in the next several days are going to be fairly vanilla. I mean, there's always optimizations, and optimizations matter. Like, a few cards here and a few cards there does make a really big difference. But for the most part, like, when you look at all these decks, they're all pretty much built the same way. Like, even something very innovative like Howling Abyss, most people will look at Howling Abyss and build basically the same deck. Like, again, maybe a few cards off, a few cards there. The only interesting question is, like, you know, maybe we can possibly, or sorry, not Howling Abyss. Sorry, I meant the decent one, the Shadow Isles one. I'm very sorry. But yeah, even when things, you know, what's it called? What's 5 mana? Not that one. Vaults of Helia. Yeah, this one. Like, even a Vaults of Helia deck, you're gonna, I mean, it kind of has to be Shadow Isles Freljord. You can try to run the Shadow Isles Allegiance with this, but that's gonna be hard. I want to build Elusives, honestly.
I just wanted to say thanks for your guides. They really helped me. Especially the new player section on your website helped me a lot and almost brought me to Bronze 3.
Is the new player section on my website still actually there? Is it still baiting people? New players. Coming soon. Oh god. Oh Jesus Christ. Oh, that's too good. Man. Imagine actually ever putting anything on this page. I don't know, dude. Legends of Runeterra doesn't have any new players. Let's not get ourselves. Okay, anyway. Yeah, I think building like a Bilge Freljord Elusives deck like Starlit Seer Fizz TF style would be pretty good. That would work pretty decently right now. What are the top ideas? Then there's like all the Shyvana stuff, Shyvana dragons, and then there's Poros. I mean, I don't think Poros is gonna be the first deck I'll build. It's not like an innovative, like, there's nothing crazy we can do. Cause like the Poro deck is basically, it's gonna be like Poro mid-range with the new patched Poro bot. It'll be kind of fun to play with the keyword thing. It'll be kind of fun to play. I mean, we could kind of like whip it up real quick, right? I mean, this is like a really, really quick deck to build. We literally just search Poro and we put everything that's not fucking Heart of the Fluff and Aurora Borealis in the deck, right? Some minor amount of like discard synergy. The only question is like, do we have enough Poros to actually run Call of the Wild? We might. It's not that far off. It's not that far off. I know Glop was running Call of the Wilds for a little bit of time. A really small amount of time. Please, Heart of the Fluffed. Guys, Heart of the Fluffed is really, really, really bad. I would not advise running Heart of the Fluffed here. That just seems terrible. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really that Poros need after this, right? It's just like you carve out, you draw the Poro Snacks, and you're good. Right? Trundle with Poros. Trundle could be good. I mean, I wouldn't mind it. Could have run more champions. I think mostly this deck kind of wants to be a little bit deeper in PNZ. I was running like Iceborne Legacy in some variants. I think that's pretty trolly. The biggest thing is just making sure we're drawing Poros next every time. I wish I could run Zap Sprayfin to draw me Poros next. Also, I guess I'm gonna have to move my camera over here. Rummage. We're gonna need to make it like a bit of a discard deck. Definitely not Von Yip. Von Yip is major bait in this deck. I mean, we don't want to do anything cheeky. We're not doing like Iceborne Legacy. We're not doing Von Yip. It's literally just, it's a Poro value deck would be, because that's the thing about Patched Porobot is that's the kind of deck Patched Porobot fits into best. Just like a straight up value plan, where it's like, it's effectively Poro mid-range, and Daring Poros give you some ability to just like randomly kill people sometimes, which is pretty funny. I mean, we're running like all the good cards, like all like the cheap Freljord spells. I think you'd run Thermo Beam in this deck, honestly. Thermo Beam is just kind of a good card. Mystic Shot, bit of a meta call. I think Mystic Shot against like the meta decks right now is pretty weak. 2 Thermo Beams. I'd love to go for the discard package. The only problem is, like, there's not really anything we can add to discard apart from, like, Jury Rig, right? Like, once we put in the staple spells, I don't know how to fit in the last 10 slots. We can run Kindly Tavern Keeper if we're actually that worried about aggro, but I really am not. Flash Freeze. We're probably going to need Flash Freeze. There's still going to be a lot of Lee Sin around. Stony Suppressor would be nuts. I think I might have to mess around with Stony Suppressor stuff. Stony Suppressor will be really funny. The only issue with Stony Suppressor is that sometimes, well, it's like the rest of the Demacia package is just going to be pretty vanilla, right? It's like Stony Suppressor will allow us to beat out certain matchups like Lee Sin really easily, potentially. But the rest of the deck just kind of has to be like a very vanilla Demacia deck, right? There's no good way for an SI control deck to kill Stony Suppressor. Yeah, exactly. It counters like War Mothers and Lee Sin both pretty hard. Pretty hard. No Poros today, but just you wait. One day they're gonna dominate the meta. Yeah, I want to build something else today for sure. Like, Poros are fun to mess around with, but definitely not one of my priorities for day one. Lee Sin just challenges it. Yeah, but if you have like a way to protect it for a turn, they're kind of fucked after that. And also, like, there's a lot of hands where they haven't drawn Lee Sin early that just get so much worse. And that's a pretty common hands day with that deck. It's like it doesn't always draw Lee Sin early. And when it doesn't draw it early, it relies on cards like, you know, the draw cards like Deep Meditation to find it. Your thoughts on Aurora Borealis? It honestly could work in a deck like this. It would work better than like Heart of the Fluffed for sure. This is like the one kind of deck that could maybe run Aurora Borealis. What is it again? 6 mana? It's so expensive. So expensive. Oh my god. But yeah, we could run it. I'm not actually going to finish this deck. I'm not going to play Poros on day one. That's not going to happen. That's really not going to happen. All right. So there's always like here, wait 1 second. Oops. Wait a second, let me actually pull up my Legends of Runeterra. Okay, great, never mind. There's always gonna be elusives. There's always gonna be like Tahm Kench Soraka and the Shyvana decks. I mean, what can we build apart from like champion combinations? Because there's like Soraka TF, there's Soraka Tahm Kench, there's Shyvana. And I think most of those decks they don't build themselves, but there's not like major directional shifts you can add with those decks. It's just like mostly a bunch of minor optimizations. Tom Soraka lol. Yeah, I mean Soraka TF just kind of has to be better. One thing that's like quite a big deal though is the fact that Bastion got like really gutted. Do we have on this? Do we have like the nerfed Bastion actually already? Or does it show pre-nerf Bastion? Yeah, it already shows nerfed Bastion on Mobalytics. Like, the Bastion nerf changes everything about our expectations. Because, like, before, Bastion was a card, like, first of all, that a large part of the reason why Tahm Kench felt viable, I think, was, like, its counterplay, or its interaction with Bastion was really important. And now that Bastion's 4 mana, I don't know about Tahm Kench. It felt like Bastion was kind of like the one way to make Tahm Kench reliable. TF as well a little bit. Was definitely using Bastion. I think, I don't know, what do you guys think? I'll set up a poll. About which champion you want to see first. Okay. What's the best way to do this poll? /poll. What do I play first? Shyvana, Tahm Kench, Soraka, or some landmark? That's basically it, right? Okay, what do I play first? Between Shyvana, Tahm Kench, Soraka, and some landmark. Oh, Jesus. Tahm Kench is winning. Oh, Christ. Oh, God, no. Ah, why did I put this to a poll? What the fuck? Like, Tahm Kench with the 3-mana Bastion could have been alright. He needed Bastion so much. So much did this card need Bastion. I voted Shyvana. I tried Swim. Fucking hate you guys sometimes. What the fuck? Tahm Kench literally won by more than double any other vote. What the fuck? Why? Like... Oh, God. Luckily, this ain't a fucking democracy, huh? Mm-hmm. I might start with a Tahm Kench Soraka deck. I mean, it will be fun to try Tahm Kench. It's not gonna be good. It's not gonna be good. But I could just make like a Tahm Kench Soraka deck. Basically just a straight up Control F deck build and just see how it goes. See how it goes. I could do that. Honestly, wouldn't even mind. I do actually want to mess around with time. I mean, it's going to be bad, but I do actually, I mean, might as well get it out of the way. You know what? I agree with that. Might as well get it out of the way. Tom Freljord? Tom Freljord sounds bad. Okay. What are we doing with you, Tom?
I'm basically 1/8.
I mean, now that Bastion got nerfed, like, I could actually see going Tom Freljord. It makes more sense now. Like, that nerf was big. What's the objective? Keep Tahm Kench alive? Can we go all in on Tahm Kench? No, because every deck has an answer to that. Literally every deck. Oh, Augur. Augur is really funny. I think Starspring... Can't they just do like a Starspring Freljord deck? Wouldn't that be a lot funnier? I miss Starspring. I'm just gonna go full Tom Targon. I'm like the literal control F deck build. The most obvious way to build this ever. I'm not gonna start with anything innovative today at all. I want to just see how this plays out. I actually do. Like actually with like 3 Star Springs and everything. Just all the new cards. Oh god, am I running Bayou Brunch? An ally captures another ally. It's slow. It's slow speed. Like this would be kind of sick if it was fast. Why the fuck is this slow speed? What on earth? Like this card is so trash. How the fuck did this happen? Oh god. Just capture Soraka. I'm just gonna, like I said, I'm literally just gonna run the most vanilla build ever. I'll actually run like Astral Protections here too. Because it's fucking Tom Soraka. This is a dumb deck. We're gonna start off with this. I'll play this for a few games and then maybe I'll try like Tom Freljord. Or maybe I'll go in a completely different direction and just delete Tom Kench from my deck. Ooh, we'll see. It will be fun playing with all the new cards though. You know, one of the most competitive concepts is definitely the early Asol deck. Can't I just play Mega Ramp Asol? That sounds a lot more fun. Trundle Asol. Just fold to everyone playing aggro. I want to try Trundle Asol too. Like new Trundle Asol with like just fucking Eclipse Dragon on Asol. That'll be good. Alright. Ah, Jesus. Shakedown. I don't know how I feel about Shakedown. Fortune Croaker, Guiding Touch. I mean, this really is just like a very Control F deck build. We're running all the cards, and we don't run things that aren't cards. It really is that simple.
I'm basically 1/8 gay.
You got this, swim. And then we can all relax with a nice game of Artifact.
Yeah, sounds good, buddy. Are you gonna win a game with this deck? I'll figure something out. Consider this your guys' collective garbage deck activate for the day. There's always Spring Guardian. That's not bad. I mean, it's another 3-drop that there's just no way I can fit into this deck. But it's not bad. Yeah, weren't we in Lounging Lizard? It feels really hard to not be in Lounging Lizard here. Is this basically the deck? The curve is a little off, but I think this deck can actually like curve low just fine. I might put in like 1 salvage or something like that. But we do have a lot of draw cards, like Pale and Guiding Touch are both just recycling themselves. And cantrips are so good. Citrus Courier. Citrus Courier is sort of hilarious with this. Like when you really, really peepo think about it. Citrus Courier could actually be just low-key mega genius with this deck. Patch out? Are you guys trolling me? Alright, seems good. It's not out. Yeah, I don't see what kind of thrill you get. What kind of like sick pleasure you guys get by lying. It makes me speechless. Who who would do that? Oh, the import doesn't work. It's not a valid code. We don't have the new cards yet. Patch out. OMG. Hang on. Let me try it. Let me try relaunching my game. You're better than this, chat? Guys, you're better than this. Come on. Gotcha. Yeah, you guys showed me. Riven's out? Riven's out? What's Tiny doing here? Alright, guys. So this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we can try, you know, a Tahm Kench Soraka deck at the start. It'll be fun. Here, I'll pull up the version we just kind of like threw together. This is literally like, I don't know. The thing is, it feels like there's not going to be too much innovation here, right? Like, pretty much every Tahm Kench Soraka deck is going to, you know, it's going to look like a Tahm Kench Soraka deck. Soraka TF is like a small amount of innovation, but already like, I mean, it's pretty obvious. Anyone who's not a believer in Tahm Kench's ability to perform is just going to go Soraka TF in the same deck instead. And then there's like Tahm Kench Freljord, which has some potential. I think like one of the most innovative things you can do is try to run Augur in that deck. That doesn't sound good to me, but it's definitely a bit snowflakey for sure. For sure it is. What about Soraka Braum? Yeah, and then there's like Soraka Braum, like the full, basically just like go all in on Starspring win condition. We started building a deck like that. I don't think there's any like cute, like crazy angle to that. Oh, there is one. At a certain point I was trying like a weird Ember Maiden Swarm approach. That's a very snowflakey version. Title wrong should be Patch Day. Is it not Patch Day? That's what the title says. It says Patch Day. Smiley face. Ember Maiden Soraka. Yeah, Ember Maiden Soraka. Ember Maiden Starspring is kind of interesting. I could definitely see that not sucking. I don't know. The thing is, guys, here's the thing about bad decks at the start of a patch, which is like, you guys say bad decks won't be able to win games, but here's how every expansion launch ever works. Bad decks do win games because everyone's playing bad decks because people just want to have fun and dick around at the first few days, right? So bad decks are going to do just fine because everyone's going to be playing them. And everyone's going to be coming to me in my chat and saying, Swim, I just won 3 games in a row with my Soraka Tahm Kench deck. Do you want to have a look? And it's just going to look exactly like this. Which is not a good thing. Not a good thing. Well, no, aggro will win in the end. Aggro always wins. Aggro will be pretty good, yeah. Aggro will be pretty good. I mean, there's Lee Sin. I think Lee Sin Soraka will just be the king. I think, like... I mean, you look at Lee Sin as a deck. Hush is better for Lee Sin. Right? Patches out 11 a.m. PST. Oh, God, no. Please tell me that's not true. There's no way that's true. I'm going to be so mad if that's true. I mean, Lee Sin's just going to be best, right? It's like, it kind of has to be that simple. So it's like we go to, where's Lee Sin version? Where have you gone, Lee Sin?
I'm basically 1/8 gay.
We go to like a Lee Diana deck, and it's just like, we take out the Dianas, we add in the Sorakas, you know? Because like Soraka with Sonic Wave's pretty good too. Tasty Fae Folk is like a very, very easy out all of a sudden. We don't need that anymore. The deck runs maybe 0 Bastion. We're running Nopify. And we might be running 3 Hushes, by the way. Just like, actually. Nopify is like actually a really solid card in this deck. Nopify is kind of crazy. And yeah, like literally now that Hush is 2 mana, we might just run 3 of it. Maybe. Might be a step too far. But... Hush is pretty good. That one's kind of like a meta call. But you just run it like this. Might look a little different from this, but basically just like this. Might want like, what's another proactive spell we can run here? 2 Nopify, 1 Deny. That's kind of what I was thinking. 2 Nopify, 1 Deny. Leaves us open for a slot. I'm not sure what I want to do to fill this last slot. Is there any other new spell that we're actually running? Ooh, not that one. You could always run like a 3rd Palm in early days. There's nothing really wrong with 3rd Palm. It's like, it's not going to be the most optimal thing, but when we don't know exactly what the meta is going to be, it's like really hard to decide on this last slot. Because this last slot is mostly dictated by what we're going to need to, like, hedge against. Early gems help a little bit better. But we don't want, like, gift giver, I think. Overwhelm goat. You could run, like, one gift giver or one spacey sketch or something. I don't know. It doesn't really matter what's in this last slot. I don't think it's going to be super useful either way. Before knowing what the meta is going to be. Unless there's some card I'm just, like, missing. I'm running 3 gift giver in mine. Ooh, I think that's a little much, my friend. I wouldn't mind 2 max. And that's it. That's the new deck. This is like, it's like Lee, except you replace Diana with Soraka. Maybe you do something edgy. Oh yeah, I forgot to take out the Lunari girl. Wait, Lunari Duskbringer. No, probably needs to get out of this deck. Okay, right. So you have to change more than those 3 cards. You also have to cut the Duskbringer. Yeah. Sure. And I'm by the way, it's not even necessarily a sure thing that Soraka will be better than Diana. It's just something that might happen. Like, we're going to try out Soraka, and it'll be a bit better or it'll be a bit worse. It seems about the same. But for the most part, Lee Sin is just getting, like, Notify is actually really good for that deck. We'll make matchups like aggro better as well. Yeah, I definitely don't like running heavy 1-drops. If we're running the Soraka build... I could see like 2 gift givers, but definitely not 3. And I actually kind of like banking mana with this build, mostly anyway. Yeah, I think the gift giver is just kind of like a little poopy here. Two is my maximum here, I think, for sure. Even if we're replacing like Duskbringer. I low-key really liked Duskbringer. Duskbringer is kind of funny. Just like a 1-mana spell that that literally says do nothing is sometimes just better than a gem. Just because you can activate it at burst speed. And you can't play a gem in response to things. Which actually matters. It actually does matter. What about Rush? I kind of miss Rush in this deck. Starspring all in. Oh, God. I do actually, I'm not even joking, I do actually kind of miss Rush in this deck. Rush just feels good. Why don't we just jam in more Rushes here? Yeah, all these options apart from Duskbringer are just kind of poop. God, do I actually have to go to 3 gift giver? I'll put it in just because I don't actually know what to put in. I'm not a big fan of most of these options. Gift giver does get a bit better with Soraka. It is true, because Soraka is an early drop that you do want to give a couple of gems to. So going to like, I still think it's probably 2 gift giver over 3, but before we know like what that last slot wants to be, we can go to 3. I don't hate it. You need more denies? It really depends on the meta. I'll just put in a second deny. Call it a day. It's basically... This is kind of like deck building at the start of a new meta, where the biggest problem with deck building at the start of a new meta is like so much of deck building is determined on like the field and what you expect to see. And at the start of a new meta, we have no field, right? I mean, we can extrapolate and we can be like, ooh, there's probably going to be a lot of Shyvanas, a lot of Stunning Shapers, but we really are just guessing at that point. You might need a way to destroy enemy landmark. I don't think we'll need a way to do that. Against landmark decks, you can kind of just beat them. It might be worth it running some amount of like non-committal landmarkate in the first few days of the patch, but barely. You could just like win like the normal way. You don't have to do anything fancy, right? Just win the game, forehead? Yeah, basically. So that's Lee. Then we've got... Lastly, we've got the Freljord Soraka deck or Freljord Tahm Kench deck. I think Freljord Tahm Kench could be kind of interesting. We have 15 minutes left till the patch. 15 minutes left till the patch. So I mentioned in my stream title, a lot of what I wanted to do for the patch is like, I am playing in the other tournament on Friday, the Giant Slayer Fight Night. And that's going to be the last tournament I play in before I leave for my trip. And so I'm going to be kind of like preparing for that a little bit. So today, it's not like I'm going to be like hardcore grinding and doing matchup tables, but I am going to be keeping in my head like what I'm thinking about bringing to the tournament. And it does seem like you still just kind of have to bring Lee Sin plus something else. The second deck might be able to be a little bit more interesting though.
I admire your work ethic, Kappa.
That for sure. So the question is, could Tom Kench Freljord be better than Tom Kench Targon? Let's go ahead. First step, let's just take another gander at the Tom Kench Targon, kind of just like auto build deck, right? Well, Tom Kench doesn't really need some of the attack options from this. Astral Protection can help him a decent amount. But yeah, once the Bastion's gone, suddenly I could actually see a reason to like, yeah, not necessarily need to be in Targon anymore. Go build your Freljord. Let's go for it. So what's our win condition with this deck? Should I be asking questions like that? And how bad is Augur with Tom? So I think it's really bad. Oh, that doesn't look good. It's really funny. So what's the deal with Tom Kench? It's like, so Tom Kench, we snap in 3 Troll Chants. It's going to be a very spell heavy deck. It's like, I think it's Starlit Seer. And I think our second champ is just going to be something that works with the spell heavy nature. Either Fizz or Twisted Fate. Is this a Fizz deck? What if Tom Kench is just like... This is terrible, isn't it? Patch out? Is the patch out, guys? You guys wouldn't be lying to me, would you? You guys wouldn't do that, would you? Alright. I'm just gonna go ahead and put my faith in you guys. I'm gonna allow you guys to restore my faith in humanity. Let's go ahead and relaunch our client and see if this patch is actually, see if we're actually updating here. Let's go ahead and see. I think it's Tom Ash. I think Ash is really trolly in this deck. I'm down to run a lot of Frostbites, but not Ash. Checking for updates. Ranked season is ending. Ranked will be disabled from 9 to 11. Game's updating. Here we go. This is it. Patch is out. Game's updating. Here we go. Not debated. I guess not. Looks like we're good, boys. See, this is what you get for trusting your fellow man. I had trust in you guys, and I got rewarded. Alright, so Tom Kench Soraka, I think a lot of it is just Freljord. So right now, how the meta is right now, there's 3 king regions. Those are Bilgewater, Targon, and Freljord. These are the 3 best regions in the game. And right now, there's different ways to build them. We can mix Freljord with Bilgewater, we can mix Bilgewater with Targon, and we can mix Targon with Freljord. Another thing about this patch is that Demacia could be a 4th entry into like a good color, right? Ionia is good for exactly 1 deck, guys. Literally exactly 1 deck. I'm not, yeah. Lee Sin's pretty good deck. But I'm saying just in terms of like good opportunities and multiple ways of building it. Demacia might be a 4th really good color. Stony Suppressor is actually kind of completely insane. Freljord is a top region. What a time to be alive. Freljord has been a tier 1 region for most of Runeterra's history. I don't know what rock you've been living under. Freljord has been like the best region in the game for the past like 6.5 months now, my guy, my buddy. It's like, it's been a hot fucking minute. All right. It's been a while, like a very long time, actually. All right, this is it, guys. Looks like we're good. We've got Haunting Grounds. We've got the new edgy board. We've got the new Guardian, Infernal Drake. Card backs. I don't know about card backs. Card backs. Ooh, let's not look at my purchase history. You know what? I like Yay. Yay is good. Yay is good. I will have to go. You know what? I'll get Much Obliged, and I'll get Smooth Move too. I like that. We'll figure out a way to use them. I'm literally just gonna jump right into a game. I'll literally load in the Tom Kench Soraka deck. This is gonna be a bad deck. Do not net deck this. This is literally just like a sampler deck. Basically, this is the deck that says I just want to play the new shit and I want to see how it does. And I already know how it's gonna do. This is basically just the deck that says, let me play the new cards, I want to have fun. I want to experience novelty. Okay, we only have 150,000 more shards left. Let's see if that'll hold. I guess we've got the wild cards after that. Yeah, we should be fine. Why spend shards instead of wild cards? Yeah, that's a good point. I'll just spend wild cards. Save up on shards for maybe next expansion. I agree. Alright, I'm just gonna run it like this. Literally, don't net deck. Alright, this is very, very easy, guys. Okay, so we've gotta set this straight. So the Tom Kench emote can replace Braum. That's our kind of like girding emote. The Yay emote can replace the Poro. That's pretty easy too. Huh for Jinx. We can keep Shen. We can go Juicy for Heimer and call it a day. Looks good. Oh yeah, we can't play ranked still, huh? I guess I'll play the new Halloween map since I just bought it. It would be weird to buy it and then not play it. See, the other thing is like, okay, so ranked is gonna be online in like an hour, right? They said it was only gonna be offline for like 2 hours, and that was like an hour ago. Casual clock. Wait, I haven't even like seen that icon. Forgot the Ace emote? Ooh, I didn't quite forget it. Nautilus Maokai. This guy's like literally insta-queued deep. Starspring into Krusty Codger. That's good. I mean, kind of chronologically the other way around. Let me go ahead and fix my camera because I notice I'm actually kind of like in the wrong territory here. There we go. All right, we're back, boys. Man, how long has it been since I've sat down and played a video game of Legends of Runeterra on stream? Not a tournament game, not a tournament practice game, but just like an unironic ladder game. It's been weeks. It's been weeks. We've got the opener. Let's see how this goes. This is gonna be fucking bad, guys. This is gonna be terrible. We're nuts. Oh, man. A 2-2. This guy is fucked. This guy doesn't know what's gonna hit him. I mean, I can't, like, lose to a Vile Feast block, so I guess I'm just playing Starspring instead of attacking. I don't know. Well, now I can attack. I need him to spend the mana. So normally you would open attack before playing Starspring, but then if he has 2 mana up, and then if he passes or plays Vile Feast, then our Starspring gets devalued, and I can't have that. I need my unit to stay alive, so I need him to spend the mana before my attack, which means I can't attack until he does something. The Pool Shark is an example of something. So that was the fleeting card off of Pool Shark, I think. This is round start deal 2 to me, and this is round to end damage enemies. So I guess Lounging Lizard does stop his attack, which is pretty nice. Boxtopus doesn't stop his attack, but it just starts the healing process. That's interesting. I mean, I think my win condition is just this Starspring, honestly. I think his health and letting his lifesteal unit live doesn't matter at all. I think we're just literally just gonna sit here with the Star Spring and just jerk off until we win. This is actually kind of funny. So he gets a free attack with his Dead Bloom, but... Ooh. Whatever. I'm good. I'm chilling, dude. This is great. I mean, I can just keep passing. It's really on this guy to do something here. Like, if he plays Maokai, I'm just gonna kill it. Ooh, that's dead. Yeah, that's never alive. That's always dead. I guess my other play is Lounging Lizard. Okay, cool.
These gems grant a rare harmony.
Listen and learn.
Where are you off to?
So yeah, one of the most important things in Runeterra is just like having the pressure of being able to force the opponent to act first, right? Like what happened here is really important. Like I have a board where I'm totally okay passing. I have Star Spring and 2 damaged units, so I get to pass. Because he can't pass because time is on my side if this just keeps going. He's the one who has to play cards, which means he has to play Maokai, and that means I can kill it, right? Star Spring's up to 6 already. Ooh, here we go. This is a really important mentality in Legends of Runeterra. Like, if you start thinking about the game like this, you're gonna get a lot better. It's time.
Aye, is dinner on you then?
Alright, Star Spring's up to 8. I mean, this is really funny. I mean, I need to get my own units a little bit damaged. So I actually do have to just start chunking.
Oh, you wee scruff.
I guess Tom can actually attack here. I think there's no reason why he couldn't. Huh. That's interesting. I mean, I don't mind paling here at all. Alright, looks good. So if he's blocking that, that puts him on a Withering Whale. He'd have to commit it to the stack right now. Because he can't let my unit... If he submits this, his Withering Whale is no good.
Where you going?
They've got nowhere to go.
So he wants to Whale and then just bank the remaining 4 mana. Lure. Lure into Whale? This is a slightly weird block if Whale's not his option.
Wait a minute.
Okay. He's just not gonna let me eat anything at all? I mean, he can't not play a unit. He's just gonna lose if he doesn't play a unit. I think he just lost. I don't see how he wins anymore. Like, he can't pass. He can't if he plays a unit, I'm gonna eat it. If he passes, I'm just gonna AFK. I can literally AFK and just kill him. I can just go get a snack and he'll just lose the game. So this is gonna heal a total of 3. This is gonna heal a total of 3. We're 14 deficient. This is gonna heal, that's annoying math to do. This is gonna heal only 1. Ooh, yeah, you really needed to play that earlier, I think. Ooh. So this is round start deal 2 to me. So if I want to keep that alive, I have to Pale Cascade it. Ooh, I could just Guiding Touch all of them, actually. Ooh. Yeah, this is actually a little... Ooh. Oh, that's... Oh, gross. Mr. Mr. You're, my... E. Alright, we're at 19. I'm gonna go get a snack, refill my water. See you guys next game.
This establishment's fair.
Star Spring has any kind of animation. We have some cashew nuts here. Roasted and salted cashews. Got my water. I'm good to go. This is a really funny deck. It should be noted that that was basically a nut draw, as we say. Interesting. Shyvana Asol. Alright, this is the true test. So Shyvana and Asol together I think is a little bit on the weaker end. I'm actually not really sure how to This is so weird. I think I just full keep this apart from Broadback, I guess. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Sorry about that. I was tabbed out. What are we doing here?
Shape the skies and mold the earth.
Bit of an awkward one. I guess I literally have to open attack and kill that. Alright, I guess that's what we're doing. I'm not letting that happen. That's no good. I am gonna kill that. that is not. I'm not gonna, because Shyvana on turn 3 is pretty scary. Could also be like the White Flame Protector on turn 3. That could be a thing as well. Soraka's gonna level fairly quick here. There we go! Soraka's leveling very quickly. Holy shit. We got it, boys. I mean, he's gonna pound me with the 4-4. I have to be okay with that. You may have this. Well, this is kind of crazy. 0 out of 22. So it begins. 4 out of 4. Ooh, that was fast. Ooh. Oh, hello. Ooh. That's pretty good. Okay. Sure. Man, imagine this deck if we cut the Tom Kench, huh? If we bench the Kench. Dude, this is kind of stupid. Like, when this deck nut draws like that, when we actually get Starspring, Boxibus, Codger, like when we get our early curve, it's pretty dumb. Not gonna lie. So, I mean, he can't block the Soraka because of Pale Cascade. I can make it so that... So, we want to gem the Boxtopus into a free kill. That should be fine. At 3 mana, he could have like the dragon single combat. He's gonna be running all the different single combats. But the Boxtopus only has 4 max HP, so the Boxtopus would die if we attacked. So I guess we're just killing the Egghead Researcher and nothing else. The Soraka... Is the Soraka actually attacking here? No, that's baity. That's baity. The Soraka can just block, right? Yeah, that's baity. That has to be baity. We're just chilling. Why feed the dragons? We don't care about dealing damage to his Nexus. Nexus? What does that do? Sweet. Oh, hello!
Fire and fury burn in me.
Ah. 6 out of 22. I mean, honestly, 6 isn't that much. 6 isn't like a crazy amount. And my board is kind of unfortunately full here. So I am in chill mode unless I want to like open with gem. He's gonna have a 4-5. Opening with gem isn't really doing anything here. So I have to feed one of them. It looks like we're doing basically just this. And tanking the other 4. I could get my crusty on. Yeah, I don't think we need to do anything crazy. This looks good.
Now I take to the sky. Be brave.
So he gets to attack for free every turn. We just want as many damaged units as possible. So the only question is, do we go... The 5 wide board is slightly awkward. And he could have a single comment and a hint right now, so we need to have an answer to that. I could just broad back the Protector here. Protector doesn't damage itself by turn end fast enough. Let's go for the Protector now.
I'll clear a path for you.
Good to see you too, Vin.
I think we have to be mana efficient here. We might just Astral Protection Soraka now, right?
With purpose, take heart.
9. That's fucking scary. A little. It's gonna be hard to actually have the board space for that. We need so much self-damage right now, man. Self-damage is just what we're lacking. It looks like we open attack and try to just like trade down the dragon board. How scary can he... He doesn't really have a crazy amount of combat tricks. He doesn't have more than me. I think we just do... I think we just do a trade down, honestly, right? I feel fine just doing this. I have to assume his health has the ability to matter. We've got good counterplay to really anything he can do. The only problem is if he has a second dragon's egg and he uses it for the +1/+1 to all dragons. That could be a little awkward. Let's just try this.
Take heart.
Huh? 15? What now? So, wait, how does he win? We're 15 out of 22. Like, hang on a second. Like, wait a second. Wait a second. wait a second. Wait a second. Ooh, but this is gonna let me heal a whole lot more. Wait, are you good, buddy? Pal? He's dealing 4 to everything? So there's nothing I can keep alive. I can just threaten to kill one of his dragons. Isn't he just dead next turn? Like, I mean, sorry, not next turn, this turn. 15 out of 22. What the fuck? What on earth?
Oh, Fred! Just a wee bit flight.
So 0 out of 22, but that one doesn't matter. This is like... Wait a second, hang on a second. Okay, that's a little dumb. Once I've seen you heal 22 damage. That's only round end. Oh, bye. Huh. I mean, the deck nut draws very well. Deck nut draws very well. I have to imagine it's gonna be. So the question is, how awkward of a time do we have if we draw our cards in like the wrong order, right? Like if our opening hand doesn't start with like these early drops, it will feel a lot more awkward. But yeah, its nut draw is kind of crazy. Its nut draw is crazy, like really crazy. And we do have the anti-aggro and broad-backed protector. All right, I am liking Starspring. I am liking Starspring. Overall, Tahm Kench. I feel like Tahm Kench is the weak point for the deck. Like most of the competitive mock-ups that people are building are running like Twisted Fate instead. And I think that might be better. I'm gonna keep trying this though. I'm gonna keep trying this. Tahm Kench did nothing. Yeah, I mean he didn't really need to do anything in those games. Shyvana Soraka. See, I don't really... Can you actually run those two together super well? It feels a little awkward to run them together. I guess we keep Gift Giver in the opener. Okay, this hand is a bit more medium for sure. This hand is a lot more medium.
These jewels are more than mere trinkets.
So, if we attack or if we play Boxtopus, we're letting him playing the dragon thing. Am I just passing? I mean, I don't mind going into spell mana. I can't really let him play dragon thing. The question is, though, Boxtopus... If we don't have the ability to protect Boxtopus, then Boxtopus is pretty bad to play there, right? Huh. Yeah, that's slightly awkward. Like, we couldn't have killed the 1/1 there. That feels bad.
Heed the path.
Mentor plus Boxtopus. Interesting. I don't know about that block. I don't think he wants to give me damaged units. Or at least he shouldn't. Usually they're skipping turn 3.
Pablo's been down. Let his knee out.
Broadbacked Protector, by the way, single-handedly carries this deck. This card is super crazy. If this deck didn't have Broadbacked Protector, it would have a shit matchup. Or it would have a much worse matchup against aggro. Maybe not a shit matchup, but it would not actually be good against aggro. But Broadbacked Protector single-handedly makes this deck like nuts against aggro. They have no real way of dealing with this card. Much more so than like Soraka or any of the other cards. I don't like Mentor. Yeah, Mentor might be super baity in this deck. We might have to cut it right away.
A new journey.
Mentor is definitely taking a hand like this and making it worse than it probably could be. Okay, so his Soraka does want to take an attack here. I think I kind of have to let that happen, right? I don't know, this is a weird hand. So it's like hands like this where it's the big question is like, how are we meant to try to win this? Because like, I mean, if we draw our like damaged units plus star shaping plus Soraka early, that's great. And the rest of the deck build, what we have to be asking ourselves is like, how do we win when we haven't drawn nutty like that? What's best to do in those environments? This looks fine. Honestly, Lounging Lizard could actually just be nutty here. We have to watch out for what's it called? The thing that lets him just block elusives might be kind of crazy. We might just try to win off of like a big elusive that he can't deal with. That might actually be our best bet here, stupidly enough. That depends. If he taps out, we can kill his Soraka. Well, he's at 1 mana, so his Soraka's dead, right? That seems wrong. His Soraka shouldn't be dead here, I think. I mean, it does mean our Lounging Lizard has to die right away, but I think that has to be worth killing a Soraka. For free. Oh god, what if it's not in this hand? What if we actually just have to go on this stupid elusive game plan? Like, this hand is actually really, really trolly.
They say these were from the protector himself.
Ranger's Resolve. Yeah, he could use Resolve, but it's not going to be, like, crazy here. Like, this is one of the lower value Resolves you could do. And yeah, the only problem is we lose our Lizard now. We might have to play that differently. We had to play Boxtopus when we did, but we didn't have to play Lounging Lizard quite so early. Might have been correct to hold off on that a little bit. It's quite awkward. You can't really get that much by passing here. I don't mind just using like Pale Cascade on the other Boxtopus though, if you want to challenge it. Since he's down to 1 mana and it's really hard for him to have Resolve here, this is kind of my best opportunity to do this. I can't really pass. The biggest problem with me passing here is it gives him the ability to pass back and exploit me really badly, actually. I do need to get my mana onto the board. We have to assume that like killing his Nexus is going to be how we're going to win this game, I think.
Be brave.
And we need to save. See, like, this is so weird. Because, like, even if I draw Starspring next turn, it might already be too late. Yuck.
Looking into the future, I see purple.
Our Soraka's basically levelable as soon as we draw her. Is this the Tahm Kench bailout? Ooh, I think this card might suck in this deck. Unsurprisingly. Imagine if that was a TF. It sure would be a hell of a lot better if it was a TF. Yeah, there's really nothing going on here. Like, these Boxtopuses are pretty helpless. We have a solid pass here. I'd rather give him first action. It looks like a weird pass, but our attack token is worth less than it seems. The symmetrical pass is actually good for us. That's a good draw. Gives us some reactive options. These Boxtopuses get like 7 health off of that. So he's starting Asol next turn. I guess it's time. Wait, this card's really bad, guys. I mean, this isn't news. This isn't like a hot take. Here it goes. Is that the dragon's egg buffing everything +1/+1 then? Egg is pretty spooky here. We're kind of just dying. I mean, Egg getting forced out isn't the worst thing ever. Really not great. Because, like, we'd have to Pale and then Astral. But we do want to use our Pale proactively anyway. So the consideration is, if we decline the block, then we don't give him reactivity to play his Egg. Strafing Strike. Interesting. So he's just threatening 6. If we use Astral Protection, our Tom's at 10, but our Tom still dies. Yeah. Looks like we're pretty screwed. Like, when he puts it on, like, when he doesn't let it get damaged and when he just puts both on the stack at the same time, we don't have a good way to protect it. This is why Bastion was such an integral tool of Tahm Kench not being a bad card. Without Bastion, we're pretty screwed. And this is the only issue with this deck, and it is a big issue, which is like when it doesn't draw its card in the right order, it's gonna have a real hard time winning. Like this game should be lost already. I think it was lost like 3 turns ago. Like there's not really top decks that save us. I want something we can draw into the later game.
A little luck.
I mean, we can just let him play the Ace-All. Yeah, there's literally no win condition here. Isn't the Landmark Tutor worth it? It's so much extra mana, but it is actually not impossible that that is worth it. It actually could be worth it, as stupid as that is, yeah.
Sapphire, gem of our divine patron.
Oh, floating crystals. Where are you off to?
Yeah, me too. Alright. The problem, the issue arises that, like, okay, let's say I draw the Landmark Tutor. Even if I have it on, like, turn 4, and I've paid an extra 3 mana to use it, I think it'll make my Star Spring a little too slow on average. Even if I draw the Tutor. So whenever you're deck building, you always have, like, this choice of, like, do I diversify my win conditions by branching out, or do I consolidate my win conditions by trying to make the same thing more reliable? And I think the important thing is, in this deck, we want to diversify instead of consolidate. And that's basically the idea of a card like Twisted Fate, and that's why people are running Twisted Fate in this deck. Because even without Bastion, and Bastion nerf kind of hurts both Twisted Fate and Tahm Kench, but even without Bastion, just like the ability to sometimes ass-pull a win with a level TF is a really big deal. I still actually want to try Tahm Kench a little bit more. I mean, it's really bad, but I want it to go off once, and then I want to delete it forever and never once look back. There's not too much we can do here. I do think like curving a little lower to the grounds and helping these conditions go off a little bit more is nice. I do want units that have the ability to like get damaged. There's not really any way to do that outside of that one card, the burst speed spell. What is it called? I have to show unowned because I don't actually have it. Shakedown. Shakedown, the problem with Shakedown is it is kind of like a win more card. Because it's mostly only helpful when we already have like the Star Spring and we're just trying to generate damaged units. And again, it comes down to the fundamental issue of do we diversify our game plans or do we consolidate? And I think I think that the idea of diversifying is better here, and Shakedown just consolidates further into something that just makes our hand more vulnerable and more clunky, right? This looks pretty good. I'm just gonna keep trying Astral Protection. So far, I mean, we literally have a 3-game sample size. We can't do anything crazy. We can't come to any like insane conclusions off of that. JNS. So this is Soraka Shyvana. Ditch Tahm Kench, put in TF. I'll do that as soon as Tom does well one game. So it's a little early for Hosh. We actually have a pretty great hand with Krusty Kadra Boxtopus. See, now here's the very fascinating thing, though. It's like, as good as Kadra Boxtopus is in the opener, am I supposed to mulligan away something like Boxtopus just to have an extra grab at, like, both Soraka and Starspring? Yeah, that's so interesting. It's so rough for this deck when it doesn't draw Starspring. It does feel good. We can't really threaten anything with Boxtopus. The one thing, okay, so if he plays the 2-mana 1/1, then by passing instead of attacking there, we could trade our Boxtopus into it. The problem is, if our Boxtopus just dies to that, I think that's also really bad. Like, we actually need this Boxtopus to live. If we have a way to, like, last time we did this, he played it on turn 3, and in that environment, we can kill it with Boxtopus and keep our Boxtopus alive. But if we can't keep the Boxtopus alive, then we've got a big problem. Whereas this, like, the way this played out, this is perfectly fine. Because we're going to be able to kill the Herald. He's dealing 4 here, that's fine. But we're going to be able to kill the Herald with our Boxtopus without losing the Boxtopus. And that's the most important thing by far.
rough.
What kind of counter tricks does that deck even play if I were to just like attack in with Pale? Is it anything that really scares me? Let's start this. I've got a 3 Pale hand. I need to start making moves. So he has to use one of the like single combats to kill the Boxtopus now, basically. Or maybe the sharpshooter like +2/+2 thing. Ooh, that'd be spooky. Yeah, that +2/+2 combat trick. That would be nasty here because I couldn't like win with the second Pale. Okay. So he's able to keep his Herald alive here. That's pretty bad. So if we've got a couple options for paling. If we pale the Boxtopus, the White Flame dies, but nothing really happens with the Crusty Codger. Nothing gets damaged. If we pale the Crusty Codger, then the Codger will survive at low HP, which actually might be better for Starspring. Basically, the only difference is, do we want our Codger to have full HP or 1 HP? It might actually be better to just have it have 1 HP, right? Isn't that better? Am I stupid? It's a bit more vulnerable to counterplay. He could have a second trick. But yeah, the danger is him being able to keep Herald of Dragons alive is a spooky thing in general. And the fact that he was able to avoid damaging our Codger is also really good for him too. Because it means our Starspring is just 3 out of 22.
Speak, star.
Spooky.
Speak, I say.
We already have a fine blocker for this. So Shyvana's unthreatenable. We're just gonna have to let that hit me. Ooh, that's gonna feel bad. Ooh. This isn't gonna look good.
I'm still good to scrap.
Ah, let's try it. See, I mean, the first 2 games we played this deck, we had like nut hands and it looked pretty OP, right? But I mean, this is more so what I'm imagining when I'm playing this deck out in my head, which is hands like this that just have the propensity to just clunk out in slightly awkward ways.
No more of your crap soup, lassie, please. It's that soup you've been drinking there.
Second of Starspring.
Floaty crystals.
Like, we can't race him down fast enough with the Star Springs. Like, Star Springs are so good if you draw them on curve and so useless if you draw them anywhere past that at all. This deck is good for Vladimir. I literally might build like a Star Spring Vladimir deck, as stupid as that is. We could just go Lounging Lizard Mentor, honestly. The problem is, if we're threatening his Nexus, that makes our Star Spring kind of pointless. I think it's time to play Broadbacked. We do actually have to start healing. It doesn't get damaged until later, though. Second Star Spring isn't doing as much. That is an issue. I do actually need to just get the Star Springs as accelerated as possible. That's basically the only way I'm winning this game, I think. We just need to like race him down with Star Springs. So I think I have to attack with the Lounging Lizard and then play the second Star Spring. But yeah, at 5 out of 22, it just feels like it's going to be really, really difficult for this to be fast enough before he just threatens my Nexus. Dragons are a pretty good counter to this deck because, I mean, the way this deck feeds, this is like a deck that feeds off of like early tempo plays. You want your units to survive, And dragons usually have the exact stat lines to just like kind of punch through and kill your units in one go, right? Should be a rough matchup in general. That's actually a really great draw with this hands. Could be a bailout here. You need Bubble Bear? You know, the funny thing is, like, that kind of nonsense actually kind of makes sense in a Star Spring deck. Like, just having high healths, you don't really need you don't really need attack. It's so stupid, but it is kind of how it works. Okay, I mean, yeah. Goodbye, Lizard. We tried. Is there anything we're drawing off of Salvers that has a chance to help? There's some things that we actually could play in response. Ooh. Yeah, and Mentor doesn't really fit enough of the curves with this deck. I think Mentor is definitely a bit of a weak point as well. The biggest question is like, okay, we've got this early tempo-y game plan. How do we best accentuate it? Probably like Mountain Goat helps. Mentor we can cut next right after this game, basically. I think that should be pretty straightforward. Ooh. It's gonna be a little awkward. We can keep the pail up. This should be fine. Yeah, this is very concedable. We're out. You triple drew Mentor SMH? Well, but even outside, I'm not just talking about like the triple draws. Even outside of triple drawing Mentor, we just don't have enough for Mentor to hit here. Like Mentor doesn't. So with Mentor, you really need something at either 2 mana or 4 mana for Mentor to curve into, right? You want to play something into Mentor or Mentor into something else. And like, there's not really anything like that. The best Mentor target is probably Soraka, and the fact that they're both 3 mana just makes it a little awkward. Mentor definitely, I mean, we could run something like 1 Mentor, but it should get cut, or at least cut down in favor of stuff that's going to help our early tempo draws a little bit better. Like Mountain Goat is pretty alright. You could run some of like the Daybreak package, honestly, like Shield Bearer as well as Soldier work pretty well. So here's the question with this deck, right? The question with this deck is, how can we best allow for the Starspring plus Soraka hands to win the game while allowing for the deck to be able to win in hand states where it doesn't have that? Like, for example, there's an interesting decision that says maybe we should actually just build for the kind of like tempo aggression, such that if we don't draw Starspring, our units, our like cheap tempo units can actually sort of overwhelm them. And I know that seems kind of weird. And I'm not super keen on the idea, but one argument for it is because the way Starspring works is it really rewards any tempo that you have, right? And because it rewards any tempo that you have, I think it makes it really easy for the Starspring to basically be supplement, like hands where you don't have Starspring, you have a bunch of these cheap units that do have aggressive potential without anything else. And then the final question is Bilgewater doing more than Freljord right now? Monkey Idol 2? Monkey Idol 2 could work, yeah. Monkey Idol is actually another heal target. I'm really worried about board space at that point, though. Like, really insanely worried. Because, like, when we have the Starspring on board, we're already really low on slots, and Monkey Idol just makes it even... Like, if I have Monkey Idol and Starspring on board at once, I have 3 unit slots, and that's actually gonna... That's always gonna choke you up. So we actually have a bit of a sample size with this deck now. I can actually just look through it and think to myself, what am I going to want to do with this, right? Let's take a peek at the Freljord cards, because obviously most of this, the core concept here is Targon. Take a peek at the Freljord cards and how they interact with this strategy. Well, Brahm's pretty nuts in this kind of strategy, right? Brahm can accelerate Starspring. It's probably better than TF here. TF... we have to show announced. Let's actually... I'm going to miss a lot of things from the show announced. Can we just craft all the cards we don't have? There's no way to filter all the new cards, right? I just want to craft all the cards we don't have. Oh shit, I should be using my wild cards. So... Freljord has Braum. Losing Bilgewater is really scary though. Like all of those cheap deal damage to self on play units are really, really, really important to this. I mean, that's really how we've been winning the games we're winning, right? Freljord does allow us to use Ember Maiden. And Ember Maiden is kind of nuts if we are curving out. But it really, really slows us down. Starlit Seer 2. I'm pretty happy to run Starlit Seer 2. Oops. Targon Freljord. Let's just look at the Freljord cards and ask ourselves, so we're just comparing them to the Bilgewater cards in this deck, right? Unscarred Reaver is considerable in a really dumb way. And so when you look at the version that we built a few days ago, the Freljord Targon version, yeah, we're running cards like Chulchan, which can be pretty good. Chulchan's kind of a weird one in this deck, because as much as you want your units to have more health, you don't actually really necessarily want the enemies to have less attack always, which is really weird. Ember Maiden can be great for this strategy, can be really great for this strategy. The only problem though is we need a wide board. And if we're running Ember Maiden and Starspring, we're going to need a lot of cheap units that we won't necessarily have. And something like, you know, Navori Conspirator would be nuts with that. But that, obviously that's in a color we don't have access to. Kindly Tavern Keeper is great. Kindly Tavern Keeper is really great. And it'll help our aggro matchup because like dropping it just to stabilize and heal Nexus later is fine. But we have to ask ourselves, like, how are we getting these damaged units? How are we getting damaged units to be able to even heal, right? We can damage them off of Ember Maiden, but we just need a lot of like cheap units to play out. We've got 3 gift givers, you know, and we're gonna be goading too. Let's just try it. Like Bilgewater, basically the thing to understand is like the reason we're in Bilgewater is like the 3 followers. Crusty Codger, Croaker, and Boxtopus. Literally, like those are basically the entire reason we were just in Bilgewater right there. The champion didn't matter. Salvage is pretty whatever. I don't even remember the last card. Pale Cascade. Yeah, Pale's a power card, don't get me wrong, but it's not like, it's not a nuts reason to be in something. Augur. Augur, if it didn't have this awkward behold for this deck, Augur would be great. And then we've got Tarkaz. Tarkaz is, I think, actually really, really good in this kind of deck as well. Like, Tarkaz's stat line, its ability to, like, slightly damage your units and allow Starspring to heal them back up, I think is a really big synergy point here. And it also allows us to curve a little later, which is great. It effectively fulfills like what Salvage wanted to do, and Salvage wasn't great in that deck, especially without TF. It kind of does the same thing as Salvage, which gives us like a turn 5, turn 6 play, right? It looks a little weird to compare them. This one's better in this case, but yeah, it's fine. Take Heart's all right. Take Heart with the Bilgewater package is a bit better. Honestly, if I'm just running, to be honest, if I am just running Targon Freljord instead of Bilgewater Freljord, I don't like Take Heart as much. We really need units. So badly do we need units that have the ability to, you know, swarm the board cheaply, help with Ember Maiden, help with Tarkaz, give like some validity to these spells. Take Heart, I don't actually really see being in this list for as much value. Starlit Seer is just like a solid unit in general. I don't think we're running a... Why did I say Pale Cascade was a Bilgewater card? I had some very, very weird brain thing happening to me for 1 second there. Starlit Seer is obviously a good card in general. It has a good stat line for this deck, and we were running it in the other version too. But the thing is with Starlit Seer is just we can't be baited by running like too many spells. It's just a 2-mana 2/3 that will sometimes get a little bit of extra value. Is kind of, I think, how we have to think about it. God, if Omen Hawk was a 1/2, it would be so good in this deck. But the issue is a lot of Freljord's best cheap cards only have 1 health. Like Omen Hawk and Icevale Archer and Ruthless Raider. And units with 1 health can't be healed. And that is awkward. That is awkward. Trapper's alright, but we have way too many 3-drops at that point. See, this is the problem. Like, Freljord gives us some good cards. But I don't know if Freljord gives us what we really need. Because what the Starspring opener really, really wanted was those Bilgewater cards. Those, like, 3 followers that just give you, like, the curve plays that make the Starspring scary and fast, right? Unscarred Reaver. It might literally need to be Unscarred Reaver. Yeah. Let's Unscarred Reaver. By the way, just to so that we're thinking about it the right way. Unscarred Reaver is a very, very similar card to the Targon option, Star Shepherd. They're extremely similar cards. I think Unscarred Reaver is actually probably a little bit better than Star Shepherd, which is kind of funny. But I guess there's an argument to be made for Star Shepherd. Let me be right back before we finish this build. All right, what's up, boys? Yeah, I mean, we can try just running something like this and see how it goes. What are we missing? We just want like high health stat lines, honestly. I mean, we can just try to run. Like, this is gonna be a pretty unoptimized version for sure. Stefan, we have too many 3-drops. We have Tom Kench Lux. All right. Back in the day, we had what was called the Yasuo test. It was if your deck loses to Yasuo, we have like a unwritten rule that you just delete it immediately. Now we've got the Tom Kench Lux test. This deck is gonna have to go if we lose this. So like, this is so awkward, right? We've got Starspring Soraka. In the Bilgewater versions, I would kick these two and be really happy with my odds of just like drawing some early followers. But it feels pretty awkward here. It feels pretty awkward. Like, what am I looking for? Not a ton. We want like one early proactive play. Eee! I mean, playing Starspring now is useful if I'm about to draw an Ember Maiden. Exactly? No, because it's not even useful there. I guess I'm just passing. Hush is kind of bad. Hush is great. It might not be like a 3 of index. And depending on the meta, like sometimes you'll run 1, sometimes you'll run 2, but it's definitely not bad. And yeah, this is one of the issues with Soraka in general, which is what you're seeing right now. And don't get me wrong, she's good. She is a competitive level card, but this is why a lot of people agree, and myself included, that she's not going to be tier 1. Just because, like, there's not a way to build Soraka that is non-committal. This is the fundamental difference between Soraka and Shyvana. Which is that Soraka has a higher deck building cost than Shyvana. And will kind of always lead to an option for slightly weaker hands because of it. And obviously, this deck is not optimized. Like, this version of the deck... Ooh. Ooh. Eee. That's awkward.
This would be a good winter.
A little luck for those who need it.
We lost, boys.
I'm sure there's something for my taste.
Ooh. Yeah, there's nothing we could have done, I think. There's no way we could beat this.
My shield is yours.
Ooh. That's broken. I might have to hush the barrier. Dealing damage to Tom seems kind of like horrible here. There's always room for supper. Honestly, the Tavern Keeper feels like a better play than Soraka right now. It's a little early to play Soraka. A little pointless. He's gonna have to commit first. Is that a problem for me? If I play Tavern Keeper into Pale into Hush, that could make his option more awkward. But yeah, I think Freljord honestly might just not work as well as Bilgewater. Because the only way the Nutjaw's even opened up is by the Bilgewater followers, I think. I mean, we can deal some damage. It's just kind of like a poor use of these cards. Like a really poor use of these cards. I think I have to be happy letting my Starlit Seer go, right? We do get like some nice aggressive buffs if I go in right now. That is pretty cute. E. Yeah, the 1-2 is just not good enough to get damaged. Yeah, this is more like it. I was worried for a second that my predictions were way off and Starspring was actually just completely busted. In those first 2 games, I was like, man, what if we were just totally wrong? These games are more like it. And don't, obviously, this game is kind of like a non-factor because this game we switched to a bad version of the deck. But this is more so what I'm expecting. Just like slightly clunkier hands. Soraka time. What is he gonna do? Eat my Soraka? How does Hush interact with that? Basically, you can't actually stop it, right? You just play the other Soraka. No damaged enemies. Yeah, we have like basically no interaction. Boxtopus in the other version was the only form of interaction. Didn't pass the Kench test. Yeah, this Freljord version has to be bad. It would have to be built very different. I think you'd have to build it as like an all-in Braum deck with basically like entry and Starspring, and maybe even no Soraka at that point, which I know sounds really weird. Without Bastion, I think Braum actually gets hurt more from the Bastion nerf than both Tom and TF. It seems likely. Yeah, I mean, there's really just no way we can win at this point, I think. Like, we can just wait for Starspring, but Starspring, unless the stars align, Starspring's gonna have such a hard time actually getting to the full 22. It really takes everything to go perfectly for Starspring to get all the way up to 22 in any sort of tempo environment. So yeah, I like the Bilgewater version for sure. I think that Freljord Starspring just doesn't really work. There's a lot of versions, and I know this was one bad version. Don't get me wrong, this wasn't optimized, and there are ways of doing like Braum entry. There's ways of doing like, you know, Augur. You can run Trundle, but just playing them all out in my head, they lack one really important thing that Starspring needs, which is like kind of like this early tempo of damaged units, and there's just no way to get that in these colors. Like, there's just no way. So we had our 1-game experiment with Freljord. Let's go ahead and go back to the Bilgewater version. What's Tom Kench's champion card? Is it Bayou Brunch? Double draw, Tom Kench turns into Bayou Brunch. So Tom Kench is interesting. He's really bad against, like, he's just too brickable, basically. Like, the reason he's not going to end up being competitive is because even though some games he'll actually go off decently, there's going to be too many games where he'll just have 0 impact. Like, against that kind of, like, Dragons or Demacia mid-range kind of deck, like, Tom Kench will be screwed. And you'll just want something that really is just stable at all, right? I think Twisted Fate is going to be your champion for that. There's a weird consideration that you could go into Fizz and try to win with some kind of weird elusive game plan. Vlad? Oh yeah, we haven't tried Vlad. You know what? You guys are right. We haven't actually tried Vlad yet. And I will say, some of the interactions here are not bad. Like, Crimson Awakener is... Oh god, this is so bad. This is so bad. Okay, let's look at Vladimir as a card. I haven't read this card in a while. What does it do? So it's a 5-mana 6/6 regen. So it's like a Garen that can't level up. Vlad has to level up to be a level 1 Garen. And then if you attack, it just kind of hurts your units. Like, okay, if this didn't say attack, if this instead said like round end or something, I could see that. But you have to attack to do this. That's so bad. That's so bad. What about Wisefry? Wisefry is a little too expensive for what it does. It's literally like a 6-mana Crimson Awakener. I think Bilgewater seems pretty inescapable. It really does feel like it. Like, if we want to go for any sort of Star Spring game plan at all, we need to get it early, and we just need to like tempo out with our tools. And I can refine the Bilgewater version. The Bilgewater version that I was playing was definitely unrefined, for sure. Like, I want to put in, you know, goats. Mentor felt really bad in that list. You know, stuff like that. Just try Vlad for one game. All right, fuckers. You got me. I'll try Vlad for one game. Fuck. This is so stupid. Why does Vlad even say the word Crimson on him? Crimson Pact. Demacia with Soraka? I don't think I like it. Sell me on Demacia with Soraka. Disciples so poop. Curator and Awakener all poop. This is literally I can't do it. I can't do it. Like, it actually has like no chance. I'm sorry, guys. I would do it if it was like a really, really small chance. It actually has like no... I'm playing it out in my head, and it's so bad. And I'm an optimist, and it's so bad in my head. It's so bad. I can't do it. I tried. I really did try. It just didn't work. I'm sorry. You are absolutely not an optimist. That is true. I was kind of lying a little bit. Boxtopus. We got our crusty codger. I'm down to try Tom, by the way. I think Tom, like, Tom is fine. I'll run Tom. Like, he's new, and he has more of a chance than Vlad. He does. Monkey Idol. All right. I'll actually... No! Wait, okay, so compare Monkey Idol with the elusive lizard thing. They're kind of the same thing, right? They both have 5 health. They both deal 2 to themselves at the start of each turn, and they both kind of throw in 3 damage every turn. Except Monkey Idol is kind of better for blocking. Wait, could it be? Monkey Idol is like... I can see arguments for running Monkey Idol over the Lounging Lizard. It is better for blocking. Lizard takes less room. Yeah, but worrying about board spaces, it is kind of like fundamentally like a win more issue. I mean, I'm gonna lose because I'm running out of board space, but that's okay. What are we forgetting? We just want to like tempo rush down, basically. Are we not in Hush at all in this deck? This is like a bizarrely fast deck. It's very, very weird how this deck works. If Sketcher had 2 health, I'd run that shit so easily. So free. Pool Shark has 2 health. What are we missing? I could run Shakedown. What am I shakedowning? Ooh, I'm not going to run Shakedown. Is TF better than Tom in this? Almost certainly. Just put in Jack. Shepherd. You know what? I actually haven't really tried Soul Shepherd. Let's actually try Shepherd. Or Star Shepherd. Wait, Soul Shepherd is a different card. So there's Star Shepherd, there's Soul Shepherd. How the fuck are you supposed to keep all these cards in your head? Try Shyvana. I'll try Shyvana a little bit later. Right now, I really just want to... The thing is, like, to really improve a deck, to build it and feel like you have a good feel for it, you need a good sample size, right? Like, if on day one of the patch, I play like an hour of this and then an hour of that and then an hour of that, I'm just gonna end up with 3 bad decks, you know? I want to give it at least a bit of time before I move on. Soraka, no second champion in Freljord. Wow. Am I full mulliganing? So we're on turn 2. I could keep Boxtopus for turn 2. I think Tahm Kench sucks. Am I wrong? Or is that a hot take? That's not a hot take and you're not wrong. Tahm Kench sucks. It is... The one thing, though, is it is kind of debatable how much he sucks. Because some people think he sucks a lot, and some people think he sucks a little itty bit. That's the one thing people are talking about. Yes, he sucks. I think I'll just kind of Boxtopus that. Isn't he kind of screwed? Because if I goat, he'll just let the goat through easily. He has to, like, pass for Pale Cascade. I could have done a cheeky open pass, but literally anyone would just pass back there. If it's not Pale Cascade, I mean, I could get rewarded by forcing out, like, a Troll Chance or something. Pale Cascade also punishes Mountain Goat pretty hard, though. Does Make It Rain ever make it? As much as I like Make It Rain, I don't think it makes it into a deck like this. And see, we've got another one of these hands where, like, unless we're just drawing Starspring early, I think this hand just is not that good. Eee. Kench sucks, huh? I can see it. Looks like we can pass here. Burning 1 mana is not great, but I think it's better than these options. And this is... So the question is there a better way to run Soraka? Probably, yeah. This is a nut draw. I mean, it kind of bails me out. I do have, like, 2 Codgers, Monkey Idol. Like, I do have the ability to just, like, slowly win up. Ooh. Ooh. That's awkward. This is round end. So, I can't pass because he actually has a pass here. Looks like I have to just double play Codger. Which is fine. There's nothing really wrong with double playing Codger. If he has Avalanche, he's fucking us both over. That would be a really funny Avalanche, actually. Oh, Jesus. It's just a heal race? This is a dumb matchup, boys. I'm always passing here. So I heal 2, he heals 2, he damages us all. So now we're both healing more again. I will have to, like, eventually exchange into his Star Shepherd, which will feel bad. I mean, it's just about whose board can go wider than the other, though. I mean... That was a fun game. That's actually gonna happen if you see mirrors. Like, it literally will just come down to that sometimes. That's the biggest reason to run that, like, landmark tutor. Just because, like... And it might be smart to do it for day 1 just because we will actually see a few mirrors that look like that. But... It feels like it's gonna be such an awkward card outside of exactly that situation. And long term, that situation has to be really rare. So we have to full mull with Starspring here. So this is, it looks like a really good hand if you're
The journey is difficult.
trolling.
Heed the path.
This is obviously not a good hand. Kind of looks funny though. Infinite healing. I mean, literal best case scenario is making him use a gem on his gift giver here. Whoa. Wait. Wait, that's great. What? That's amazing. I don't even have any spells. This is so weird. Triple Star Spring. I mean, it feels like he's gonna be kind of screwed. Like, he's got to do something here. This is not good for him. What's happening?
I'm still good to scrap.
I could have open attacked with the goat. That would have been fine too.
I'm glad for your help. There's much to learn in the field.
You seem like you've got a lot to learn.
The thing is, like, getting the gem... Oh, this is so stupid. It's probably best to just Fortune Croaker and chill. It's so awkward. This Boxtopus... There's so many plays here. This is weird. You can, like, Boxtopus into the Dragon Guard and then attack with Mountain Goat. Pretty much anything we could do would enable his removal. Now we're out of mana for Pale Cascade. Dude, this is such a weird game state.
Sapphire.
So now he's gemming. I think I just pass here and let the heal happen. I mean, the pressure is really on him. And, like, he can kill one of my units with Dragon Guard. He needs a Screeching Dragon now to really threaten the other unit.
Ready weapons.
No Screeching Dragon is good news for me. If he doesn't have a Screeching here, we're just golden. Shyvana's interesting. Shyvana's very interesting. This is so stupid. So this is round start, and this is round end. Shyvana's not getting... She's just buffing by herself. He's got 2 mana, but because he's got Stony Suppressor, that means he's tapped out of the range of single combat. So he's screwed. His Stony's... Like, I can just, like, block his Shyvana and kill it with a Pale Cascade. Right? So I think I just Monkey Idol here, don't I? To enable Pale Cascade. Do I kill Shyvana? Is Shyvana actually even worth killing? So many questions. If he challenges Monkey Idol, I'm laughing. He can't challenge Monkey Idol.
Follow where I can.
Wait, that's really funny. Wait a second. Hang on a second. Wait, that can't be right. So I block this to just get a damaged unit for free. And I think I just Pale my Monkey Idol now and completely ignore the Shyvana. He can't have a spell, except for maybe Ranger's Resolve. Because he can't play anything because of his Stony Suppressor. I think I just kill this Dragon Guard Lieutenant. It's actually kind of annoying. I'm pretty happy to just Pale for that. That looks fine. Interesting. It might have been better to play a second Star Spring just for acceleration. But the thing is, like, the acceleration from Star Spring doesn't really do that much. Also, we don't have enough room for the Monkey Idol if we do that. Because this Star Spring, like, you don't really need a second Star Spring. So this Star Shepherd is going to get really big, but we lose the Monkey Idol. See, now this is where board space really fucks us over. Oh, this board space. So now I need to trade down my board so I can start just Star Springing out of my mind. We're not going to kill the Stony Suppressor. I think the Stony Suppressor is fucking him more than us right now. I think I can open Gem on Boxtopus and threaten the Shyvana, actually. And force him to react. That looks good. And then I guess my Fortune Croaker can even attack here. No, because it's a damaged unit. It's a better block for him than my Mountain Goat. He's got 8 mana. He could have Judgment. We have to play around. No. He can't have Judgment because he has Stony Suppressor. So we do attack with a Croaker there. This is so weird. I think I really like Stony Suppressor as a card. It's really interesting and really high skill. I think a lot of people will play it too early like that. That's gonna happen a lot. Also, I'm pretty sure Monkey Idol is trash in this deck. Such a stupid deck.
Basically 1/8 gay.
I do love this playstyle. It is a really weird deck.
Keep it up.
Monkey Idol's insane. There's actually a chance it is better than Lounging Lizard, but it's gonna make a lot of plays really awkward. The fact that you have chump blockers is really nice. And we got a good hand. An acceptable hand. Sejuani Trundle. Wow. This is such a good emote just for saying hi. That's so nuts. Open mountain goat attack. We are open attackers. We do need aggression. I guess I just do this. I think, so it's Trundle. See, here's the problem. I say we need aggression, but we're not really killing him through health points, right? So we don't really need aggression. Are we ever killing this guy through health points? We do kind of want to threaten it. Or do we? I'm not even sure if it's worth threatening. So he's a slow deck. Trundle, Sejuani, Targon, right? He's not as slow as like Trundle, Asol, but it is a slow deck. It's something to potentially exploit. I don't think there's anything weird to do here. My health can't matter. Boxtopus next turn. Star Shepherd for aggression? Star Shepherd, Boxtopus, Gem. No, we still don't have enough aggression. But we want to like Boxtopus into Soraka, right? I think that's kind of crazy. Let's try that. Let's try that. He could gem his mountain goat. Oh, that's a weird pass. That had to have been an attack. We do have to develop into this, but he doesn't really have great options. I mean, he's bricked his own avalanche. If he's running mountain goat, he's not even an avalanche deck. And on turn 3, he really doesn't have anything great to play here. My Boxtopus can eat the mountain goat for free. He has to play a cheap thing or pass to represent Pale Cascade. And as soon as he represents Pale Cascade, I mean, our Boxtopus still kills his goat. Troll Chant is the scarier card, but Troll Chant doesn't kill my Boxtopus. So my Boxtopus, Soraka with Boxtopus will be a 3/4. Troll Chant keeps his alive and gets him a gem. Pale Cascade kills it. But I could also just burn his mana like a normal human being and just not give a shit. He hasn't ramped, so he has no Trundle here. Solari is super slow. I love that he just played that, I think. So we gotta watch out for Comet. And now it's basically time to just start springing.
Not all of us are immortal. Bask in her radiant blessing.
Could have written in the stars. Yeah, looks like it's time. We're just springers. Spring and Shepherd. We could try Shepherd. I mean, Shepherd... Yeah, Shepherd's kind of adorable here. Why the hell not? Optimizing this deck is an interesting puzzle. It really is. Because this is a very weird playstyle. I think I'd rather play Goat over Shepherd here, actually. Whoa. Wait, what? He didn't attack last time? I think I'm okay with this attack. Am I ever at risk of blocking with Soraka here, though? What's gonna happen if I block with Soraka? He needs, like, double Pale.
Go no further.
Fury? Oh, yeah, some people... Yeah, you actually could run Fury for the North in that deck. I don't think it's good, but you could run it. That could be slightly awkward, I guess. So Soul Shepherd's interesting, but it's never really gonna connect face, right? Feels like it has a really hard time actually connecting.
Master your healing.
I'm trying, but they keep wandering
If Soul
off.
Shepherd was a damaged unit instead. We just need ways for more healing. We can open with Gem. Soraka's basically leveling on this attack. That's kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy. So on turn 5, it's a Trundle Sejuani deck. You kind of always assume he's about to play Trundle, which means, presumably, you know, usually that means we're priced into open attacking. His goat has 4, so when we attack into it with a Boxtopus also has 4. Boxtopus will die unless we do something weird to try to keep it alive. The only question is, I mean, we could challenge the Solar Priestess instead. I actually think that's worth it, though. Makes us a little bit too vulnerable to stuff. So Soraka levels on this attack. We could also just gem the Soraka in the same action. A little bit better.
Say these were from the Protector himself.
And he's completely forced to block the Soul Shepherd here. But, I mean, he does have a pretty easy block.
We're all family here.
Live with purpose.
When will Star Shepherd ever nut? That's the real question. Oh shit, Soraka will draw on the turn she's leveled too. Yeah.
Believe or burn.
I don't think it really can be worth doing anything trolly here. I think we just let this all happen. Well, so our win condition is Starspring though. We really just want more damaged units. God, are we actually astraling? Just the Boxtopus? Just to keep an extra unit alive and damaged? Because, like, isn't this, like, the only thing that matters, actually? Doesn't nothing else matter? He's just gonna counter me. It's so easy for him to counter me with like, fucking anything. Like, like, he can Hush me and then still Trundle this turn. And if he's playing a Trundle Sejuani deck, this is the kind of player that is probably still gonna be running Hush in their decks. I think I'll just slow play and chill. 3 mana doesn't threaten too much. Go it a little harder. So we're at 6 out of 22. We can bank full though. So now we can keep our Soraka alive from basically anything. Like, if he tries to kill Soraka here, that's not going to work out. But because Starspring heals at the end of the turn... Oh yeah, that's... Ooh, this is not happening. Whatever your option here is no good. I've literally got double Astral, my guy. I mean, he's trolling if that's Avalanche.
A little luck.
What is his card that he would open attack there? Oh, he is trolling. Okay. So this is 4 heal immediately. Starspring goes to 11. I guess that's good enough for now. Bye, goat. So, we don't have a way for this Star Shepherd to actually connect face. If we Guiding Touch into a Boxtopus, we can literally just hit him next turn. I'm pretty sure... I don't know, I think Star Shepherd has to be bad in this deck. It seems kind of impossible for it to not be, unfortunately. We're just winning off of Starspring, right? Like, nothing weird is happening here. This is a full grant. So Soraka fully heals me and my supported ally. So basically, on our open attack, we're kind of dealing a shit ton of damage. He can't actually threaten the Soraka or anything. Zenith Blade, just for the Star Shepherd. The problem with that is really the way we're gonna be winning. Like in the same, so we really have to think about this differently, because it's the same hand states where Star Shepherd is nutting off that we don't really want to win off of Star Shepherd usually. It's like Star Shepherd is doing best when we have Starspring, and if we have Starspring, we're winning off of Starspring, right? So Starspring just went to 16. It looks like we're just winning this turn, basically. Okay. I'll allow it. Got a couple of gems. I mean, we could heal Boxtopus a few. Yeah, I mean, if we're going for more combo kills, we might need more ways of self-damaging. But yeah, Astral Protection is a lot better in this deck than I give it credit for sure. I mean, I just want to damage at round start, right? I just want damaged units. That's all I care about. So he's basically on a 1-turn clock to kill me. It's a deck that has a tempo direction, a looming win condition. It really, like, Starspring does really fuck a lot of the slow decks. Like, even if we run out of steam, Starspring basically says, you're dead if you don't kill me next turn. Or unless you have unless you're running divergent paths, unless you're straight up trolling. Which, I mean, some people will be trolling. You could have won that turn. Oh, did we have like a lethal puzzle there? How do we win that turn? We would need 3 more heals. I don't think we could have won that turn. Unless I'm missing something. Astral? What do we heal with Astral? We don't have enough damaged units to win that turn. We need damage to heal things. Astral before Soraka full heals? Isn't that the same amount of healing though? Oh, you mean Astral the Shepherd to save it? Oh, I see. Okay. Like, Astral the Shepherd. Yeah. I could try to win that turn by doing that. That's interesting.
Live with purpose. Take heart.
Yeah, the way this deck is built, it's... Like, Astral Protection is very good, but only when we're not drawing. Yeah, I mean, we just need more damaged units, basically. We're at 21 out of 22, and we actually can't win without any self-damage. Of course, this doesn't matter. We can just, like, threaten something here. Like, he really just can't win this game still.
Hope only provides temporary sustenance, child.
So, when we're deck building, the most important thing to think about is, like, thinking about the idea of problem solving, right? And the biggest problem for this deck is the bad hands, where we don't draw Starspring or Soraka, right? When we're deck building, the most important thing is, like, when you're looking at this, I think a lot of people, their approach would be to, like, increase synergy levels, but that's not really the approach we want. We need ways of allowing this deck to perform well when we're not drawing these, or maybe making the draws happen more consistently, which is really difficult. Really, really difficult to make these draws happen more consistently. I mean, you can use Solari Priestess to try to get Soraka, but it's going to be really expensive and slow and inconsistent. How does he counter this? So I just basically Boxtopus like this guy. I mean, all I need is 1 more health. Starspring have to be played with Ionia for denies? No, we don't need denies. And, like, there's so many tempting cards for this deck that I just don't know if they would be relevant enough. Because, again, they're only helping when we're already drawing well, and they're hurting us when we're drawing poorly. Like, another good example, like, when we're looking at this situation, you might be inclined to say, ooh, we should run more self-damage. You know, because Tom is damaging self for a win here. Or we could run more self-damage to maybe help situations like this where we just need a damage unit. But in this game state, we've kind of already won, right? And closing it out faster doesn't really help us. What we really, really, really need is stuff that doesn't brick out harder. Like, for example, what's it called? Shakedown? Shakedown looks so tempting in this deck, doesn't it? It looks so nice. Because it's like, okay, that helps damage our units. It helps... We're challenging, like, here, I'll show Shakedown. We're making enemies vulnerable. We can open attack with this. It's nice and cheap. We can use it with Mountain Goat. It has so many synergies. And I'm not saying this card is bad, but, like, it makes this deck's problem worse, which is the bad hands where we're not hitting synergy. Like a lot worse. Shakedown gets really, really bad if we don't have, like, a game plan working. So... I wouldn't mind some draw. Honestly, I'm really contemplating, I know it looks weird, but like Pool Shark is really not bad. It has, it has the ability to heal, and it has the ability to help the draws be a little more consistent. The 1-2 Stalin is kind of all you want out of a 1-drop in a heal deck, because it just has the ability to heal right? And we're also, our deck curve's really low, so we'll be able to draw something that's cheap and that we can actually play. So I could run that over like Star Shepherd. Again, Star Shepherd doesn't really help the consistency nature of this deck very well, which is just what we want.
I'm basically.
And then the big question is, you know, divergent paths, right? Divergent paths. Because in theory, divergent paths can't help consistency. It can, right? Because it has the ability to draw your landmark. But we have to think, like, what are the matchups where drawing Starspring that late is actually what you want? And they do exist, but it would have to be a really slow matchup. We could also use, like, landmark destruction. Excuse me? Servers just crashed. Don't log out or you're done. You won't be able to get back in now. Ooh. That's awkward. Whoops! Have you ever seen Moana? The giant shiny crab always reminds me of you. What? What the fuck? Excuse me? Please play ranked. Ranked, oh, did they, is ranked out? Yeah, I guess ranked has been live for, now, right? Okay, let's play ranked. Yeah, let's play ranked.
I'm basically 1/8 gay.
Yo, Mr. Comic Suit, what's up, man? All right, we're playing ranked, and yeah, we'll play around with the Soraka concept. Let's think about like where we're at. I really don't miss Mentor of the Stones. Mentor of the Stones felt pretty bad in this list. We really just don't need that many gems, and like the 3-drop slot is pretty contested here. There's that 3/3/3 that gives you like the 1 mana token spell of just fully heal something, which I think I don't really love either. What's the biggest thing the devs could do in the next 6 months to make the game better in long term? Well, that's a good question. I do think something needs to be looked at with like the expansion, like the way they're compartmentalizing expansions. It's early to say exactly what the best solution should be there, though. I don't know. The single best thing, there's a lot of little things. I do think it's like the next region is really important, making sure that it has like a kind of cohesive and interesting identity. I think that one of the biggest issues in the game right now is there's not enough like unique game plans that feel like they're working. There's too many counters to unique game plans, and also unique game plans are a little weaker on their own. Like when you build around the deck trying to do a specific thing, it usually has a really hard time being consistent, right? So I think just building in some more ways, like buffing, taking cards that are pretty weak, that are, honestly, Vlad is an easy example just because like everyone knows about Vlad. Everyone knows Vlad is kind of like a weak meme card.
Always reminds me of you.
Fuck you, dude. But yeah, like taking cards like that and buffing them or giving them, honestly, more cohesiveness. I would say Vlad is a pretty incoherent deck, and I wouldn't say needs like a number buff, but needs kind of like a slight rework in terms of like just its ability to make sense as a tech. It's a really weird deck. It's not really trying to do one thing. It's trying to do, it's really all over the place, right? When you look at a Vlad deck, in some cases it's trying to be like this weird semi-aggro thing. In some cases it's trying to be like a might over the top combo. In some ways it's trying to be like a weird burn deck. In some ways it's trying to be like a control deck because you're healing. It's just way all over the place, and the support cards don't really help that. Like Crimson Curator gives you outgrind, but the way the deck is, the deck isn't built to want or need outgrind. It just needs like a couple of the key components need to be reworked for viability. I think that's probably the easiest thing to do, because there's a lot of cards that are already existing in the game that just need like, pretty big buffs. I like the idea of bold buffs. I know this is like this is an awkward time to talk about it because Lee Sin got buffed in a bold way, and obviously it's like a pretty cancerous deck right now. I think I prefer overall bold buffs are better than timid buffs, and sometimes that means that every once in a while there will be a Lee Sin for a month, and I think that's okay. That's worth it for the exchange, which is gonna be a hot take right now because a lot of people are just tilted by Lee Sin right now, but I think a bigger problem is when buffs are kind of too timid and a lot of things kind of stagnate and a lot of weak decks just kind of like feel like they're kept under forever. So the servers are in the process of coming right up right now. I don't know what to do in the meantime. What about ephemerals? Yeah, ephemerals are another good example. Ephemerals feel like they just don't really have any cards that really make sense. I like the idea of cards that are able to literally sort of like change the game in a major way. It's not okay, dude. Lee Sin metas are so bad. Okay, so like I agree with that. It's not ideal. Don't get me wrong. Like, so when you look at it long term, they buff Lee Sin. I'm not saying that's ideal. I'm not saying they should aim to make something overpowered like that. But on the road to like try to make underpowered things viable, if you can either aim high or you can aim low. If you aim high, you always have a chance of, you know, succeeding. If you aim high, the penalty for messing up is, I think, a bit worse than the penalty for messing up if you aim low, but it's gonna be harder to hit. Like, it's harder to make something like really, really OP. And also the upside is better. Cause like, okay, so yeah, this is the worst case scenario. This is right now the worst case scenario, which is we've had to deal with Lee Sin being kind of OP for a month. But once they nerf Lee Sin, unless they nuke it from orbit, we'll have a deck that is new and interesting, and we haven't really had it before, that will remain kind of viable. Hopefully there will be different ways to build it. I think one of the biggest crimes with Lee Sin right now is that you can kind of only build it in one deck, and there's not, like, Lee Sin Freljord should be viable, and it isn't, right? And I don't think it should be tier 0, but Lee Sin should have viable opportunities that aren't just one broken ass busted deck, right? So that we can do a lot of cool things. And like, when you look at it all, after you deal with like the 1 month of something being broken, you end up, it's like 2 steps, it's like 1 step backwards, 2 steps forwards, you know? Like, there's some things that are literally just kind of the price of progress. Whereas if you don't make bold moves as a developer, you're never really moving forward. Like, when we look at all the buffs in the past, a lot of them have been very, very timid, to the point where like it feels like a lot of the cards that have been weak from the start of the game, for literally a year now. Most of the cards that have been weak have literally just stayed weak this entire time. Even they've buffed Vlad like twice, by the way. You guys probably don't even remember this because they've been tiny little timid buffs that don't really help with anything, right? And all I'm saying is I think that bold buffs are better than really timid buffs in general. Now, that's an extremely broad generalization. And don't get me wrong, in an ideal world, buffs would always hit the mark and you would never underbuff or overbuff. But at the very least, like, it's better. It's worse in the short term to do bold buffs, but it's better in the long term. Because there's nothing worse in the long term than the meta just staying the same for a long time. And like new and interesting ways of playing not emerge. Watch the new trailer. Yeah. I mean, I guess I can do that because it looks like there's literally nothing else to be doing right now because the servers seem down. Is it on the Twitter? Let me see if I can pull it up. Dragons good or bad? Dragons are pretty good. Let's go ahead and let's check out this trailer. I'm pretty excited. I do like this this expansion right now overall. That being said, now that ranked is out, there's probably gonna be a lot of sweaty tryhards playing like aggro and Lee Sin, and that might be awkward. Oh, I love fucking dubstep. This isn't dubstep. I know. Wait, am I dumb? Where was Soraka? I saw like Tom Kench and I saw Shyvana. Was Soraka not cool enough to be... I just saw those two. She was in the very beginning. Yeah, but it wasn't like... She didn't have the big flashy like 20-second animation. It was... It wasn't the same entrance. Like, she was at the start, but it wasn't like a cool own thing, right? Alright, guys. You know, what would be pretty cool is trying to make like a Vaults of Helia deck as well. I think a lot of people are definitely overrating that card, but don't get me wrong. I'm not going to say it doesn't have potential, because it does. Oh, there we go. Ah, fuck you too, game. I got fucking debated, dude. Holy shit. Oh. All right. I mean, I feel close. Well, Swim, they couldn't spend 30 seconds throwing off her thighs. It is a children's card game after all. Eh, they totally could, though. So in terms of, like, where I'm at right now in my head for the tournament, I do need to try out Lee Sin Soraka. I'm going to have to decide if Soraka is better for Lee Sin than Diana. That's, like, a big question right now. The fact that extra Dianas turn into Pale Cascades is a really big deal. And the fact that extra Sorakas turn into bricks sucks. If I had to guess, I would say the Lee Sin deck doesn't really change. I would say that Diana is probably better than Soraka in that deck. Soraka's massive Fudo horsecock would show. What, if they, you know, went a little closer? Yeah. That's got to be a pretty common Fuda champion in this game, right? What are, like... I know about Dota. Like, in Dota, like, you know, it was very much Templar Assassin, had all the Fuda, you know, Rule 34. Quap did a little bit. In League, what are the most, like, commonly Fuda champions? Because I'm curious. Soraka, I'm sure, is one, yeah. Ari, that would surprise me. Really? Really? Vi? Ari? Really? So many of you guys are saying Ari. That, I don't even want to see that. That just, like, Ari doesn't have the disposition for a good Fuda. And I'm a bit of a connoisseur, I'll have you know. Misfortune? I could kind of see Misfortune a bit. I could see that. Y'all put Annie, what is wrong with you? Oh god, are people saying Annie? Jesus Christ, guys. Abort! Abort! I do not want to see that. Alright, well, I mean, what the hell else do we have to talk about? We've talked about some of the bad decks. Overall, here's an interesting question. So, I think one thing that's going to happen is, like, aggro will always be good. There will have to be some kind of good aggro deck. And I do think that... I mean, Soraka decks do pretty well against aggro. The big question is, what's the best Soraka deck? I suspect it's not Lee Sin. I suspect it's not Lee Sin. And if it's not Lee Sin... I don't know. Soraka Braum. That just feels so awkward. I don't like Soraka Braum. Soraka Fiora? You know what? I can't necessarily... Yeah, that's gonna be bad. There's no way. So, Soraka is a weird card where I do think, in theory, she's pretty good. But this is why I feel like Soraka is being a little overrated right now. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying she's non-competitive. But I don't think she's going to be tier 1. That's my prediction. I might be wrong. But even though she's good in a vacuum, it does feel like she has a hard time fitting into decks, you know? Like, when you actually try to build around her, She ends up feeling clunkier than she looks in a vacuum. She ends up being kind of like a mid-game draw engine. To get more value out of her than just being a mid-game draw engine, you need to build around her, and that's always going to be unreliable. So you do want to build a bit like lower synergy, I think. All right, so we've been out in the cold for a while now.
Can't get enough of that food Annie on Timber action.
Food Annie. Look, guys, I'm into a lot of weird shit. I'm a pretty degenerate individual, but I have my limits. I draw the line at Fuda Annie. Okay? We're not doing that. We're not doing Fuda Annie. How good is Asol right now? I want to try Asol. I do think Trundle Asol is actually pretty good. It's at least a tier 2 deck. I think that Trundle Asol is solid. I think that people running Shyvana with Asol are trolls. I think that's a big role play. There's no real synergy between Shyvana and Asol. Like, they both have the dragon tag. It's like Control F deck building, right? It's like, this card says dragon and this card says dragon, so let's run them together. In reality, it makes no sense. Like, Asol is a card you kind of want to stall and ramp into, and it's like a win condition for a deck that doesn't otherwise have one. Shyvana is like a tempo mid-range card that kind of wants to punch the opponent, and if you're looking for late game over the top, there's better options than Asol, right? So I don't like, it's a different deck, but I will say Asol in a Trundle ramp deck is going to be pretty good right now. It unironically might end up being tier 1. Could be, who knows? I'm not saying it is tier 1, but it's right now it's tier 2 with the unironic potential to be there. Like, Eclipse Dragon is actually a little crazy for the ability to play Asol a turn early. Like, that is a nuts tool for the ramp Asol deck. Eclipse Dragon fits into that so fucking well. It's so crazy. How is Tom? About what everyone expected. Tom is a polarizing card. I mean, there will be board states where Tom does kind of win you the game. And there will be just too many times where he kind of blanks out. So the question is, can we build around Tom? Can we, like, protect our Tom? And the answer is, like, man, when Bastion was 3 mana, it was a lot more viable. It feels really hard to actually, like, just stick a Tom and protect it and go all in. Like, you will win some games off of that, but it just feels like it's not going to be the best answer. What's the best deck for Stony Sculptor or Stony Suppressor? Great question. That's actually a really, really great question. Right now, people are figuring it out. I think I'd pretty happily run it in some kind of like Bannerman tempo deck. Could be run in a lot of different ways. I like, MF Lucian just throwing Stony Suppressor in there. Could be sweet. And now that Genevieve has lost 1 health, I could see running Cythria over Genevieve. That's going to be pretty close. Stony Suppressor is a kind of crazy card. Like, when you look at its matchup tables, it's a little bit weak against aggro, and it's pretty weak in the mirror, but it's kind of crazy. It sometimes will literally just win you the game against Lee Sin or against something like a spell deck like War Mothers. Like, War Mothers actually gets so fucked by that card, it's ridiculous. It's so silly. The big question is, what's the... Oh, please, please, don't debate me. Please, do not kick me. Why? Oh, God, what happened? It's okay, guys. Riot is a small indie company. Okay, Jesus Christ. A good player would have logged in by now. Is it working on the other servers? Streamers should have VIP accounts. Yeah, where are my streamer privileges? Exactly. I kind of like... It can't actually be much longer, right? The problem is my EU account doesn't actually have like any of the cards. I can just talk. It literally can't be more than another few minutes. There's no possible way. Like, this has happened before in other expansions and stuff, and it doesn't take that long. Because we can just talk about like some of the new strategies anyway. So yeah, I think overall my meta impressions are basically the same as they were a few days ago. When people are tryharding on ladder, so here's something that's really important to realize. Whenever ranked ladder resets, what you'll see is you'll see a lot of aggro, because aggro climbs fast and people are just gonna climb fast. That's it, right? Like, faster games lead to faster climbs in any, regardless of what the meta will end up being. At the start of a ladder reset, people will spam a lot of aggro. Please hold. Should I just sit here? Should I just not touch anything for a second? There's no logical reason why that would help, but it's like a kind of superstitious, like, what if I just don't press my deck builder immediately? Could that, I can pull some very bizarre logical reason why that could help. Grab loot? Grabbing loot sounds like a terrible idea. I think the best idea is to try to get into a game as fast as possible. I just speedrun it. Are we in? Are we good? Are we good? I think I might be done with the Soraka thing pretty soon though, by the way. You can't buy cards or it kicks you out. Yeah, I can't try to buy cards. I'm not going to try to get loot or claim anything on this account. I'm just going to try to jump in with these decks. I'm not even going to try to make decks right now. I just want to run it. Can dragons beat Lee? Oh, please. Please don't kick me. As long as it doesn't kick me, I'm good. I don't even mind if we just sit here and it can't queue. I just want to be in the game. I just don't want it to kick me. Lee should do pretty well against dragons. The one thing is, like, Stony Suppressor might be really good. So Stony Suppressor is kind of a crazy card. Let's talk about this. Stony Suppressor. Okay, I can't craft this. It might kick me out if I do. Stony Suppressor might literally be meta defining. The biggest issue with this card, so I see Stony Suppressor. You know what Stony Suppressor is to me? It's very similar to, and this is weird. I'm comparing a specific aspect of this card, which is Relentless Pursuit, which is a card that, in theory, is like a really crazy card. They're both Demacia cards. They'll hit decks in sort of similar ways, but basically they're very crazy card in specific matchups. But in the mirror, they brick out hard. And they're balanced around that. Like, this card looks really, really insane because it literally auto-wins some matchups. But in the mirror, you really don't want to be the one holding on to it. And in, like, Demacia mirrors, a vanilla 1/3 that has a symmetrical effect is really going to be a big downside in a similar way to Relentless Pursuit. A very, very similar way. Like, so it'll have similar deck building implications where it looks nuts and it will auto-win certain things. It's a great tech card. You often don't want to play this on curve, actually. Against the lead deck, you might have to play it on curve, but against like a War Mother's deck, you might possibly be inclined to play it a little bit later. It really depends on like what your board is and what your options are. You might play a 2-drop instead, and then just play Stony Suppressor a little bit later. Why is it meta defining? The ability to make spells cost 1 more is really crazy because some of the best decks in the game right now, Lee Sin and War Mothers, are 2 of the strongest decks on ladder right now. And this card shuts them down. Now, Lee Sin can't kill this card. If you have drawn Lee Sin and you challenge it, or if you have like a Sonic Wave, you can maybe just kill this card. But if you do that, and if it gets stopped, like if Demacia has a way to protect it for just that one attack, that's fucked. Like, as soon as you, or if you don't draw Lee Sin. Because a very common way the Lee Sin deck plays, by the way, is like, you don't draw Lee Sin on curve, and sometimes you just have to just chill there and play spells and wait for the lead to show up, and you're using your spells to draw so that you can get Lee Sin later. And like, if you haven't drawn Lee Sin and you can't really kill my suppressor, I turn your bad hand into a lose, which is crazy. And it's in the perfect region too. It's in Demacia, which is the region that doesn't really need to be here. War Mother's deck legit can't kill it. Yeah, they have to use like a grasp or something like terrible to kill us, right? Like, when we go into the late turns and when I just play a Stony Suppressor or I play it in the mid game, you're fucked. Like, your War Mothers is 13 mana. You're like, I can make your Catalyst 6 mana. I can make all your Vile Feasts like 3 mana. Like, this is just a crazy effect. And don't get me wrong, it's not going to be like an auto-include 3 of tier 0 keeps other things at bay, but it will, to a degree, define the meta a bit. It will have the ability to just, its presence in the card pool will make some things passively a bit worse. That will happen. Will Stony Suppressor be bad in a Lux deck? I'm pretty sure that would be horrible. I don't know. Actually, that might be fine, which is kind of crazy. Like, the thing is, in a Lux deck, you can't just leave it in your hand and wait. Like, against War Mothers and Lee, they still have to kill it before you do. Because you can play some units. And against other matchups, you just kind of don't have to play it. It could honestly be totally fine in a Lux deck, which is weird. But just because of how it works, just because you don't have to play it, it could be fine. Lux deck wants more 6-mana spells. It makes Concerted Strike become 6 mana. No. That's bad. Don't do that. I mean, you can run Stony Suppressor in a Lux deck, and in a very rare situation, its ability to make like a Concerted Strike 6 mana will actually matter, but don't go out of your way to build with that in mind, and don't go out of your way to play with that in mind. You're making your Final Sparks cost 1 mana, and you're making all your spells cost more mana. That's not good. You don't want that. It's kind of like the old meme of like Detain and then Purify the Detain, which is to say it's not a bad combo, but okay, it is kind of a weak combo, but because they're both individually good cards, you can run them together, and every, 300 games it'll happen sometimes that you do that combo, but just don't go out of your way for it, because it's not really a valuable combo. It's something that will, in niche situations, actually make some amount of sense. Play Labs? I wonder if Labs can work. I mean, if matchmaking is down, then Labs can't work, right? Or maybe it's just ranked. Let's try ranked this last time, and if it kicks me out, then I'll try normals. Because, I mean, they did just reset ranked ladder, so it's possible this is some weird bug that only affects ranked ladder? That wouldn't make that much sense, but I guess it could. You're the only person online in the server? Yeah, it might just be. You're playing normals now? Oh yeah, I am playing normals now. You're right. That's a very good point. Looks like I'm literally the only person online in the NA server, guys. Looks like it's literally just me. Versus AI. The AI in this game is like really, really weak. Let's try Labs. Let's try the Howling Abyss lab. That sounds fun. Everyone else is trying to craft cards, and they're just getting kicked. Maybe I am supposed to try ranked. Maybe ranked works and normals doesn't. Okay, so matchmaking, maybe that's the secret. So I go versus players, and I go ranked. Maybe this will work. Wouldn't that be the fucking twist, huh? Let's play Elawar in chat. Okay, I play a 2-2 Cytheria turn 1. Alright, I play Krusty Codger turn 1. Back to you. Okay, he passes. Guys, I'm assuming we're both... It was my assumption we were both passing turn 1 at 0 mana. Unless you were playing Caustic Casks. I was asking what we're doing on turn 2. We might be able to edit this still without crafting new cards. Oh yeah, what caused us to crash in the first place? It was just the timing of it. But when we crashed, we were taking out Star Shepherds for Pool Sharks. I remember now. Honestly, it feels so hard for Star Spring to work without these cards. In my head, like, how do you get a board of damaged units early? There's no way to get to early on with tempo have a board of damaged units. It's actually impossible. Like, you can do it in the mid game with some weird stuff like Tarkaz. Like, you know, you've got ways of doing it. You've got Ember Maiden, you've got Avalanche, you've got Crimson stuff, like Crimson Awakener, but it's just like really, really slow. And when you look at like Krusty Codger, Box Tippus, and Fortune Croaker, these 3 cards are so ridiculously efficient at providing like damaged bodies on boards to heal. Like, you just get them out early. The thing is, when I play like the Crimson cards, they don't do that early or efficiently. Crimson Curator is a 3-mana 3/3 that doesn't even trigger any damaged things. It's so slow. It's so slow. And like Codger, Box Tippus, and Fortune Croaker, these 3 cards are all just kind of insane. Bilgewater is also just generally a power region. It's got access to some pretty solid cards that we're not really using. But I mean, if we wanted to use them, it would make the deck better. So what are we doing? How do we make this better? Hired Gun has to be good in this deck, right? I see kind of no possible way Hired Gun doesn't make this list. Hired Gun literally has to be in this list. I'm so concerned that if I edit the list, it'll kick me out. If I save these changes instead of discarding, I think it might literally kick me out. I have a list for this. Oh, I'll look at yours, press pick. The biggest question is like, do we go into TF? I honestly, now that Bastion got nerfed, I actually don't know if I can even try for a TF win con. All right, matchmaking has failed. Let me try to edit the deck and see if it works. It is very trolly to not run Hired Gun in this deck. Hired Gun is great. You could even do some weird stuff. Like any unit that has high health stat lines. Tiari the Traveler can't be good. That has to be bad. But Hired Gun's nuts. Like, giving something vulnerable is great. A 2/3 stat line is great. This is literally like the perfect Hired Gun deck. Absolutely perfect Hired Gun deck. In every way. So yeah, 3 Hired Gun is easy. Full 3 of. And we did want more proactive 2-drops anyway. Star Shepherd might be trolly. Yeah, this deck just wants to, like, just go full tempo, really. This card is, like, so fucking baity, right? I think there's nothing about Spring Guardian that looks good to me, actually. Zenith Blade's actually not even that bad, man. Nah, just kidding. It is. Is there anything we could go for in these kinds of like mana ranges? I could run a couple 5s. Like there's some of these aren't bad. Like there's reasons to run stuff like Jack the Wiener. I think Jack is trolly here. It really doesn't get you what you need. Resplendent Stellacorn. Ooh. This deck really needs more damaged units and less heal sources. And I don't know if I need to heal face. But God, I could actually consider Stellacorn. Oh, and then there's Citrus Courier. Wow. Honestly, the more I play this list out, the more Citrus Courier could actually hit it. Which is kind of crazy. So here's Precipix version. Wow, it's really much heavier into the Bilgewater cards than mine. I'll pull this up here since apparently we can't play any games anyway. But that's fine because, I mean, to be honest, it's probably better like this because I do need to think more about the deck building aspects because I have a decent sample size. I actually do have a good idea of how this plays out. So this one leans into like Rex. How are we triggering Rex? Ooh, Rex is going to be tricky to trigger here. Rex is going to be bricked. I think I don't mind leaning into the Rex direction, but there's way too many situations where you're not going to be able to activate Rex. That needs a tweak. Because like Lounging Lizard and Jack I don't think is enough to be reliable. Three Star Shepherd. Running 0 Gift Giver. Full Star Shepherd over Gift Giver. No gems at all. I think you, yeah, I'm not a big fan of this direction overall. Obviously, I mean, it's better than running Tom Kench, but I actually want to go less into Bilgewater cards, and I do want some amount of gems, because I think, like, Soraka is very dependent on, like, literally just, like, so gems have pretty big diminishing returns. Like, you don't want a hand that's full of gems, but the ability to have, like, one gem reliably is actually really valuable, like, really valuable. And I think this deck does want to curve pretty low. So I don't know whether it's like maybe Goat or Gift Giver, but I really do want to have some kind of gem presence in this deck for sure. And I don't mind going heavy on 1-drops because I think this is kind of a tempo deck. Rex also feels like, I don't know if, like, I like Rex as a card, but I really don't think it works in a deck like this in general. Because the whole point of, it's kind of fulfilling the same thing as Starspring. What Starspring does is it takes like early dominance and translates it into late game dominance, because like it puts the game on a clock already. It's sort of like overlapping its role with Rex in that way. We're in Bilge without Rex? Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, I really don't think Rex is a good card, but it's not just like an unconditional auto include at all. I think there's plenty of reasons to be in Bilge without Rex. Completely depends on the kind of deck, and this kind of deck doesn't want to run Rex at all. I'm pretty firm on that personally. And yeah, I'm a really big fan of the hired gun, which I wasn't running until now. This version isn't running it either. Let's see how we can fit this in. I'm still not sure how I feel about Star Shepherd. Well, this version's also, your version's not running Broadback Protector? Damn, I think that's insane, dude. I think Broadback Protector is like single-handedly how this deck beats aggro. Yeah. I might try out Shakedown though. I think that's one thing that could be a little bit more awkward. Play early for the board and you beat aggro. Oh, that might be true. I mean, I still want additional options though. I could possibly see cutting Broadback Protector down maybe to a 2-of. I know Marcus was running 2 Broadback Protector in his version. Interesting. Very interesting. I mean, what else could we do here? Monkaddle is maybe just very bad. It's pretty close to Lounging Lizard, honestly. I'm pretty sure it's worse than Lounging Lizard, but I don't know. It's kind of funny. Monkaddle kind of has to be worse than Lounging Lizard. Like, the board space is literally the only reason. If this didn't fuck with board space as like a just insane lose condition in and of itself, I think it'd be fine. But it kind of does, and that's a real issue. I wonder about Star Shepherd. Do have a lot of 2-drops at this point. Run something like this. Let's see if the ladder is even up. It's been a few minutes. Time to try again. Add Slotbot plus gems. Honestly, I literally considered Slotbot in this deck. It's not even that bad. If you don't want to run Rex, you still want to run Jack. Jack's all right. I'm pretty down to run Jack in this deck. The biggest problem I have with Jack is it feels like he might be, I guess, slightly win more. TF can help slow it down. So your version has no draw cards either. So it's using like a non-committal TF. I think if I'm editing... I don't. The really big question with this deck is actually this card, Divergent Paths, because like the more I look at the deck, the more I look at the matchups. There's some matchups where if I have a good hand that doesn't have Starspring against the matchup that can't deal with Starspring, Divergent Paths is just like a win game button. However, it's also like a complete blank in most situations. Do you know if Soraka Starspring works with regenerating units? Yes, regen works with it. which is a little crazy. Maybe one of Divergent Paths. If I'm running this card, it is a one of. It's not more than one, but I don't know if I can even fit one in. And I unironically, like, I'm very serious when I say, like, I think it's actually possible for Tom to be ahead of TF here. I really do think that. If we're not using TF for the level up, I can go like 2 Soraka, or 3 Soraka, 2 Tom, 1 TF. TF hurts. TF does fall off a little bit. We could go for like an elusive side plan package. How viable are elusives going to be? Not really. This deck doesn't even spam spells for Fizz. I just found a game in normal. Give it a try. All right, let's try again. Let's try again. Like, I can't 100% rule out Tahm Kench in this deck. I mean, I can like 99% rule it out. In certain metas, Tahm Kench could actually make sense. In certain metas. It would be a very specific meta. It would be a very specific meta. Bubble Bear. I mean, Bubble Bear unironically makes some sense here, right? It's like a health total that is just a blocker that has high health. That, like, Bubble Bear is kind of like a 2-mana Tahm Kench, right? When you think about it. Tom sucks. I'm pretty confident I agree. Tom kind of has to suck, right? I wouldn't mind Leona in this deck. She just slows down the game with a pretty good stat line. What if Daybreak could actually be kind of like a side plan here? I could actually, like, you could almost make this like a full Daybreak deck. Actually, like, I'm not even joking. Because Daybreak package is pretty small. It's not as big as it seems. It's just like, kind of just like 4 cards. It would be better than Tom. And I think the only way we'd be able to fit it in is if we don't really want the broadbacked. This looks all right. Sounds garbage. Really? You guys don't like Daybreak here? Because the Daybreak cards naturally work well with our game plan, right? They just are healable stat lines that give a little bit of proactive pressure in an alt win condition when we're not drawing the heal. They look all right. The thing is, like, it's really hard to marry this concept with something else very well. That is an inherent awkwardness with this strategy. Like, I don't think TF is going to be nuts here. Like, we're not really going to be able to play for the TF win condition. We don't really have access to the draw we want. And these stat lines are great for what we want right now. If we don't need red card against aggro, Leona's kind of just like a much better TF. If we don't need red card.
I'm basically
because having like healable stat lines is really, really important for how this deck plays out. Like, insanely important. Having a 5 health unit that we play on turn 4 versus a TF is a huge upgrade if we don't need red card. And I do think we don't really need red card. Ellen's winning every game specifically with Tom. I do think Tom is a bit underrated. I don't think Tom is a bad card at all. Well, okay, I shouldn't say that. I do think Tom is viable. I think long term he will have to go. But I do think he's not complete trash. He actually does have the ability to win some games. Viable is a good way of putting it. Viable. I think Tahm Kench will win a lot of games in the early days of the patch, and then when players like play more refined decks and also start playing around him more, he'll start losing a lot more. He's that kind of card that, yeah, will win a decent amount of games on like day 1 in these kinds of environments. God, could I just play Fortune Croaker on turn 2? I think this deck has the mulligan pretty aggressively though. I mean, you got a hand. When you got a hand, you got a hand, you know? This is Tahm Kench Ash. This is an interesting one. This is a very, very, very interesting one. I mean, the biggest thing is hired gun. Oh, he's Poro emoting me? Oh. Dude, that smells like a hired gun so much. Pass on turn 2 into Poro emote. Who is this? Would he really do that? Would he actually do that? I get so cucked by a hired gun. And I don't mind banking the 2 mana. Who runs Hired Gun in this deck? Tom, Kench, Ash? Who the fuck is running Hired Gun here? Don't be a puss. I agree! We can't be a puss, guys. We cannot be a puss. This is a sick Hired Gun. Wow, nice hands.
Who's on top of the bounty board today?
So it's pretty easy for him to have like a combat trick, but I still have a valued attack here, I think. Like his brick is too bad and Fury is pretty excessive here. Like Fury would not feel good for him. And now I get another damage unit for Star Spring. I mean, off of that start, I feel pretty good. I don't know. I unironically don't really like TF in this deck. Like, Tom might make more sense than TF. I think TF is just, like, a little too slow for how this deck wants to play. I guess I'm just playing Soraka here.
My own.
Like, is there anything that really punishes this? Because Soraka will draw... Because this is round end, so Soraka will draw off of this heal already. We have to watch out for Take Heart. So Soraka draws at the end of my turn off of that heal. I mean, he's just dead to this Star Spring, right? Isn't he? Like, he looks a little fucked here. It looks like I have a solid open attack. He needs like multi-tricks. I have a decent hand. His health has a hard time mattering.
Time to enjoy the night sky.
He has to know his health has a hard time mattering. His hand is going to be pretty tricky. But his blocks are also pretty bad too. How would he kill my Soraka here? That would be really hard for him to do. I think I actually do want to do a full attack here. This looks good.
You pay first.
I mean, we're not really losing to like Avalanche or anything. This is great. Ding, ding, ding. Wait, what made that noise? Was that just like the Codger sound? So he's got his own Tom on the board, and that threatens what, the Soraka? So I play my own Tom. If he Toms my Tom, then we're in trouble, right? And he's got first action. But I will get the Acquired Taste in my hands. But if he Toms my Tom, then I don't have anything to use it on. But if he Toms my Tom, then he doesn't get to Tom my Soraka or anything else. I mean, forcing it away from my Soraka does have value, right? Okay, we'll do it. I think Hired Gun is... I keep saying this, but Hired Gun is one of the most important cards in this kind of deck. I'm quite certain of that. Hired Gun actually... This is like the... Hired Gun is a great card in general, and this is like the single best deck to fully unlock Hired Gun's potential. Straight up. I mean, does he really have an attack here? He shouldn't. I can, like, overwrite this Hired Gun, right? I just want to give Tom Vulnerable. There's some value in that.
Come on in.
And now I think I overwrite Hired Gun with Fortune Croaker, generate more damaged units. So if I play the Broadback Protector, it's not a damaged unit this turn. It's a damaged unit next turn, and his Tom can just eat it, which is a bit of an issue. So I think, yeah, the best thing to do is to just Fortune Croaker. Overwrite this, damage this, right? Kind of has to be.
Well, you already got the pot boiling. Yes, but not for you.
So this is 9 out of 22, and I feel like the Star Spring is just going to win me this game now. Like, it feels really hard for him to beat the Star Spring now with this kind of board state. We delayed his ability to eat my Soraka by 1 turn, which actually matters. And if we want to, there's probably ways of threatening the Tahm Kench here. Without Pale Cascade, I guess we have nothing. But his health also matters in a way that's going to be really hard to protect. We do need to trade down our board and force more units to be in heal range. Yeah, I guess I just kind of open attack with everything, right? I don't think there's really a big downside to this. Like, we're forcing his 2-2 to block. I mean, if he's smart, he's just not going to block with his 2-2. Yeah, this is a shit attack. Maybe we can just, like, solo this attack? This is so weird. It looks weird, I know. But, like, if I attack with the others, he'll kill one of my units for free with his 3-3. The damage here, like, I think it's literally impossible for his face damage to matter because my Star Spring is 14, and he has to know that, too. Like, the full attack literally accomplishes nothing here. Like, actually nothing. I just want to generate a damaged unit so that I can heal and draw a card with my Soraka. I actually, it's the first time you damage. So does that mean my second Soraka might actually be able to get the draw too? I'm not actually sure how that works. It's kind of implies that we can't. We'll see though. But yeah, we're just winning off of the Star Spring here, nothing else. That is the awkwardness. We do kind of need to like generate enough damage on our units. And these are the kind of hand states where, yeah, like Jack is pretty important for sure. Like Jack over this TF would actually put some real pressure on. But I don't see how he wins. We're 16 out of 22. Broadback is so awkward. The fact that it doesn't damage that turn, but it damages a turn later is actually just kind of a mess. I think I just play my cards that damage myself and just kind of slowly win off of them. Yeah, his health is never gonna matter. I'm never killing him through health. I'm just like overriding. This is such a weird playstyle. But yeah, I mean, what does he do? He can't win. Broadback blows here. It does blow here. It's very possible Broadback is definitely not good in this deck. I'm very, very open to that one in particular. Like I think Broadback would be so good if it damaged on round end, but because it damaged on round start, it's so much more limited than it should be, right? It ends up a really, really limited card. I want something flexible. What you want is some kind of removal that you can use on your own units. I think that's what you want. The biggest problem with Shakedown... I think Hired Gun makes Shakedown better. Because, like, being able to have a 2-3 on board, like, having more stat lines that can survive Shakedown make it a bit more viable. It just feels hard. The thing is, I'm never really in a hurry to win with Star Spring. And I shouldn't say never, but most of the situations where I will want to be trying to win with Star Spring, I don't need to accelerate it that much faster, right? We can just kind of wait. Monkey Idol's definitely worse than Lizard, though. I mean, that's for sure true. Tahm Kench was just kind of like bait there. Tahm Kench does enable for more damaged units. Brokeback wouldn't even work here because you have no Nexus damage. Wait, does it not even damage itself if I have no Nexus damage? Interesting. It's kind of crazy. I might run Divergent Paths. I'm seeing a lot of games where even paying 5 mana for a Star Spring just to have it on turn 3 would actually win me the game. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. Like, that tempo loss in a deck that is kind of like fundamentally a tempo deck. Wow. Wow, Trundle Targon. So there's two approaches to this. I go for the aggro game plan and just keep this hand, or I go for the Star Spring game plan and try to mulligan a bit more aggressively. Or we just get a surrender on turn 2 and just take a win. Okay, we're climbing. I gotta say, Tom Kench is feeling fine in this deck. Not running any card above 4 mana is crazy. This deck has a lot of draw, and so the nature of this deck, it's really important to identify. There's a certain pattern of card, and you'll identify this in a lot of card games, which is a card that allows for a transference of early game value into late game value. And what we have there is, yeah, we've got Star Spring, and Soraka as well. Like, we have so much draw, and we have so much ability to, like, basically turn our early game dominance into a late game win that I don't actually want those cards. I could have, like, 1 or 2, but, like, for example, I could run 1 or 2 jacks, but I don't think it's crazy to have nothing. I don't think I keep Soraka in this hand. Am I nuts? I actively don't think I keep Soraka. I don't think Soraka really helps the nut draws. I think I just full mull. Like, it's because I don't have expensive cards that I can take plays like mulling there, which I think feel good. There's an argument to keeping the Gift Giver for sure.
That egg, did it move?
I think this is a deck that wants to curve really light. Really, really, really light. I think that's actually a really important aspect of this. Weird. Really, really weird one. I guess I'll play this. Being able to block this is useful. Going into spell mana right now does nothing.
Not my first gunfight.
There's a consideration that we don't actually want to play Lounging Lizard this early at all. Why are you running Gift Giver if you always mull it away? So I know it seems weird. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, keeping Gift Giver might have to be proper. There's one big reason, which is like, this is a deck that performs best when it's nut drawing. Like, it's kind of a high roll draw deck. And I know it seems super weird, but in decks like that, you can run 1-drops that you end up mulliganing away that are kind of like, that maybe you'd keep in certain hand states, but really we just want Star Spring plus Codger or Star Spring plus Boxtopus. Those are more so the kind of hands we're looking for. So this is a very interesting scenario. This, I think, has to be the kind of game where Broadback to Protector starts paying off in a big way, I think. Although I don't think we can play it yet, which is awkward. We might have to around start, heal your Nexus 3. Man, wow, weird. Weird. What are we doing here? I think I might have to play Star Spring now. I kind of like, I mean, the Callista we can block. If we're blocking the Callista, then playing Star Spring now is really doing almost nothing. Banking 3 mana is going to be a little awkward. Let's do this and see what happens. This is definitely an unnecessary clunky hand. I think the fact that we have Star Spring should make this hand feel better in theory. So I think we can block this for free. We're giving the Callista 1 trigger. Star Spring takes Lizard to 3, and then Lizard goes down to 1, and then Star Spring takes Lizard to 2, and then Lizard goes down to 0. Unless we Astral Protection it, which I don't necessarily want to do. So yeah, I guess I'm just letting the 1 damage through. But yeah, in a matchup like this, the Star Spring, it's going to be really hard for Star Spring to be on time. This is potentially Broadback's Protector time to shine. Let's see if it actually ends up working out like that, though. Because it really, really might not. And the Lizard getting in this chip damage is pretty meaningless, too, unfortunately.
What's that noise?
Everyone here, let's go.
Okay. We've got a nice aggressive game plan. We might have to Astral Protection the Lizard now, just for mana efficiency. Because we're literally gonna have to, do this later anyway. And if we save, yeah, we actually have to do it now, I think, for mana efficiency. Because it will still be able to block something and stay alive, which is important. Because it goes down to 7, and then we have like a potential block here. So we should basically always be open attacking with these boards. We actually have decent blockers. Like our 2-3 will be able to start triggering Star Spring. Star Spring is pretty behind the clock, and he's not attacking with Callista, which I think is pretty trolly. That seems kind of weird, I'm not going to lie. So Broadbacked Protector, so this is weird. Broadbacked Protector, even if it has 1 health, it'll heal the Nexus for 3. So if I go like this, it heals to 1. It heals to 2 and then kills itself. I think I do need to trade down the board though. Yeah, this looks fine. Broadbacked is kind of gonna need to die here, and that's okay. And I think this is in theory where Tahm Kench shines, because the Callista is actually really scary unless I Tahm Kench it, and his deck actually doesn't have a good answer to Tahm Kench here. Like, it really, really doesn't. In theory. Let's try it. Like, this is kind of the perfect game for Broadbacked and Tahm Kench. Okay, Broadbacked blows. I don't know, it's kind of awkward. I might have needed to block like a 1-1 with Broadbacked. That doesn't feel good either, though. That feels pretty bad as well. I guess I'm just box to pussing. Fortune Cooker doesn't really have a great target here. Okay, we can do this. Ooh, that's spooky. I don't know, this feels fine though. Like, I mean, his deck doesn't have great answers to Tahm Callista. The fact that he used Unspeakable Horror like that though does kind of imply that he's got a second one. But we Nutju Cascade like a good player, so I guess we're fine in that regard too, right? I guess I just open by threatening the Eat on Callista, right? Don't I just do this? Wait, what happens if we have 2 Tahm Kenches in play and we use Acquired Taste? Because I'm not targeting a Tahm Kench. So he needs the... Yeah, Stalking Shadows doesn't get anything here useful. Like, this is crazy Tahm Kench value here. This is something that TF can't really do at all. Eek. E. Ooh. Ah. Star Spring is 9 out of 22. That's a little awkward. My Tahm Kench blows. I mean, his health can't really matter. I mean, I have to just Broadbacked here and chill. I mean, we can kill the Aristocrat for free. And then we kind of need to Brokeback no matter what. He shouldn't really be able to block Tahm here, which is actually kind of funny. If he blocks the Hired Gun, then I would Pale, which is great into the Bark Beast, but then I don't have enough mana for Broadbacked, and I think that allows me to lose to too many things. Broadbacked, I mean, we're losing to what, They Who Endure here? I don't want to give the They Who Endure more stats, so I guess I do just have to solo attack here. I'm pretty sure They Who Endure kills me no matter what though, right? Like, I don't have an answer to They Who Endure. It's gonna have too many stats here. If he plays it, then I can Tahm it, but my Tahm is always gonna be, obviously, you know, just dying to the same one. It resummons the They Who Endure, which is really funny, but it's still gonna just regrow the same amount of stats. So yeah, we're dead to Endure here, and Tahm can't help that at all. Whereas TF could. This is a spot where, like, because he has, like, yeah, because of exactly what happened, because Endure is the threat as opposed to the open attack from Callista, this is a spot, and he showed he has Endure by playing the Bark Beast here, basically. This is a spot where TF could be game winning. But if it was TF instead of Tahm, then I would have had to deal with the Callista anyway. Interesting. That's not Endure. That's good. I want to play around second Callista by keeping Acquired Taste in hand. But I do want to threaten him on a clock of... I actually need to kill him as soon as possible so that I beat Endure top decks, I think. So I think I actually just want to eat this. I have to play my options. I need to kill him with Starspring fast here. Because he could have just drawn Endure off that glimpse. And I have literally no answer to it. So I have to, like, he can't play it this turn. But I need to kill him before he can play it next turn. Which does mean I have to start pressing buttons here. This is round start deal 2. I mean, I can Croaker and draw. That's pretty good. I can just damage like Boxtopus, I think, for free. Does he have an attack here at all? He actually does have a bit of an attack. So I don't want to damage Boxtopus, because Boxtopus wants to block the 2-2. So I want to damage Tom? Get rid of Lizard. But Lizard will get rid of himself next turn anyway. Isn't that fine? I mean, Atrocity is not really killing us. We're playing outside of like Doom Beast range, I guess. I guess I can trade down Lizard now and then just play Codger. He can't really do 5, right? If his hand is like Callista Atrocity. So I wanna block one more. I guess I can block the Hapless here for free. That's fine. Sure. So basically, we just have to be thinking about like what cards he could have in his hand, right? We want to make sure we beat everything we can beat. We want to make sure we're beating hands of Endure. We need slightly more healing. Because we're healing 5 here, and then we can heal 5 next turn as well. But we're short 1 healing. We're short exactly 1 health to get the Starspring to win before the end of turn. So that is the Astral Protection, which gives us what we needed. So if we, but this is only end of turn. So we need to Astral Protection. If we Astral Protection now, that should be all the healing we need, in theory. So I just Astral the Brokeback, and then we pass and then we win. GG. So he doesn't have the ability to win with anything. Yeah, there's nothing that beats us here. Maybe he's running Ruination. But Ruination doesn't actually destroy the landmark. So we actually, we're totally fine. Okay, we're good. It's easy. That feels good. This Starspring deck, I think this is more likely tier 2 than tier 1, and we're not even sure what the refined concept is going to look like yet, but I have to say this is definitely better than I thought it would be. It's not bad. It's like it's all right. I love just like the super tempo direction. I really love the fact that this deck is actually curving so light. It's really important. I don't mind 1TF. Board space is such an issue. Gift Giver. There's so many spots where Gift Giver... What is Gift Giver doing? How does Gift Giver get damaged? What would be good in this deck? We can definitely make this better. We can for sure make this better. Gift Giver out, but Shakedown there? I think I have to run 1 Divergent. I hate it so much, but if we draw Starspring, even if it's late, even if it costs extra mana, it's so necessary. Or we could just give it like more of a tempo game plan to not win without Starspring. It's so hard to win without Starspring though. It's so difficult. I can't build a deck where TF will win me the game without Starspring, I think. That's really hard to do. Especially without stuff like Bastion, too. I think I want more spells. This deck is really lacking reactivity right now. I want more spells, for sure. Hunting Fleet is bonkers. Just because it gives me a way to, like, damage off my units. I mean, Vulnerable is good. I don't know if I want Shakedown, but I do want some things to give the enemy vulnerable. Like, that's a big deal. Being able to control exchanges is nice. Oh god, what if it's Sheriff Lariat? Wow. God, it almost could be. I don't think it can be. Usually, like, you don't need that much vulnerable. Usually you only need like a little bit. It kind of has really big diminishing returns, especially if you can choose what to give vulnerable to. Razor Scale Hunter's not bad. The problem with Hunting Fleet is, like, I think I much prefer giving vulnerable to something that I can actually control rather than just summoning a vulnerable unit on their side of the board. God, Hunting Fleet is actually kind of crazy in this deck though. It fucks dragons so hard. Like, Hunting Fleet is so good in this deck. It's nuts, right? Like, this is the perfect card for this deck. It gives me a way to damage myself. It fucks dragons. There's gonna be so many trolls running dragons. What do they do against the 6/6? What do they do against the 6/6? Wow. Fleet is awesome against Demacia, against Bilge. There's gonna be some weird boards where the opponent's board is literally full, and Hunting Fleet will actually just be a free 4-mana 6/6. God, that seems so nuts. That seems so crazy, yeah. Does it just have to be better than Tom Kench? Having that attack stat line is so important. Yeah, let's try cutting the Broadback to Protector. Let's run Hunting Fleet in that slot. The 1-drops are so weird in this deck. I just want to draw Starspring early. I just want ways of being able to win when I don't draw Starspring early. I want those two things. Kench is very baity. I hardcore agree. I think Kench is very, very baity. On this, my friends, we all agree. Gift Giver might just be worse than Mountain Goat. I think that's likely true here. Let's try this. Drop Shepherd, I think. I don't think I like Shepherd, but honestly, I gotta give it a chance. Star Shepherd is a weird card. The fact that they have to block it, so it's sort of like a pseudo challenger in some ways, and the fact that it just has 3 health for a 1 mana is really good for how this deck wants to play. So this is TF Soraka. I am loving my hand except for the no Star Shaping. Or Star Spring. Star Spring. Touch plus Octopus is sweet, but like, how do I not... Like, this hand functions, but how do I not kick for Star Spring here? How do I not kick for Star Spring here? How do I do it? How do I do it? I don't think I can keep this hand. I think I have to do like this, maybe. Because I already have some 1-drops here. This is okay. We got Kadra as well. Double Pale. Eee.
It's a big responsibility to shepherd stars.
Ooh. Is attacking ever bad here? This is so fucking troll. What on earth? What the fuck? I think attacking kind of has to be bad there. Yeah, nice attack. Yeah, me too, dude. And then I think I'd threaten it with Boxtopus. Boxtopus Pale, Boxtopus Gem. I guess he could be running Make It Rain, which is kind of okay to play here. Okay, so he's got a Star Spring, but he doesn't have the early drops. Like, I've got the early drops and he's got the Star Spring. We both have 1/2 of the deck here, which is really funny. So he's really gonna want... He's really gonna want to be able to, like, maybe Pale. We can counter Pale. I'm pretty happy just doing a counter Pale and just trading Pale to Pale. Like, if he can't keep his unit alive, we're winning. And because he's drawn Star Spring and we haven't, our win condition might be... we might just jam his face up, I guess? So we Boxtopus in, and just whenever he does whatever he does, we just Pale in response. And Pale should beat every response, right? We're dealing 3 damage. I mean, burning his mana is also nice. But there's really just no way he beats this Pale here. It's like his Pale and our Pale, and then we're good. Gem for Pale. The problem with Gem for Pale is that it means we don't have our own Pale, which means there's actually, like, the fact that we spend our entire mana pool is actually a bit awkward. And I know it's kind of weird, but we kind of need to draw aggressively here anyway. So he's still not getting any Star Spring charges. And we can actually kind of try to mess that up with Gun here. Yeah, we are just aggro. But Broadback Protector kind of fucks us. The aggro game plan in general. Lounging Lizard. I mean, we do have to go wide. We have to hard gun this. He doesn't have an attack here. Whoa. Ooh. Yeah, I guess that attack is free. Is it? Yeah, maybe he does have an attack here, actually. Maybe he's totally fine to do that. I mean, my health doesn't matter, because he's winning off of his Star Shaping, and I can't take that block. We're just going wide. We're just kind of swarming him out and dealing a lot of damage. His deck shouldn't be running Make It Rain, so I think he doesn't really have a good answer to Boxtopus. I honestly just want to go full units. I'll probably open Lounging Lizard, and then if he plays something, I'll often just hard gun it right then and there. So, like, we both have kind of, like, the two different kinds of awkward hands that this deck can have. He's got the Star Spring no units, and I have the units no Star Spring, right? So the question is, if I attack with Boxtopus now... I mean, we could have jammed our Boxtopus up with Gem and Pale and tried to threaten that. Ooh, that might have had to have been better. Yeah, I think we messed up. We were supposed to, like, Gem pass, and then when he passes back, attack threatening Pale. Yeah, we messed up. We messed up. Because Pale cancels out his Pale and his, like, Guiding Touch. And there's actually not a lot he could do to punish us apart from just those. It's almost certainly, like, Guiding Touch or Pale here. I could burn his mana. Okay, so Broadback Protector. If I pass now, I burn his mana and nothing happens. If I attack in... Yeah, the Lounging Lizard play really fucked me. He's gonna draw. He's gonna cycle. And we're not really dealing face damage here. I think I actually messed up. I have to pass now. That sucks. Like, he's actually gonna have such a good utility for his mana.
I'll protect you.
Yeah, that was bad. Like, the gem there would have been really, really good. And we do need to use our Pale aggressively. And Soraka's good here. Like, if I had Soraka and the draw engine off of her, that would be a pretty big deal.
I deal in coins and carnage.
How is your flock, little shepherd?
They're stronger every day, just like me.
So, does he have any attacks at all here? He kind of wants to attack in with Soraka. I can only, as long as I gem any of my 3 attack units, either Lizard or Boxtopus, I can threaten to block the Soraka. Which is pretty good. Unless potentially he repales. I guess I'm gemming my Lizard then.
Sapphire, gem of our divine faith.
And because if I gem here, he might have to pass. Interesting. Whoa. So Soraka's not leveling up here. Soraka can't level up here. He could try to Pale to keep it. It would have to be second Pale to beat my first Pale. Which is pretty scary. I mean, I have to go in. It could be Hush. Can't be Guiding Touch. It's just second Pale here. That feels good. Tom's a very interesting draw all of a sudden. And now the question is it worth it for me to block the Broadbacks with like a 2-3? And the answer is, I don't think it could be. Bastion. Okay, 4-mana Bastion. It's honestly a viable card. I am legitimately thinking about running Bastion in this deck.
We're all family here.
That's what
So I can open up with Boxtopus attacking the Soraka. The only issue is like at that point, that's really, really risky. Guiding Touch is a +3 because it'll level the Soraka too. I might have to just open Guiding Touch on my Lizard and kind of hope we get something that informs the decision. Yeah, awkward hands. And this is a game where Divergent Paths would literally win me the game. Like, Diverging Paths would actually be super crazy here. Literally insane. It would just win me the game. This is the exact kind of game where I have all the pieces of the puzzle, but no Star Spring. Which is crazy, isn't it? Isn't that crazy? Literally everything fucks me for trying to attack here. We can't really go for his face because of the broad-backed... The broke-back protector is actually kind of nuts here. I think we probably just lose. I mean, I should be doing full attacks. We basically have to hope that he has no way to protect the Soraka. And we have to, like, outgrind with Tahm Kench. It's a really, really bizarre match right now.
Where does your path lead, Huey? Wherever it goes.
We got the spell shield off for free, which is a really big deal, though. And, like, this is a situation where Tahm is nuts in a way that TF couldn't be. Like, Tahm is good in these, like, weird outgrind games. And that is an important function. Tahm is like the king of these like bizarre low value outgrind stuff because I can kill his Soraka for free. He's like an engine eater. Tahm is I do like Tahm as a card. He's very interesting. He's very unique. He's pretty well designed in a way like that will just make. He's kind of a tool that we've never really quite seen before. He's like a anti-engine card. He's probably closest, in terms of functionality, he's closest to like a challenger unit. But he does so in a really different way. So we don't want the Protector taking damage. He's never killing us through our Nexus health, right? I think we just let this through and just start eating his cards.
My comestibles are getting cold.
I don't want to let him heal more. Like, healing more is actually how we lose, potentially. So we have to eat Soraka now. We just have to slowly slurp up his entire board.
Allow me a small
Yum. And Tahm gives us a really good target for Guiding Touch now, because we are going to need to protect his health line. I mean, that feels good. Like, Tahm feels like a bailout here. The only question is, like, was Tahm better here than Divergent Paths? And the answer is... about the same. So weird. So weird. My health is never gonna matter. We just need to keep our Tahm alive. The Lounging Lizard... I think the elusive Wincon can't really work here. I think we just outgrind him. That's a draw. That's the draw we wanted. So we don't have the ability to heal an ally this turn. Also, our Soraka's not leveled. I think we just let the Lounging Lizard die. We can override it with Soraka to just save mana. And we still have the damage unit we need. Yeah, that's fine. Soraka can level up when I, like, attack with the Krusty Kotcher. The downside of that, though, is this Soul Shepherd can block and then kill my Soraka. So we're gonna have to do something a little bit different.
Let us peruse this establishment's fare.
If we want to troll, something that's really funny is you can use Acquired Taste on Star Shepherd. This will kill the Tahm Kench, but because of how capturing works as a mechanic, it'll give him a new unbuffed Star Shepherd. So it's a terrible play, I think, but it is really funny. It's kind of like the only way we can reliably get the heal off. The Soraka has to challenge the broad-backed Protector to survive. I guess that's a fine play. Yeah, I guess we can open attack like that with the heal here. And now that we're threatening some form of attack, honestly, with his hand range, it might be best to just Acquired Taste first. Because his hand is actually kind of breaking out here. So weird. And I gotta say, these launching lizards are feeling pretty bad in this kind of game state. Because if I don't have payoff for my damaged units, the lizards are really not doing anything. I think I want more vulnerables in this deck.
We're all family here.
Hunting Fleet is actually so bizarrely crazy for this playstyle. Like, Hunting Fleet is actually just a nuts card. Like, when you look at these games, count Hunting Fleet in all of them. Like, the 4 mana 6/6, it beats dragons, it beats mid-range just super well. It allows you to help damage your own units. It gives you a vulnerable so like your Soraka can attack safely, which is important. Like, look how important it is right now that Soraka has the ability to attack safely. This could never really work otherwise. And Tahm Kench is even threatening a level up. So I think we can't really let his Landmark win more. So we can do this. This will level the Soraka, which can theoretically start us being able to draw cards. But we're accelerating his Star Spring. Wow, do we just have to pass? The Star Spring is scary. We actually can't end this game super fast. This is gonna be kind of slow. I think we might literally just have to keep spamming Tom. Like, we have the late game. We have... I think the safest play is to just keep passing. This is so stupid. And this is kind of why I think Tom is a bit better in this deck than TF. So TF can be 2 different cards. And I think that's really important to understand, because a lot of people look at TF as like one singular concept. Do I just eat that with Tahm Kench? I have to watch out for Pale Cascade. This is something that I can eat that is outside of Pale Cascade range, which I think is really, really important. And it's an obliterate, or it's a capture so he doesn't get the gems. That seems good. So Tom is leveled up now. Sorry, what I was saying, TF, you can use TF in 2 different ways. You can use him as like just an anti-aggro play a card. It's flexible. Red card is great against aggro. Gold card is great against aggro, and it's good against other matchups too. And like worst case scenario against control, blue card is always good. It's just like a flexible on play effect, like a creature. It's kind of like a Zap Sprayfin, but more flexible. Or you can use TF as like a build around outgrind engine. With the way this deck works, it's really hard to run enough draw for TF to level up like that. So TF in this deck would kind of be like the flexible just card player, whereas Tahm Kench is actually the outgrind engine that we want. At least how I'm thinking about it right now. So playing Mountain Goat potentially makes his attack a little bit more awkward, which I like. His attack is actually kind of scary otherwise, and I'm never going to need like this 1-2 right now. This 1-2 is useless. So I'll actually play the Goat here. Looks good. Because if I get a gem, then my Soraka can actually level up. We do need a few more spells, because it's unit heavy hands like this that feel bad. Wow. It's a cool build. I love this puzzle. I was actually, you know what? I was a little bit pessimistic. I was thinking like, and don't get me wrong, I don't think this is tier 1, but this is a really unique playstyle that we haven't really seen before. And building it is kind of like a new puzzle. That was a game where like Gift Giver was a lot better than Star Shepherd, by the way. Like if you look at that kind of hand, Gift Giver is kind of nuts and Star Shepherd is pure poop. And I think that's going to be a pretty common occurrence. Like Star Shepherd, I wanted to try it out mostly just for its like extra stat line and potential to be a weird win condition, but I got to give it to Gift Giver here. Hunting Fleet feels like it legitimately might be a 3 of. That is the kind of game where Tom was far ahead of Hunting Fleet. You'll notice what I'm doing with my ratios here. Again, keep in mind, TF is 2 different cards. You can use it just as gold or just as, you know, the play effect, or you can build around it. Obviously, 1 of TF looks kind of weird, right? Because we're used to a lot of decks that try to flip their TF, but because this deck isn't trying to, it's fine as a scare card that could punish the opponent for not playing around it. And also, Tahm Kench does have diminishing returns. Double drawing it doesn't feel good because turning into like Bayou Brunch isn't great. And in a lot of the matchups where it's bad, double drawing it makes it even worse. So I'm pretty happy with this ratioing. 3 Soraka, 2 Tahm Kench, 1 Twisted Fate. Deck looks fine for now. I am a little bit unit heavy. I really do want a couple more spells here. And games like that are a good example of why. I think for sure. What would we do? What are the spells we want? Lizard's out. Lizards might be the one to go. We got to reevaluate Mentor as well. We cut Mentor before we were running as many 2-drops. I mean, maybe Mentor is just fun. So Ye Been Warned, some of you guys are suggesting. It's a sweet card. I do kind of love this card. There's a really big issue with this card. I think Ye Been Warned, it actually is a better card than people give it credit for. It was best. There was a point in time where people were kind of running it with like Ezreal style decks. And I think that works because you have a backup to kill the card. The biggest problem is like, it will be very common that they'll have a way to stop this effect from happening. And if they do, then I lose my draw without like any backup to have that effect. And that feels kind of bad. I think in terms of all the different, and also Ye Been Warned is not really a spell, right? When I say spells, I mean like kind of like reactivity, ways of using, you know, more than one spell mana, or ways of helping certain game states. Ye Been Warned is just kind of like a bad hired gun. So it's not really the spell we want. Divergent Paths unironically might help. But like when you look at that last game, the reason we won is because his hand had 2 Divergent Paths that were complete bricks. Complete and utter bricks. And I said during that game, I said one really important thing, which is, man, this is the kind of game where Divergent Paths would be good. And in theory, that is true. Here's the problem. All it would do is unbrick his Divergent Paths and trade down by 2 mana. Because I would use it on my landmark, but then I would just give his Divergent Paths value. I didn't realize. I should have thought about it, but yeah, he could have easily been on that hand, and he was, where he had 1 or 2 Divergent Paths just bricked out. And that's like why we won. Because he was running Divergent Paths and we weren't. And that's the problem with paths. I think you could run paths in the early days to punish people running these landmark decks, but I gotta say, long term, I'm very skeptical for Divergent Paths playability. And honestly, I wouldn't run more than 1, even right now. Spring Guardian's kind of cute. I don't think it's better than Lounging Lizard. Honestly, these games have kind of made me hate Lounging Lizard. Like, I don't really like this card. How often will games come to the outgrind? You know what I like? Low irony. You know what I miss? I actually think the Leona package might be the way to build this archetype. Like, for real. Citrus Courier, the fact that it's a heal is really funny. But it really just, apart from that one keyword, it really doesn't make sense with this deck at all. Resplendent Stellacorn is, I gotta say, actually not that bad. I have to consider this card. It really could work. I'm not super keen on it, but it's really, yeah, not that bad. Zap Sprayfin is pretty bad. It's not, we want some stuff with more stats in the mid game. Stats are so important because we want stuff that can survive and heal. And that's why Hunting Fleet is just good. It stabilizes the mid game. We're gonna have to play this out a little bit more. Let's go ahead and jump into a few more games. Just making sure we're considering all the options every time. I really don't like Rex in this style of deck. Really can't say yes to Rex in this style of deck. This feels good to me right now. I'll give you guys, I mean, if you want to play this, I'll post the code in chat. Sure. This is my version. Feels pretty good. I mean, I'm obviously biased, but I like how it's going so far. There's a few things that do need to be changed, but I like Hired Gun. I like that we're running Gift Giver. I like that we're not running Soul Shepherd. I like that we're not running... I like the ratioing on our champs. I like 2 Tahm Kench, 1 TF. Feels pretty good. Fused Firebrand. I'm legitimately considering Fused Firebrand. It's really not that bad. I don't think it does exactly... Well, I think there's probably slightly better things for what this deck wants. But we do just kind of want a beefy unit that just stays alive for heal targets. And Fused Firebrand is that. And healing it up makes it a bit threatening. Like having Spell Shield for free is great. I'm happy to run Fused Firebrand. It's not impossible. So here's the aggro. We're playing ranked on day 1. We're getting into like the sweaty tryhards. This guy says, "Oh, patch, oh, new cards." No. We're just gonna grind MFGP. We're just gonna fucking climb fast. This guy's got the right idea. Let's see how we do. Boxtopus on turn 2 in this matchup, you know, is gonna have to feel pretty bad, I think. Like Boxtopus, especially because like he could have some make it rains we do want to break out. I think Boxtopus feels, but being able to block MF, he's attacking on odds. We can block MF on turn 3 with like a gemmed Boxtopus. That's really nice. Let's keep it. And make it rain is still only killing one of my units, so that's okay.
These jewels are more than mere trinkets.
So if we want to beat the MF, we kind of have to play the Boxtopus right now. It's pretty hard for him to get that much value out of using Make It Rain. We have a pretty nice open attack. He's not going to play anything that makes us want to attack with Boxtopus. This attack is basically a soft pass. We could have also gone for a hired gun and killed the Precious Pet. We do lock ourselves out of that by taking that. Could be wrong. I might be like overplaying around MF just by trying to develop Boxtopus so we can beat it. Yeah, I definitely should have just gone for the hired gun there instead. That was an easy misplay. Very, very bad misplay. Because honestly, like, his MF development isn't even that scary. I could go for Fortune Croaker instead. We can still counter the MF by playing Fortune Croaker instead. Yeah. Hired gun was perfect in that spot. That was very, very free hired gun. This is a decent draw here. This is the kind of matchup where TF will be better than Toad Boy for sure. For sure. Man, I'm really enjoying this. I think that kind of like bit of a break we did from Runeterra was really good for me. Because like it's so easy for me to just like play way too much of something and just burn myself out like a fucking dumbass. This is much better. So if I play Fortune Croaker, we're really playing into Make It Rain at this point. Hired Gun is, you know, a good blocker against like Saboteur, but a little wasted here. Just because like we lose the value of the vulnerable. Because we're pretty much blocking this down anyway. I think I'll play the other Croaker. I think what I'll do is I'll buff this Croaker.
These gems grant a wearer.
I think I'd probably force into playing the hired gun here. Just to have a 2-3 blocker. 2-3 blocker is like a little bit too valuable. And he can't play the MF, so I don't need to do anything else here. Yeah. This definitely cost us. I will say, I'm super confident that anyone playing this archetype without hired gun is trolling. It just makes so much sense with everything about how this deck wants to play. Yeah, that's even not a bad demolitionist in that kind of position. So we can do a couple of different things here. Hard gun can actually be valuable staying alive at 1. We're playing a little bit into Make It Rain by doing this, but this is fine. Keeping like 1 health units on his board is actually fine because we do have the ability to like red card out. It's not even that bad. Let's do this. If we're red carding, then blocking the Grenadier over the Saboteur is a little bit better. If we're like 100% committing to the red card. Were we committed to the red card there? Should we assume he's on Make It Rain? Yeah, I definitely don't like the red card here. I mean, we could pass. He's kind of the one who's going to have to play into us. He doesn't really want to bank this full mana point, and his open attack isn't great. So I think this is kind of the best kinds of situations to take, like, nice proactive passes. The most important thing, and, like, this isn't the best pass ever, but I think it's a solid pass. One of the best tips about playing against aggro is just, like, aggro is very vulnerable to the fact that they have to be playing cards every turn. And you can exploit that vulnerability by just making sure you're taking proactive passes that allow you to play reactive per action. Like every turn you get to play reactive to their option, and that is a very powerful tool that shouldn't be understated. Like that is the weakness of aggro, that they have to play cards every turn. And so if you're not exploiting that weakness as a slower deck, you will lose a lot of games to aggro that you shouldn't be losing. Like always consider the pass at least. Some passes can be a little bit baity. Sometimes you don't end up wanting to pass, but they're the ones that have to play the cards every turn. They're the ones that have no choice but to play proactively, and we can exploit that. So this feels good. Like now we saw what he wanted to do with this mana point, and now because we have that information, we have a potentially better play here, right? Depending on exactly what we even want to do. We kind of need to put pressure on him. His unit is not very valuable. I think I might just hunting fleet and like punch the narwhal. We could go a little bit wider. I could like Codger and Fortune Croaker. I think we need to like, we need to start putting him on a bit of a clock. I'll do this.
I'm basically 1/8 gay.
So we can just kind of punch this for free. We can deal 2 damage by like threatening a trade down here, which is fine. I don't want to like be super vulnerable to something like Make It Rain. And we're probably not red carding. The way this is going, it's likely he'll play like a Gangplank or a Jack, and we might like gold card is looking very good on the Gangplank. His hand is a little face up. Like his next play is going to be like a Zap or a Gangplank or maybe a Jack if he's top decking, because like that the Fervor represents like he's got a pretty spell heavy or expensive hands. GP next turn 100%. Yeah, Fervor's there usually mean it's going to be something like a GP. And then we've got the TF. And that's a situation where TF has to feel a lot better than Tom, right? Like a lot better. Like Tom is pretty shit against aggro. And TF is pretty great. Not nuts. Like the thing is, you want your counter cards to be non-committal, right? Like you could have a counter card that's an insane blowout. Like, take a look at Broadback's Protector. Broadback's Protector would be nuts in this matchup. We cut it for, you know, some things, including this TF. The thing is, though, TF is flexible. He's good against aggro, but he's not bad in other matchups. Broadback Protector, and by the way, it still might be proper in this list, but part of the reason I'm not running it right now is because while it's nuts against aggro, it's not great into other matchups. And that's a big downside for me. I do want something that feels great into other matchups. So we can kind of put the pressure on this guy and, like, really race him down. Like, he doesn't really have attacks. I'm pretty happy, like, making this vulnerable. His attack here sucks. We don't even have to play TF. I think I just want to develop a wide board. Like, we could develop literally the full board with Box-to-Bus, Hired Gun, and, like, Codger. That looks really sweet, actually. And there's not really a way we can punish that now. He doesn't have an attack with Jack. Okay. Looks good. What do you guys think about, Hunting Fleet in this deck? Do you think it's genius or fucking awful? Box-to-Bus isn't great. I guess it could just be Croaker instead. Croaker does let me draw, which actually might be nice. I do want to like take this as proactively as possible. That is nice. If we had Croakered first, we could have played Goat instead of Hired Gun. The only problem with that is we kind of really wanted the Jack to be vulnerable, I think. We've got a nice swarmy board. We do want healing that's kind of like flexible for face right now. The biggest problem, like, so something that shouldn't be happening in this deck right now is we might just lose to over-the-top burn. And our deck, because of the way it's built, has a lot of options that should just kind of trash that, right? Like, this deck shouldn't really be losing situations like this. We should be totally fine against over-the-top burn. We could have also passed there to beat out Gangplank. Yeah, I think even there we probably had to open pass, maybe. Because, like, if he's playing Gangplank, he's going to be the one that has to... That being said, he does get to, like, sleep with the fishes. Letting him use sleep with fishes on Jack isn't necessarily ideal. Because we're threatening the 2-turn clock no matter what. So, like... That being said, our Hunting Fleet is the best block into Gangplank. So we have to really be thinking about this, like... The scary thing he could do is open attack with Gangplank. Because we've got gold card to counter development on turn 7 into the attack. The scary thing he could do is Gangplank here and then attack me next turn. We want an answer to that. This play I made looked good in terms of value, but it kind of deprived me of my answer to that. Like, if you think about it, and this is like why passing is powerful, if we had open passed there, then he can't play Gangplank this turn. Because if he plays Gangplank this turn, we kill it with Box-to-Bus Pale Cascade. And if he doesn't play Gangplank this turn, and he's forced to play it next turn, then we can gold card it. Now, there's one big downside with it, with this mentality, which is like, if we don't attack this turn, then we're not threatening any pressure. And if we're not threatening any pressure, that's really bad too. We could potentially lose to that. I guess I'm just red carding here, actually, which is kind of weird.
Never lost a fair game or played one.
Like, it's actually, he could have a weird trolley Make It Rain. I think it would be really, really hard for him to make it rain here. Just because of how he's playing. And then, like, Sleep with the Fishes on Gangplank is still good. His Gangplank doesn't really need the health. And if he has the ability to level up Gangplank, we did put ourselves in a bad position. I think this would have been a good game to, like, to maybe try to take those aggressive passes. Like, that pass maybe could have punished him. And just try to threaten, like, a one-turn attack afterwards. Pale into red card is potential lethal. We could have gone for that. The problem is, if I pre-commit Pale, then all we're doing is just forcing the anime Demolition to block anyway, and the Demolitionist isn't doing anything on this board, right? Like, if he blocks with the Demolitionist when we Pale, then we're just losing, right? We're doing even less damage. So his Gangplank needs to level up next turn. There's an interesting consideration to just Pale now. Just so we get the draw earlier. I mean, the stat change on Pale can't really matter, right? I guess we have to Pale now. And we should Pale something that just has, like, the highest max health possible. So, cross the Codger. I mean, there wasn't really a way to use Pale to threaten lethal there. Yeah, Broken Back Protector is interesting. I can't rule that out. Broken Back Protector is either really good in this deck or complete bait. And it's hard to say. Very, very matchup dependent. But yeah, this is pretty terrifying. If he, like, oh, he's thinking about Decimating. Decimating is great because it gives us, like, the ability to give us an action to play Soraka is really nice. I guess I'm just healing face with Guiding Touch, right? Like, his Gangplank will be flipped, and that's kind of spooky. There's no downside to just playing the Soraka here. There's no upside to, like, Guiding Touching that. The one thing is, like, if we drop Pale, it might be worth going into the Pale there. Save the unit. Yeah, you can save the unit. I think it's pretty vulnerable to a lot of things in his hands. Like, usually his hand has the ability to kill the Nexus. But worst case scenario, you're losing 1 damage.
Keep up, keep up.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to pre-commit Guiding Touch here unless I'm missing something. Guiding Touch is saving the same amount as, like, the elusive blocker here. Yeah, it might be the case that you basically just has to hope he doesn't have a way to level up Gangplank and Pale the unit. I mean, Gangplank's attack is only dealing 1. Guiding Touch saves us from that. I guess we're just playing Lounging Lizard here. We're not losing to, like, Fervor or anything. And we just, like, trade down Soraka so that we don't die. And then beat weird Fervors with saving Guiding Touch after, I think. Looks fine.
You're not the only one, Babs. Huh?
And then one scenario we're healing the units worse. If he has the ability to damage Nexus freely off of, like... basically it would be something weird like Zap into Make It Rain, I guess. It's pretty niche, I agree. Well, I mean, if he's only attacking with this... Lizard makes me take a little bit more damage. So it's got to be the Fervor hand, right? It's basically Fervor that kills us. And we can't beat Fervor either way. Because it's at 3. Unless there's something very, very weird. I wonder what that would be. But yeah, we definitely should have won this game. That was a misplay. It's like, it's always either Decimate or Fervor here. And both options are good. So, let's think about how this impacts the build. I think if you play it well, especially with Hired Gun is so great in that matchup, man. Hired Gun is so great in that matchup. If you play it well with Hired Gun version, I like the fact that we're outside of Broadback Protector. The TF has nice flexibility, but I think TF is just kind of neat in that matchup in general. Hunting Fleet is really great. The ability to put him on a 1-turn clock is nice. And we need to assume we're not drawing Star Spring for the build. Definitely not running Diana, I think. Nah, it can't be Diana. See if there's any more vulnerable cards lying around. But yeah, the way that game should have played out, like if we had done the hired gun early on, if we had played around the Gangplank, I think we might have had to pass when he was on 7 mana, force him to make his option first. Getting free vulnerables to things is so nice, man. It's actually so crazy. Goat isn't that good in this build. I do think Goat is a little bit worse. I don't know if I would cut Goat though. Like, what would you cut Goat for? I do agree, Goat might be like more of like a 2 of. I'm pretty happy with Goat here though. This build wants a lot of just like tempo options. Like the tempo options are great, and it has some pretty good. It's got like, it's just a 2 health early unit that wants to snowball. I think I'm really liking the fact that we cut out of Broadback Protector. I think Broadback Protector is a trap. That's my inclination. I think if we play well against aggro, we shouldn't need it at all. Not playing around the GP is what lost us. Yeah, that was bad. The question is, do we want to be able to punish like open attacks, right? I think punishing open attacks is, or sorry, punishing development. Ooh, here's Lee Sin Soraka. This is like the middle ground. This guy's like pretty much a tryhard, but at least he's trying something slightly new. We're gonna start seeing like in the next several hours. I am betting that the Soraka version of this is maybe a little bit worse than the Diane version, but it's gonna be close. We have to full mull here. Need a more aggressive opener. Shakedown sucks. I think Shakedown does kind of suck. Yeah, I think it's just a little too situational. It'll nut out sometimes, but it's honestly not worth it, I think.
A little luck for those who need it. Heed the bar.
So oftentimes he plays like Goat on 2. Goat would be a little awkward here because it means we can't just like up and Star Spring basically, which is kind of fine. Star Springing here doesn't really do anything unless he does something really weird anyway. It just helps the action so that we can play like Star Spring plus Box the Puss. Takes a pass there. I think it's really hard to pass on a Goat. I think you'd always play the Goat, so we can eliminate Goat. We just want Star Spring and Box the Puss next turn, so we just play whichever one is freer here. This is just Box the Puss, right?
This is a wee bit late.
Box the Puss enables potential open attack if you want to like jam in a little bit. So we have to think, what's he playing on turn 3? And that deck doesn't really have a lot of spooky plays on turn 3 right now, right? What is it running in the turn 3 slot? It's running Soraka. I mean, I can literally almost just kill Soraka with this Box the Puss, which is kind of funny. Like, threatening a lot of damage to the Soraka is pretty relevant. We're not losing much face damage, and face damage isn't going to be our win condition. So it looks like we do kind of just develop here. I think this is pretty free. Like, if he's not going to spend our mana, we're not going to attack. Do we ever need to, like, save the mana option? Priestess? Like, there's nothing he could play that makes us need to save all the mana, so I think I can pre-commit Star Spring. I think open passing there is also fine. It might be slightly better than pre-commit Star Spring. And now that he hasn't done anything, I'm just passing. I'm burning that mana. That's so easy. Like, we've got the Star Spring. We're winning off the Star Spring. Face damage doesn't matter. I just burned 3 of his mana on a pretty crucial turn, which is great, which is amazing. So Fleet is kind of like a bit of a post-combat card. His Lee with 3 mana has a pretty hard time actually getting like barrier. So if we use Gem on Boxtopus, his Lee can't really challenge it. Here's the issue with that. He can't really challenge the Boxtopus anyway, since he has to be playing around the Pale Cascade. So it is kind of a waste. And Fleet, if I Fleet now, I'm just giving him damage that I shouldn't be. I guess I'll just Gem into Gift Giver in case he is trolling.
Sapphire, gem of our divine faith.
Gem into pass and see what happens. If he attacks, then maybe I can play Hunting post-combat. So how this is going to work is because we have Star Spring, and because we have a good enough of a hand to work with it. Okay, so he's got Sonic Wave. That's kind of the one thing he needs to be able to challenge with Barrier. It's a pretty big commitment, but he is able to just punch our Boxtopus. So if we're trolls, I mean, we can just Astral Protection, right? And I think being a troll is worth it here. We're healing 1, so our Boxtopus will go to an 8, and at that it'll stay. I mean, this is the win condition here, right? Like, It accelerates Star Spring like crazy. Sticking this is actually so impactful. It's really, really nuts. Yeah, this is very, very good. And now, you know, I mean, we have some decent options. It's got the permanent health increase, and I can Astral again. Wow, this second Astral on the Boxtopus is insane, actually. Holy shit. Wow, that's nuts. That is truly crazy. That is truly insane. It's like, I can basically force him to double spell to get the barrier again, which does have some value. He's really gonna be the one that has to play the cards first, though. Hush? Yeah, Hush is a little awkward. I actually want him to play cards before me. Honestly. So the question is, can I play the Star Spring? Is it actually possible that I just won't need the Astral Protection this turn? I think I won't. I actually don't like open attacking here at all. Feels really bad. We just want to play defensively. There's really no reason to be taking proactive attacks we don't need to take. Because we'll be able to turn our unit's health into heal eventually. And I don't think... there's nothing he can do to really punish this.
I'll see this through.
The thing is, like, if I open attack... So, Hush is a really big deal. He'll do a 2-mana Hush on my Boxtopus. And he can do that, like, he can... So, if he does, like, Pale Cascade into Hush, we actually, like, basically lose the game. That would be really, really bad. Because Hush also stops the max HP, right? Yeah. That would be game losing. That would really, really mess us up. So I really can't play into that. This feels fine, though. Pretty happy to give her here.
These jewels are more than mere trinkets.
So the Boxtopus has 4 max. So it's a 4/8 potentially here. And we don't have an attack here, but that's perfectly fine. We don't want an attack here. Like, we're not winning this game by attacking him. Looks good. We want to basically... We want to lower the value of certain cards like Hush. Hush is going to be a man. Hushes might fuck us, honestly. Like, I don't know if you can even play around Hush here. We do have the leveled Soraka, which is nice. We're going to need these draws here.
Our enemies cannot hide.
So we only need 16 more. Let's see. Honestly, it's going to be a really interesting experiment, like how this matchup even works. So we need to, like, bait out the Hush first, right? We have to, like, Guiding Touch first. This will probably bait out Pale. If he's got Pale Hush, we're so fucked, dude. This is so sad. Like, he'll Pale, and then he'll just, like, Hush after we Astral. Hush is 2 mana now. There's really no way to force him out of Hush mana. Okay, that feels great. That's amazing. So we just kind of win the game. That's nuts. That's actually insane. He actually can't win anymore. GG.
My own
Pale Hush didn't work last turn. Did it not?
to heal.
Because his Lee would have been... I mean, he would have had to do it in the other order. He would have had to forego his draw. But a good player would forego their draw. They would Pale and then Hush. It should have worked last turn, unless I'm missing something.
Oh yeah, that's a pretty sparkle fly.
Well, I don't know if I can double commit my Astrals so freely here. Yeah, he's just totally fucked. The Star Spring deck is actually just kind of fucking him. This is really funny. Like, this Soraka is healing this Boxtopus to a 4/8.
Stars fall.
Where are you off to?
Be brave.
I wonder if this is throwy. Are we playing into Hush by doing this? We are, right? I think we're just supposed to... If we play 2 passive... Okay, so let's think. This is 11 out of 22. If our thing dies to a scary Hush situation... Double Hush? And we can't lose? What does attacking give to us here? It just gives the Soraka trigger? So I think before we attack... We just want to play the other Boxtopus, actually.
Let his knee out!
We're letting Equinox happen by doing this. But if he had Equinox, I think he would have used it at the end of last turn. I don't think he couldn't have pulled Equinox. He had to have used it last turn. It would have been so throwy to wait until this turn, because I easily can open attack here. So I've lowered his options by doing this.
I'll see this through.
So we've got 8 mana, which means we've got enough for basically everything we need to have here.
You leave me no choice.
Should have stayed home, pal.
Remember my words.
If we don't attack, let's think if we don't attack. Can we just win the game this turn? We need 12. These both Star Springers are going out for 4, so we need 8. This is 4. We're literally one off of literally just winning the game this turn if we don't attack. That's so funny. That's so funny.
Gems grant a wearer common. Take heart.
Where are you off?
Yeah, I think we should just win.
Live with purpose.
So now... Yeah, this is good. Arguably, it's interesting. It could have been a little bit safer to reverse the order here. But yeah, Star Springs just win the game here. That's really funny.
Mystical levitation requires concentration.
So this is just a heal for... It doesn't matter what we target with this, right? 11 out of 22. Wait a second. This is 4 off. And this... Assuming my math isn't, like, full Pepega here. Wait, is my math full Pepega? Wait, what did I just do? Are we 1 off? Did I just fuck up? No, it's this one. It's a 17. Oh, I'm fucking retarded. Yeah, we're good here. Yeah, we're good here. If he hushes... Wait, how did that work? Like, he can't have it, but if he hushes right now, does it actually stop me from winning the game this turn? This is actually kind of spooky. The thing is, like, if I don't win the game literally this turn, I think I lose. Uh-oh. Whoops.
I fight with the dragon's fury.
But the thing is, like, I don't think we can play around that really, right? Like, in saving the tools... I mean, his Lee is still going to kill us next turn anyway. If we don't kill him this turn, even if we keep our tools, his Lee kills us anyway, right? Interesting. I mean, he still needs a good hand to kill us. What does he need? He can almost just kill us from 20. Like a single Pale does it here.
I'm basically 1/8 gay.
So we do need the ability to heal right now.
Conflict is
Yeah, we definitely...
mine.
I'm actually not 100% sure what we're supposed to do, but we definitely did misplay that a bit, at least. Does it matter what we do it on?
No more of your crap.
Can't think of anything that would make it matter.
It's that soap.
But yeah, spells would feel good here. Hilariously enough, Guiding Touch actually doesn't win us this game. Because there's no unit that's been damaged by more than 1. And there's no way to play around Hush, because the thing about Star Spring is... It only works at round end. If you have 22 out of 22, if it's not round end, you don't win. Wow, I'm trying to figure out what was the misplay there. What could we have done differently? But yeah, that's awkward. I guess we're fucked. Do like a couple more spells here for sure.
You're in for a whooping.
Could you have played Croaker last turn? Do we have a way to win using Croaker instead of Astral? Was there like some kind of way to beat Hush there? Hush feels rough, man. Hush feels rough. We gave Hush like the minimum value we could have given it that entire game, but it still literally won him the game. Would Croaker have won? Would Croaker have been enough? Croaker wouldn't have been enough. We needed to Astral there. Man, wow. I think we definitely could have played the early game a little bit differently. But yeah, that's definitely, that kind of really fucked us. I do think, I mean, the way this deck is playing out, third Astral Protection is kind of looking actually good. Which is kind of crazy. I definitely underrated this card. I underrated this card a lot. For sure. Like, Astral kind of feels... It can be really clunky though. I do want proactive options, but it's kind of the only spell that really hits that spot. I could run it over like one Lounging Lizard, I guess. Astral is just a bad take art, but it's really good in that kind of deck. That kind of deck really wants what Astral does. That's the thing. Like, we can't really generalize. And we could run some counterplay. We could run like Hush as well to kind of like stop opponent's game plan. The only time you want to go is when you can open attack with it in the following turn. Yeah, Goat's not great, but I think it is really important to have, like, the way this deck loses is by having no proactive units. And the thing is, we actually don't have that many 2-drops in this deck. Sometimes I won't want to play Hard Gun on turn 2. And the fact that Fortune Croaker isn't really a good 2-drop on an empty board is a bit awkward. Like, we could be a little too low on 2-drops with the way this deck plays out a lot. Lounging Lizard can also be bizarrely unfortunate. What if it's like Sunblessed Figure? Sunblessed Figure, like the ability to have a small cheap trick that's like, the permanent health is so nice. God, it really could be. Like, that's the best part about Astral, is the permanent health. It might just be a bad Astral though. Gonna be situations where I want the cheap one. Man, I honestly, I gotta say, I like Sunblessed Vigor here. I do like it. It feels like a nice option. I think that the ultimate way the meta's headed, because, you know, as people are tryharding more, we are going to see a lot more aggro and Lee Sin. And Tahm Kench sucks in both of those matchups. I do think, like, when we get to the upper echelons of competitive play, there really can't be a way Tahm Kench fits into the deck long term. It's fun to play right now, and it's not that bad. But it probably will eventually have to get out of the deck. I just don't see a way around that. It's kind of good in the mirror, though, which is really funny. Like, could I keep it in the mirror? So, if we both play Tahm Kench on turn 4, the player who gets the first action on turn 5 gets to win that exchange. And we're attacking odds, which means keeping Tahm Kench in hand could actually be, in a bizarre way, kind of low-key. That's so crazy. That's really funny.
These jewels are more.
Dude, I'm having so much fun with this deck. This is great. So his hand is slightly more awkward than mine. Is it even really slightly more awkward than mine? It's kind of about the same. I mean, my next two actions are just like Star Spring and Boxtopus, right? No matter what. Sequencing can't really matter on these. Could it have been Boxtopus Soraka? Could it have been Boxtopus Soraka? I don't think so. And if he passes, I'm literally always passing back. Like, not even close. It's very, very far off from me passing back here. And I've even got protection against Hired Gun because I've got Guiding Touch, which feels really good here. Lounging Lizard does effectively stop the attack here. I'm pretty fine with that. I don't think it really hurts me. I mean, there's no reason to pre-gem this. If he open attacks, I mean, I can't block with the elusive anyway. Yeah, I mean, it looks like we do have kind of the better hand in terms of, you know, the deck doing what it wants. We've got the Star Spring. If he's got, man, if he's actually running divergent paths, and if he can kill our Star Spring, that could be bad though. I don't know what Glup's running in his version of the deck. How are you liking this new deck and its competitive viability? I think this is a tier 2 deck. It's gonna have some problems against some of the best decks in tier 1, but it's honestly a solid deck. It really isn't bad. So it looks like my play is like Star Spring and maybe Fortune Croaker. The second Star Spring isn't nuts here. Soraka will actually level up off of a potential open attack. I do want to get the second, so because I'm worried about divergent paths, I want to get the second Star Spring like ticking on its counters. It's actually really, really important. And I guess I am just Fortune Croakering here. Like, we can still play Soraka while still having like the perfect amount of mana for it. We have a pretty great hand. Like, our hand is pretty nuts here. So like, everything fully heals. Both Star Springs are getting the counters, which is important because I am worried about divergent paths. Just because, you know, some people run it. But the one awkward thing is, like, his Tahm Kench is a little spooky here. We're gonna have to wait until he eats something just so we can play the Soraka after, basically. And, I mean, if he's smart, he might just not use it. We can't really threaten Tahm Kench very easily here, either. Tahm Kench's health... Yeah, I mean, I guess we do just have to take attacks like this. It's a little weird. The Nexus health literally can't matter, though, right? But neither can these chump blockers. This is such a bizarre matchup where, like, it's kind of impossible for anything to matter. Like, the Nexus health doesn't matter. The chump blockers don't matter. He kind of has to let that through if he's afraid of some weird trick hands, potentially. And as soon as he plays the Acquired Taste, then I'll drop my first Soraka. So he's probably not going to play Acquired Taste this turn. Interesting. So he goes for it here. And this is a card, like, we can basically milk our healing with Guiding Touch, I think. It looks like we're not going to be able to draw this turn off of Soraka, which is a little awkward. But I couldn't have sequenced that in a way that lets me draw either. That wasn't possible. But I do have to get the heal triggers. And I have a uniquely damaged unit here that has to get them off.
It's too late now.
I mean, my heal game plan is looking pretty good. But Soraka here is actually shit. Like, Soraka here does basically nothing. And Hired Gun doesn't even work on Tahm Kench. The Lizard will stay alive at 1 health next turn. Giving the Lizard vulnerable doesn't really do anything. I guess I'm just passing. Yeah, Tahm Kench is pretty nasty in this matchup. It is really, really nasty in the mirror. Like, I can't even really get my Starspring game plan working that well with this hand. If I had, like, more self-damage cards... Dude, I might actually have to run a Shakedown. Because, like, in games like Mirrors, that's a good card. That is a good card. If we're, like, worried about that kind of matchup. It's spooky. He doesn't really have great attacks here. He can't let my units get damaged. And if I play Cadre, he should eat it with Tahm Kench. How do you kill a landmark now? Divergent Paths is one of the few ways to kill landmarks. It's not too much. That's very scary. Second Starspring is nuts for him. That's crazy. Might lose to this. The question is, like... See, now the problem is he's kind of got the pressure. I mean, we can double play Soraka, but that will ultimately feel just way too bad. He can't really let us get a damaged unit. And as Tahm Kench doesn't really get value out of eating anything other than Krusty Codger, the undamageable unit actually matters a lot. So I think I just have to Hired Gun here. Should I cap the Kench? Honestly, yeah, maybe. I've been taking some pretty aggressive mulligans here, but the fact that we're attacking on odds actually gives us, like, a decent Kench. I think Kench is worth keeping if I'm attacking on odds. Because having first play on the action when both of us have this card is actually really important. Really, really important. So yeah, he's just passing. The 3 damage to face literally never makes a difference. If I play Krusty Codger, you know, he'll probably just eat it with Acquired Taste. And he'll be pretty happy about that, because, I mean, the win condition here is Starspring. We just need enough damaged units. That's the thing about the mirror. In the mirror, it's just a race to get your units as damaged as possible. Which actually, I think, makes Broadback Protector a card that maybe me and a lot of other people are thinking about incorrectly. Maybe Broadback Protector is really just mirror attack. Like, Broadback Protector hits the mirror so hard. But yeah, you can't just get eaten by Tahm Kench again as well. Tahm Kench is dominant in the mirror. Like, what can we do about it? Like, whoever draws the Kench, even if I have a landmark advantage, I will probably just lose out mirrors like this. The fact that Soraka can't get like, I have no way to generate damage targets is really awkward. Right? That feels really, really bad. And if I attack into him, I'm certainly not winning off of that either. Like, Krusty Codger sucks here. It actually does nothing. I literally just can't... Like, he has to pass here. He will pass. Okay, so he can play something cheap and leave acquired taste up. Sure. That's... Wow. Yeah, I think we lost. That's a nuts hand. That's crazy. He's got the Boxtopus too. So, I mean, if I pass, he's passing. If I play Codger, he should probably acquired taste it, and he will win by doing that. Alright. And Soraka actually kind of sucks in this matchup unless we have a way to protect her, which is really difficult to do. So how do we actually generate, like, in terms of being able to stop Tahm Kench, you can really just run your own Tahm Kench, right? I think that's basically it. Touch is an interesting play. Or rather, it's an interesting option, I mean. If I open attack, he'll just kind of let his units get damaged. I can play both Soraka as well as the Codger this turn, which is kind of important. I mean, it seems to be that's how I win, really. And Lounging Lizard is pretty good here too. Like in this kind of mirror, Lounging Lizard is actually great. Like unironically great. Interesting. He's blocking the Croaker. I mean, he's damaging the Tahm Kench at the same time, so maybe that's worth it for him. I'd probably let it through, but I'm sure it doesn't matter. Like, giving me a damaged unit feels a little vulnerable here, honestly. Can't feel great, can it? I mean, he's at 16. He's just winning this race. Like, I don't think there's really draws that get us out of this, too. Soraka didn't even help the GP aggro matchup that much. We do need more ways of generating damaged units. That's like that will be a common thing that this deck needs. And there are a lot of ways to do that. We can run more lizards. I mean, Hunting Fleet that's part of why Hunting Fleet's in the deck. It's like a mid-range stabilizer that generates more damaged units. What we don't want is stuff like the 3-drop. We don't want more healing. We need just more ways of generating damaged units. Jack the winner. Jack's okay. It is. I feel like it's a... I could run Jack. It's not bad. I think there's better and cheaper ways of doing it. Is kind of my inclination right now.
Live with purpose. Take heart.
Yeah, Kench is nuts in the mirror just because I have no high attack units. And he can always protect it. Like, this is the dream Kench matchup. So here's an interesting question, which is, does this Soraka get to draw a card? Because she hasn't seen the heal yet, but, you know, it also hasn't been the first time. We'll see. If we're reading its text literally, yeah, he's literally just winning this turn with a double Star Spring. If we're reading the text literally, Soraka shouldn't draw me a card here. I'm gonna, since we've already lost this game, I'm gonna press it to see what happens. Okay, so Soraka draws a card. It's like, it's an inconsistency. But yeah, because she saw a new draw, she's drawing a new card. So it literally just goes to 22 right there, right then and there, and just wins the game.
I'm sure there's something for my tastes.
Yeah, I mean, tempo... Ooh, wait. Oh, I see. Interesting. So because it goes left to right, I mean, he still wins the game, but because it goes left to right, this one triggered, checked, and then this one triggered and checked. And so this one missed the check on the 22. Which is very unintuitive, but it does make sense. Again, it doesn't matter because he's already won the game as soon as the turn ends. Croaker is amazing. And more damaged units. Let's get more damaged units. Like, we literally have no way to get 11 this turn. Alright. Double Star Spring is bugged and doesn't activate the win. Is that a bug? I think that's... It just activated exactly like I said, right? Because it goes left to right. I think that, again, it's kind of unintuitive, but it makes sense with how the game's core mechanics are set up. It's unintuitive at first, though. Yeah, definitely mulliganing away the Tahm Kench in that matchup was what hurt us. Because Tahm Kench is an amazing card in the mirror match. And I don't think there's any really big replacement. Like, in the mirror match, you can't really tempo them down. Tempo is, like, completely meaningless in the mirror match. And because tempo is meaningless... Yeah, I mean, honestly, slowing this deck down definitely could be the best direction. Third Lounging Lizard is important. We need more self-damage sources. We took out too many, for sure. Bulbair has 6 health. But what it doesn't have is the ability to actually damage itself. And that's kind of the most important thing. Because, like, in mirrors, in matchups like slow matchups, like control matchups, or matchups like mirrors, where you are just kind of racing, you're racing your Star Spring. Like, they're just not going to attack. You don't attack in the mirror. Yeah. I could run Shakedown. Let's run one Shakedown and see what happens. This deck does lead to really silly mirrors. If tempo is meaningless, does it mean you have some space for some invoke? Yeah, you could deal with Tahm Kench with, like, a Comet or something like that. Like, they can't really deal with, like, the Comet, but... I mean, they're not necessarily trading down when that happens, because it's still, like, 4 mana for the 6 mana thing. I'm still experimenting with Hunting Fleet. I think the card looks really weird, but it actually has synergy with this deck's playstyle, and gives it a very uniquely... strong option against dragons, which I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen more dragons. I was expecting to see like a shit ton of dragons today so far, right? But like having a 4 mana 6/6 against dragons, like imagine that. That's so good. On turn 4, when they're starting their ramp, like you have a 6/6, which is just outside of the kill range. Like it's so perfect on turn 4 to have a 6/6 against dragons. That is so good, so amazing. Could Soraka work with Noxus? I don't think it'll work as well, no. Everyone is just copying your shit, Lamau. Rank sucks ass in this game. I mean, right now, this is not really like an innovative build. Like, I mean, Soraka, Tahm Kench were designed to be together. Maybe if you're seeing people running like the one of Twisted Fate, it could be people copying my version, but everyone's version is very close to each other. Nobody like invented, I didn't invent Soraka TF. Like, this is kind of one of the new strategies on the block, so everyone's just kind of jamming it. I think that's pretty standard. I don't think there's really anything wrong with that. Wow. Strange. Yeah, I think Hired Gun is pretty sweet here. It's like, giving this vulnerable when it's a 2/2 will matter, and we kind of stop this 2/1 from having a decent attack. We'll have to take 4 here. We don't really have a great answer to that. We do have like the ability to heal and stabilize, so I'm actually pretty okay letting him get a small amount of chip in early on. You know, like we could have done a Boxtopus. I don't want to play Boxtopus in a game state where he could potentially punish it with relic thingy. Soraka is actually pretty great here. Honestly, just kind of start the heal train. Like healing this Codger when it goes in for this attack for free is really nice, I think. And she'll level faster if we just play her now. This kind of looks like the perfect Soraka. And Nightfall actually, like, we can't abuse pass. Nightfall's like the one deck that you can't really, like, open pass against them. They love being open passed against because they just want to bank their mana into their offensive turns. Is kind of how Nightfall plays. So, we don't have anything cute to do here. This feels great, though. We can go ahead and drag this with this to make the Pale Cascade. If he's going to use Pale Cascade, it just makes it a little bit worse on our 2/3 instead of our 2/4. So, okay, he banked his mana, and I feel great here. I mean, Soraka is just a free blocker into these. She will level up pretty fast. We have fearsome blockers should we need them. Don't have an elusive blocker in this hand. Man, Lizard would feel so good right now. Lizard would feel so good right now. That's so crazy. Like the 3/3 into this. Oh well. A Croaker could draw me. Honestly, Croaker can't really draw me shit. Drawing me Star Spring would be nuts here, though. Yeah, let's see if we can draw Star Spring here. Okay, so this is awkward. You know, we're against this kind of like aggressive situation. Looks like we are just passing here. And we do really wish we had Star Spring. But if we kind of stabilize, maybe that's good enough. He drags the small one. He drags the 2-1 instead of the 2-2. He's playing around Pale Cascade. If he's dragging the 2-1, wow, that's so interesting. If he's dragging the 2-1, it kind of implies he doesn't have his own Pale Cascade. Even if he does, like, I still get a decent Guiding Touch off of this, right? Like, Guiding Touch for Pale is solid. Yeah, I guess we're just jamming this. It's like, it's a solid exchange. And we do draw the Star Spring. It's one turn too late, but honestly, even on this turn, like, with this kind of hand, we can still nut out. So he goes Horror Face, which is a very interesting play. It does level the Diana. He doesn't need to Horror my card. Horror is a little awkward there. Well, like, he does get a decent Horror. If it was Pale was his option, then it's worth it forcing the Pale out. But forcing the Horror onto our face isn't really that valuable for us. There's a consideration to just, like, skip the Guiding Touch there. But, like, no, I think we're fine with this. So Boxtopus is looking really nuts here. We might have to play Star Spring after combat. We might need to Boxtopus here. We have to play around second thing, right? So like we have to play Boxtopus first. So that if he does have the Horror, he can't stop the Boxtopus Challenger. Soraka is leveling up here pretty freely. I mean, we can challenge the Diana. Our Boxtopus would go to a 3-4. The only issue with that is if he has, like, the Pale Cascade, which he could still have in his hand, that could be a little dicey. Takes a pass here. If I play a Star Spring, suddenly... So, the thing is, he can't really have Unspeakable Horror, because he'd have to use it... But you can't respond to this. You'd have to use it before it happened. So we can't really have it. So what we can do is we can Star Spring, and then if he actually does nothing, I think we actually have a pretty good pass. We don't need to keep Guiding Touch mana anymore. What? That makes no sense. Like, you don't gain a benefit by saving that for one action, right? Very weird. Okay, Soraka can flip here. I guess we're just passing. We don't have an attack. I don't know. I don't think I'm missing anything. I don't think it makes sense to hold onto the Horror for one action there. Because, like, it's so common that my next action is an attack that basically, at unrespondable speed, bricks the Horror out from that option. And it's second Horror. That's just so unlikely.
Long have we waited when we strike.
Okay. So we got the Elusive, and we don't really have a way of surviving this, right? Like, we can Guiding Touch our face and go to 12, and then we have to draw into, like, a second heal, right? Basically. That's sort of fascinating. If we're looking for a specific out, we actually gain more odds by using Touch. How many, like... I mean, we just don't have nearly enough, right? We need to draw Lounging Lizard, basically, is the only way we can win, right? Okay, he kills us here. So yeah, this is kind of the awkwardness with Divergent Paths, which is like... I know we didn't have Divergent Paths in this game, but Star Spring is really only nuts if you draw it, like... If you have to have it on turn 2 or turn 3. If you draw it later than that, it actually kind of blows. So, and that makes Divergent Paths for it a lot more awkward, because on turn 3, you often can't afford the tempo loss to set up for the Star Spring, right? Soraka did nothing again. I know, it's really interesting. It's really, really interesting. Like, Soraka is actually doing nothing in some of these games. So this is TF Swain, slower version of the deck. I mean, kind of have to take a full mull, right? I don't know, we can usually get a good hired gun. And TF Swain, though, they pass on turn 1. What's the full mull? Take bolder attacks because of Star Spring on board. Skip some okay attacks in the past several games. Yeah, but the problem is when Star Spring's on board, we don't... The idea of like dealing face damage is kind of an irrelevant concept. That's the issue. Yeah, like Soraka and Tahm Kench are both very specific champions. Like they're so reliant on board states to perform that in some board states they're completely insane, and in some board states they're basically useless, right? That's the interesting thing about it. Okay, so he's just opening with Death Sand straight up. Basically, he's like hurting Star Spring. Be pretty nice to have like a counter to that, but I guess we have nothing. I kind of have to develop Star Spring now, just because we can't send into Spell Mana here. This is a pretty good matchup. I think his ability to just like control my units is great. In one sense, we have a lot of counters to cards like Flock. He has such a hard time attacking into the Soraka, right? If I play the Soraka now, he can try to kill it with his Flock. Honestly, am I okay with that? If he uses his Flock just to kill my Soraka, it's like a 2-for-1. It feels hard to be okay with that. I don't think I can really keep my Soraka alive. Flock is such a brickable card in this matchup. I think we can play it to brick Flock pretty easily. Our Nexus damage is going to matter, but I can just threaten a hard gun here. I'm kind of fine just like with this fairly even exchange. Okay. I'm fine with this. He's playing like a very aggressive game plan, but like his deck has a hard time getting enough aggression to actually just like kill us with speed. So this is pretty good for us. This is kind of what we want. Hard gun into Boxtopus feels all right. We do have to play the first play. Hunting Fleet could give a lot of value to Flock. I think it's probably just hard gun into Boxtopus. We can sometimes give him a pretty good make it rain by doing this. Honestly, depending on what he does, we could just pass back, I could see. So he could have just drawn make it rain, but at 1 mana, this is the perfect opportunity. I think we probably do have to not send the Boxtopus into the Zap, though. It's just like too valuable having it heal off of the Star Spring. Yeah, way too valuable. And the Zap dealing a bit of damage to me doesn't really matter that much. Especially since we have like TF to potentially slow stuff down. Okay, this feels good. It might have to be 3 Tahm Kench for the mirrors. Like Tahm Kench is such a crazy card in some specific matchups. When they don't have an answer to it, it's a little too efficient. So he takes an open attack. This works wonders for me. We're making his Make It Rain feel really bad too, which is great. And our Soraka is even potentially leveled here. I think we can play the nice non-committal hired gun. I'm kind of always going to value making his Zap Spray Fin vulnerable. And we just want to set it up so that... I mean, the way reactive mirrors work in Runeterra, we're both running pretty reactive decks. Anything that's not like super aggro is basically reactive. I was kind of afraid of red plus Make It Rain there, but it looks like he's just going gold. We're fine with that. So like, we just want to set it up so that we have advantageous passes, and his passes are more awkward, basically. Is kind of like how it ends up working. Soraka's weird here. She's mana efficient to play out, but I actually don't have the ability to level her on this action. And I don't have a use for spell mana either, especially if I want to do something like blue card. Is it actually bad to play Soraka right now without the ability to protect her? He doesn't really have a good ability to kill her. Soraka completely blows. It is kind of interesting. It has felt in a lot of these games like Kench is almost better than Soraka. Like Soraka, she's really, again, both of them are nuts in certain hand states and just really clunky in others. I feel pretty happy going like Hunting Fleet into Pale Cascade. I think this is a pretty premium fleet. Soraka's a trap. I mean, I've seen those images. So here's something interesting. He's taking a pass now. He's threatening to burn a lot of his own mana, but he knows he's pretty safe to pass here because he's got some elusive units. If I pass back, like I'm foregoing the ability to, you know, push my Star Spring, which is kind of like the power of reactivity in general. Like I do kind of have to attack into this. which is a little awkward. But I also have Pale Cascade as a neat trick should something weird happen. I don't think I can attack with Soraka here. I can't give him a free way to damage it for Fervor or Flock. I don't know why I said Fervor. Seems fine. If I didn't have like an option for reactivity here, I might just have to not attack here at all. Interesting. Okay, so Fervor plus Flock.
I'm basically...
Yeah, Fervor plus Flock is solid. It will kill my Soraka. In a way, I unfortunately can't answer with Pale Cascade. It can't be double Fervor, it's just Flock here. So he played it from the left side of hand. He actually probably has 2 Flocks. Wow. Okay, so Soraka does just die here. If we play her a little bit later, we could protect her. We have a lot of spells to draw into. The biggest question basically comes down to like how much we can actively brick cards like Flock. It can be pretty hard sometimes. I think we probably should have saved Soraka for the turn after. I think that was definitely a misplay to try to like play for tempo in a matchup where tempo is inherently meaningless. Because like if his hand is good now, I could be pretty screwed. A flipped TF would be very scary here. That's actually kind of interesting. Red card. If he just spams red cards on me though, sometimes my Star Spring wins off of that. And we do have a great hand. We can replenish, we can like Fortune Croaker, we can blue card. We have like some great replenishments in this hands. I think I definitely just need to Croaker the smaller unit. Really want to keep the 6/6 up as a big threat. This deck is awesome. I think it's a really cool, unique playstyle. It feels a lot more different than anything we've seen before. Ooh, very cool. Scorched Earth. So, yeah, it's pretty nasty. He does have the ability to kill the Star Spring. He's just going to go ahead and... He has to do it proactively because it's got fleeting in this case. But part of the benefit of cards like Scorched Earth is, like, you can actually wait on that. If it wasn't fleeting, he could have waited on it and potentially had the ability to kind of, like, bait us into a game plan that just kind of wouldn't have worked. I have to gold card here.
Deal me in.
Gold card is great here. It should be pretty hard, unless I'm forgetting something. Yeah, he can Fervor, but he can't really like do anything nuts. And now his board is traded down, and we've even got some like open attacks into him. Should save the Pale Cascade. Gold card will still hit Codger. He can't disjoint the gold card. So now we can like develop in with Goat and Pale, and that feels really good. Like we're just kind of winning the long-term resource exchange. There's the second Flock that we predicted. Pale unfortunately still leaves it damaged, so it wouldn't be able to protect my card there. But that's fine. Like, I mean, he's down to 2 cards, and we have the board. Double Pale, I mean, that's honestly a fantastic draw. It's kind of crazy. I don't think we need to open attack here. Like, leaving open Pale as an option is kind of nice, and Goat being a potential gem farm is great. And this is why Pale is such a good card. It turns hands like this and makes them kind of insane. That's a good card for him, though. He could potentially have, like, what he needs. What the fuck? 32 out of 12? Holy shit. That's really, really funny. I wonder, like, what kind of hand it would take for... I mean, we do kind of need to kill him with damage here. If he blocks a 2/2, which he has to do to play safe against weird hands like Double Pale, I can kind of just go in. Wow, how insane would that be? How insane would that be to just... try to like end the game here? We're pretty far off. We don't have a lot of good over the top, right? Our over the top is pretty lacking. I mean, what else are the Pales gonna do? What can I draw? Does third Pale? Do I have... Wait, is my deck tracker working? Does third Pale... Does anything other than third Pale actually kill Leviathan if I start buffing the Leviathan? I don't think so. That's pretty awkward. You just have to cycle and deal damage, basically. Yeah, Sunblessed Vigor also could have like saved it potentially if I just want to save one unit. Ooh, this is rough. Actually, it's pretty tricky to win from this position. Like, normally Star Spring is meant to be how we close out these games, so we don't have great closers here, right? Like, we can just keep drawing, but once the Swain comes down, our board is going to get stunned out. Well, this was kind of neat. unfortunately, I'm 1 mana short of being able to actually draw this turn off of the level. Which makes... I still have to play here so that I can gem first to action, I think. He can't really punish me just playing the Soraka first. I think that should be good enough. That feels pretty good. Like, I have a wide enough board. I think we're just getting him on like the long-term value here. Croaker's so good. Croaker is an absolutely insane card. Tom is a fine top deck.
By my hand, will Noxus rise.
So, I mean, our only heal is Gem here and creates a Fearsome Blocker. We do kind of need to, like, press this right now. We don't need a Fearsome Blocker on this attack, right? But we're always gemming here.
Live with purpose. Take heart.
Shakedown's interesting. Do I like Shakedown? So now we Tom. I guess we can burst pass as well. Doesn't matter.
Keep up, keep up.
I will find the goodness in you, River King.
Hope only provides temporary sustenance, child.
So, I mean, at the start of the turn, he's gonna do the Leviathan Swain thing. Because we buff the attack of Croaker, it'll stun these 3 big boys. Wow, he's attacking with... What? I mean, he's seen 2 Pales, I guess. I guess I can't really punish that without having the other Pale. Do I mind getting the gem off of this? Has to actually be okay here. But isn't... I mean, the hunting fleet on this block feels really good. Like... Especially since we kind of need to open attack and it's going to get stunned. Yeah, this looks fine. Gem is never worth more than this. It'd flock. The problem is, if it's flock, then anything that blocks the Swain will still let him start like stunning my Soraka, right? Like we can't play around flock with anything because our other units are gonna be stunned anyway. So forcing out the flock for no value is fine. Obviously we have no recrest to this. Yeah, Shakedown doesn't do anything here. We have no heals coming out at the end of the turn. Shakedown's interesting and Tom is interesting. Tom. Like, we probably, right now, we kind of want to be trying to threaten the Swain, maybe with one of our unstunned units.
I'm sure there's
Star Spring came in really late. So, Shakedown's bizarre here. It lets us heal a unit. It lets us have a chance of actually threatening one of the really important targets here, basically Swain. If our Tahm Kench goes into the Swain, if he has another flock, and I know he's played like 4 flocks, but that deck has like 7 flocks. We always have another flock. It could really mess with you. I guess the best play is to just shake down something random and just make his 2 cards challengeable, right? These 2. I think we start off by doing this. Because the nice thing about this option is that we can beat Fervor by Vigor. We can beat Flock with Vigor. Like, we're keeping our units outside of kill range. Damaging my Tom might just be too trolly. He has to have the last Swain. He used, what, another Swain's Flock? And Star Shaping is basically just a draw engine at this point. Which feels good. Like, he can't really threaten a kill on me here, right? And like, he needs to have the last flock, basically. Or he could have Fervor. He can't have another flock. He's literally played like fucking 7 flocks. Yeah, it does kind of suck. But there's not really a way to beat Fervor, because even if we don't drag the Tahm Kench, we're still kind of screwed to Fervor, because we still have exactly enough damage that we're losing to Fervor. I have no choice but to eat the boat. Eat Swain? I mean, he can't have the last Swain. I guess, like, eating boat can sometimes lose to Make It Rain. So I guess eating Swain is slightly better just because we know he doesn't have another Swain.
Time to enjoy the night sky.
Luck feels bad. I'm a lot more worried about Fervor. Fervor's a lot more likely here. Fervor and Make It Rain are kind of the two potentially scary things. Keeping our Tom at 2 health instead of 1 actually matters. Death Sand too. Yeah, Death Sand is one thing we could have played around by not attacking Tahm Kench to the elusive. But our health is so low, the elusive is actually really scary. The awkward thing is, like, if we don't challenge, if we don't eat the Leviathan, we actually can just sometimes die over the top to some weird hands. Like, if he has another Zap, sometimes we just run out of life points. And that is a reason that, like, sometimes you have to eat the Leviathan and concede that the Make It Rain can fuck you. It's just about whether we're playing around Make It Rain or some, like, crazy over the top at that point. Bayou Brunch should be useless here.
Appetizers are plenty.
Them good.
I mean, Tom, what the hell is going on here? So if he's got Death Sand, he theoretically has a way to kill my Tom. If I just Astral Protection and eat the Leviathan, aren't we just good? There's a weird argument to Bayou Brunch first just for maximum stats, but Bayou Brunch costs me an entire action. If I Bayou my Soraka, what counters that? If he attacks with boat, he could like drag me in. Yeah, let's use. I think we're just using Acquired Tastes.
With purpose.
Like, it's so hard for him to answer this. We're even outside of like Flock plus Keg range. Yeah, it looks like Kench is definitely defying expectations. Again, it will fall off a little bit against more refined decks, but it's debatable how much. It might not fall off very much at all. 3+ units. So, I mean, we can Bayou Brunch just to level our Tahm Kench. Starspring is a pretty awkward win condition here. Bayou Brunch is a really fucking awkward card. Captures another ally. So, am I doing it just to level Kench? And it's what when you attack, it releases the other ones. I guess I have to eat just like the mountain goat or something. I guess he can stop this with a Make It Rain if that was his powder keg Make It Rain play. Eat Soraka? Well, eating the Soraka doesn't really do anything, right?
In my magnificence.
Draw another card by brunching Soraka. Oh, yeah, no, I guess that does make sense. Yeah, you can draw a card by brunching Soraka. That is true, because it would refresh her ability, and then we would draw at the end of the turn. Yeah, that's true, that's true. This was a weird game. A very, very weird one.
Appetizers are plenty.
Feels like we're beating a lot, though. And, like, we still don't necessarily have lethal here, which is really, really trolly. He could heal outside of our range, but we've got so much draw, we're just kind of fucking, you know?
Always provides.
This feels great. Yeah, I'm just kind of going in like this, right?
Live with purpose.
Starspring's up to 14. So I think even if he could survive this, he might actually die to our Starspring next turn, which is interesting. Wow.
The stars will remember.
This deck's not bad. This deck's not bad. It's not quite. I know it's good. It's to some people it's gonna look completely insane, and it does have some big vulnerabilities. But man, it's really not bad. It's really not bad. Let me be right back. I think it would, in all likelihood though, it would still have to be kind of insane considering this for a tournament. I don't know if I could quite do that. Hunting Fleet felt pretty great there. The ability for Hunting Fleet to actually represent, like, in games where it goes like that, where a bunch of the board just trades down, and you're left in that mid-game spot with just, like, those value exchanges, you slow down so much aggression. Like, you make the opponents so awkward there. Kench growing on you? Kench is growing on me. Kench is very unironically growing on me. I know, right? I know. So because we have the token on turn 1 and because we've got Star Spring, I think I'll do a triple kick. If we had attack on turn 2, I'd probably keep Mountain Goat. But I really kind of want a 1-drop here. Ideally, obviously, the Cudger to go with Star Spring on 2. Hunting Fleet is so good against dragons. Yeah, this is the matchup where, like, Hunting Fleet should, in theory, feel very good. Like, their entire game plan gets fucked if I just drop a big fucking ship on turn 4. What the heck? Feels great. Yeah, I mean, he's always gonna have the attack here. Again, between like Star Spring and Boxtopus, I don't think it can literally matter what we do in which order. Like, we're always gonna play Star Spring and Boxtopus as our next 2 actions, I think, no matter what. Is there a top deck that would get us off of Star Spring with Boxtopus? I don't think so. Not Soraka. I'm just playing. So the sequencing doesn't really matter here. And then, yeah, when he's attacking 4... Oh, I can get him to burn mana. Whoa! So this is the Herald of Dragons. He passed because he wants to wait until after we attack to play Herald. But... And this is why, like, Herald is kind of an awkward card. Because, like, there's a lot of situations where you're just not going to be able to play it. Because, like, I would never attack there unless I'm trolling. And maybe it's not Herald, but even so, even if he had Herald there, he couldn't have played it in that position, right? Which really matters. Really matters quite a bit. I could play the Fleet now. Just kind of, like, deny his attack straight up. He's running Targon, so it's not impossible he, you know, could, like, Pale Cascade. Pale could be a little awkward. And he's going to deal 2 damage to my face with Golden Narwhal, which is, like, kind of feels bad, but, whatever. I've got a fucking Hunting Fleet. I'm stopping the 4 with White Flame. Like, that's so gross. This is, like, the perfect anti-dragons card. There's just no better tech against dragons. Not even close. No Broadback Protector. Broadback is so weird, man. It's so slow in this deck. And it's only good in a really specific hands. I actually think Broadback is a bit of a bait here. Why is Hunting Fleet 2 of? Because it's somewhat situational matchup tech, and it's not nuts in every situation, and I don't really want to be double drawing it. I'm perfectly fine with that ratioing there. That seems... Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. So I want individual heal triggers. We just shut down his entire attack by doing this. And we can generate another damaged unit. So we can attack with Narwhal and Soraka and play the other Star Spring. Wow. Insane. That is super crazy. Holy shit. I mean, attacking right now actually gives us the best options in terms of tricks. Because I don't mind using Guiding Touch. But I do want to be able to Pale Cascade as a solo trick, which means I do want to develop into the attack. I can't think of anything he could play that really punishes developing into this attack. So we basically want to do it exactly like this. And check out what's happening here. Our Boxtopus is going to a 3-2, so it's 2 health damage, and our Narwhal is getting 2 damage, so it's 2 health damage. Which means these Star Springs are each going to trigger twice perfectly. Like, that feels so good, right? And there's no reason to play Soraka first. She does the same thing whether we play her before or after that attack. But by developing the Star Spring and then attacking before playing Soraka, we leave ourselves open to a double trick, which there's some weird situations where he could force us to want to double trick. And Soraka should draw a card here, right? Because she'll level from the first 2 triggers, and then the second 2 triggers will happen, and then she'll draw a card. This is so crazy. This game is won already. It's not even close. Like, he actually has so little way to win this game. It's crazy. It's ridiculous how over this game is. Holy shit. Like, we even have double astral. What the fuck? That's so insane. Wow.
No more of your crap soup, lassie, please. It's that soap. You've been drinking this?
I mean, this is a nut draw. This is literally what our, like, kind of best draw looks like. For sure. I mean, he has the ability to potentially kill my Soraka if I block with it. He would have to use, like, single combat or, like, dragon single combat. How much damage is he really doing, though? He can do basically 10. He can't really do more than 10, so we can just block with Astral, right? Aren't we? Isn't there, like, 0 risk to doing it like this? Am I missing something? So I can just Pale Cascade, actually, to keep Soraka at 1 health. I want to, like, maximize Astrals. And at 1 mana, he actually can't do anything else. So what I could do is a kind of interesting double Pale play. This is actually a, like, mega nut play. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, yeah. Look at this shit. What the fuck? Look at this board. This is pretty fun. Like, it's not even close. It's completely over. Right.
Live with purpose.
Ooh. $13A. Yeah, I mean, I just need more damaged units. More healing is more good. More damage to the units. Is there a better way to deal with this? Ooh, Eclipse Dragon. That's kind of cute. Vulnerable for speeding it up a little bit. She's got 7. So Astral will heal her. But she's not... She loses her damage at that point. Astral's so weird. Maybe 3 Astral is actually just low-key bait. Isn't that strange? Wish is just lethal. Do I actually have to wish instead of Starspring? Is that actually better? Because... Yeah, because if I wait until the end of the round, it'll trigger in the wrong order. And I actually will... I mean, it doesn't matter. He can't kill me next turn, but... Yeah, we can just wish here. Because then... Because the Starsprings are weird. They trigger left to right, which means if the second one heals after the first one's checked, we actually don't win the game that turn, and we'll have to wait 1 extra turn there. But it will never matter here. Our ratio of heal to damage is still off. We still have too much heal for the self-damage. Yes, we still have a bit too much heal for the self-damage. I agree. But that's assuming that the combo is getting there. That's assuming that the combo is getting there. Wow. I mean, when this deck nut draws, when it does have like the perfect draw, it does feel just so good. It is a deck that is crazy when it's drawing super well. I mean, how can we have our units take more damage though? It's pretty tricky. The ability to survive damage is really important, like Sunblessed Vigor. It's really hard for Goat to take the 1 damage. Mentor gives max stats. I don't like Mentor here. More Shakedown. I don't like Shakedown. I think it plays into the lose condition too hard. I want cans that are just not clunky. I really want declunkers to my hands. I mean, Broadback's Protector is kind of the last way to have more self-damage, but the fact that it just does it per turn is so slow. It's kind of... I think I would run Broadback before Jack. I think Jack is kind of trolly. Jack has to be a worse version of Broadback. There's just no way around that. Like, Broadback feels better than Jack in literally every way. And then the whole thing, like, dealing damage to their Nexus is... We're wasting so much value because we don't care about Nexus damage here. Monkey Idol. Makito's alright. Stellacorn just kind of has to be a bad card. There's literally no way Stellacorn is ever good. It's hilariously considerable, but just bad. And I'm actually looking at Sheriff Lariat Rose. Sheriff Lariat Rose does get our units like a lot of damage. I think that's like kind of, at that point, Shakedown might even be better though. Like, I don't like either option. Counter the mirror. I'll run one Divergent Paths, I think. Gift Giver does feel good as a one of. I can run something like this. Does Arbiter reduce off the landmark heals? No, because it doesn't count as targets. Unless it's coded the same way as like Make It Rain. That would be really funny if that works. Wow. Cut a goat, too many turn 2 plays. The biggest thing though is like I want a lot of turn 2 plays because the biggest problem spots for this deck are when I'm not drawing my power cards. And my power cards are turn 2 plays, right? Like I want to overload my turn 2 plays. We're attacking on turn 2. Jesus. Ooh, can I keep Boxtopus? I think I have to keep one. That's a nuts hand. That's a crazy, crazy hand. Oh! Jesus Christ. Ooh. Yikes, man. What do you do against this? That's pretty stupid, huh? Uh-oh. This turn 3 play isn't going to be great. At best, it's like a Herald. Ooh, that's alright. Kind of like loses to Guiding Touch, which is pretty funny. So... Man, having to Guiding Touch that actually wouldn't feel good. If I play the little girl and he drags that, then the rest of his attacks suck too. I think am I happy if he drags it? The problem is he'd keep the Challenger on board, and I do want the Challenger dead. If I pass here, he might pass back. I think it's pretty likely he would pass back if I pass here. If I Guiding Touch and keep my unit alive. I do need to get the Guiding Touches out of my hands. It can be a little bit hard for him to Challenger the girl here, since he's losing to Pale either way. It's actually, it's an interesting choice on his part, whether he wants to challenge the Croaker or the girl. The Croaker's a really major threat if he doesn't get it off the board. And I think I'm actually okay if he challenges the girl. I do have to care about my health. Like, I can't let him literally just run all over me. I do have to not let him just jam me up in a pretty good attack there. And then this is the easiest Boxtopus ever. Heal a little bit more. Guiding Touch is going to get valued later anyway. No hurry to throw them. Yeah, I think I agree with that. So we can make the Boxtopus 4 health and just run on his Challenger. That's really not bad. We don't have any like reactive option at that point, because we can't really play the second Guiding Touch, but that feels like a pretty great play. What does he have to counter that? Pale Cascade would be a pretty great counter to that, but by open attacking, I can at least make it so his like Pale doesn't get to draw a card. That feels good. If I want to play more on Pale, I can drag something else, but honestly, killing this Challenger actually feels really valuable, because the Challenger is pretty annoying to me. And it also lets the Cadre attack for free. This feels fun. Ooh. I can't use that here. I can kind of almost use Shakedown here, I think. Shakedown is trash here. This is a bad spot for Shakedown. It's better like a little bit later into the game, like turn 5, turn 6 are kind of when Shakedown might see value onto those attacks. So this is great. We're damaging our Codger so that, you know, we're just getting more triggers off of Star Spring, which is what we want. He definitely misplayed by blocking that Codger, unless I'm missing something. Like, he's supposed to just let that damage through. Yeah, there's no possible way that's correct. Because, yeah, I mean, I'm just healing more.
No more of your crap.
Jesus Christ, this deck, it's a little inconsistent, but man, when it's good, it's so good. This is like, I thought dragons would be a decent answer into this, but especially with the hunting fleet version of this deck, I feel so dominant in the dragons matchup. Like, it feels like they have nothing against this. Really nothing. This deck feels like an auto loss versus Lee Sin. That's the big question. I don't think it's an auto loss. I actually don't think it's an auto loss at all. If this deck could actually be decent against Lee Sin, I might literally bring this deck to the tournament. I might actually bring this deck to the tournament. How crazy is that? So if I block something with Soraka, that's great for my healing, but it means if he has a single combat, if he uses it during this fight, then my Soraka will die, and that's obviously I can't have that. I'm gonna have to be okay taking some damage here, and it looks like, yeah, this is it. I mean, I just can't block with Soraka. It would be completely insane too. Yeah, but there's no reason to block anything, right? I could see I could get Fortune Croaker off my board if I'm thinking that this is like the most damage I'm preventing, but I don't think it is. Block the 4/4 with Croaker. I don't see an argument for that. So I can Hired Gun. Hired Gun, actually, we have a pretty great open attack, I think. Let's go ahead and set up this open attack with Hired Gun here. Because since we didn't block with Soraka, we don't need to keep mana up to respond to a single combat, which is nice. And if he has a single combat, he kind of has to use it on something that doesn't really matter that much. So he kills Boxtopus. We can't have stopped that anyway, just because Boxtopus only has 4 max HP. We could have made it so he would have had to use the single combat off of like Shyvana instead. I think I'm fine with this though. Yeah, I think I have no problem with this. Because now, so we can use Shakedown, and Shakedown is kind of like a better, like on this kind of perfect board state, Shakedown should be kind of crazy, right? In theory, so what this allows me to do is I can basically trade the board down, and I can give everything vulnerable in a positive way. I still don't have the ability to properly counter Shyvana, but I'm accelerating this in like the fastest way possible. So I open attack with Shakedown on this. I make this and this vulnerable. Then we send it in like this. Like exactly this. And I actually think at this point in time, if Soraka dies, it's actually too late for it to matter now. I couldn't have had her die last turn, but if she dies now, we're fine. And if I save my gem, I actually get a little bit more value, I think. So Soraka draws me a card. If he has a way to kill the Soraka, he'll do it now, and I'm fine with that. She can die now. Like, it's too late for Starspring to not win me the game at this point, I think. I don't know. Me being at 9 health is a little scary. Could matter a bit. And we also, like, we don't have any tricks for this combat, which does feel a little bad. Yeah, that definitely was something that's countered this play a little too much. And it's a little too easy for him to have. So we're at like 11. I mean, it still should be hard for him to win, but I think open attacking there can't have been worth it. It's like, it's a little too easy for that to happen. So how does he turn this into a win? Because he doesn't really have over the top, right? Like, our units will eventually just take damage and eventually effectively just counter what he's trying to do here, right? We just go wide with blockers and we should always be good. This is a Grant vulnerable too, right? Off of Shakedown. Yeah, I think developing into that attack is probably just a little bit better. The earlier we play Lounging Lizard though, the like faster, if we're going for like the race game plan, and this is like kind of the best double block. I think we should assume Tom Kench is gonna brick out here, right? So I actually think I don't like the idea of playing Tahm Kench here. Is that trolling? Because it's just one blocker. The way this exact game is going, in a very slightly different game, Tom would be fine here, but in the way this exact game is going, I'd probably skip it for now. Divergent can be useful in some weird late game scenarios. It can sometimes accelerate a Star Spring level just off of you know, if we don't have more heal in the hand. So because of that, I could see it doesn't feel terrible here. It's not as bad as it could be, really. It's not great. And yeah, I mean, all we have to do is just jump block him. This is the problem with Demacia in general, which is like, it's pretty powerful, but it's kind of in some ways just too fair, you know? It's like when you just jump block them, they kind of can't win. And my win condition is like a lot harder for him to deal with than his is for me to deal with, right? Like I have literally 0 difficulty just blocking this down like that. I don't think this is really vulnerable to anything. The 6-mana dragon was a misplay. I kind of assume he couldn't have really done anything better there. Like I kind of doubt his options were good at all. I guess gemming Tahm Kench is a little bit better here, because just in case he dies, it gives me the extra trigger. So the single Star Spring is just chugging along, and at 16 out of 22, it looks like we're good. Monka W 13 out of 22. Yeah, it just keeps rising, dude. It just gets bigger and bigger. And because we made this vulnerable, we even get an extra trigger with Krusty Codger here. That's pretty sweet. Like, we can just attack into this vulnerable here thing. That's cute. We're not really opening with Acquired Taste. Are we always Guiding Touch? I think we might play something else before attack now, but let's just open attack. Let's get the reactivity. Because we're never attacking with these. These just can never matter. Attacking with Lounging Lizard is hilariously enough a misplay, because even though it's elusive, he could have the I get +2/+2 an elusive block, and we're just winning with Star Spring. We're just not attacking face. And this is a condition. This is the kind of game state which is like, you remember when I was running Monkey Idol instead of Lounging Lizard? It's because of this kind of matchup where, don't get me wrong, I still feel good, but having like the ability to generate chump blockers in addition to Monkey Idol being Monkey Idol is actually nice and does actually matter. $18, and here's Boxtopus, and that's 22. Like, that's it. It's over. Star Spring is a lot faster. It's definitely a lot faster. When I was playing it around in my head, it's scary fast if you have a good hand for it. Like, it is fast enough that I don't mind running Divergent Paths. Absolutely, I don't mind running Divergent Paths. And I can even Divergent Paths here for value, right? Because that can be how we get the last point of heal. Oh shit, they are going in the wrong direction though, right? Because they will trigger left to right. So Divergent Paths actually doesn't give me the last heal I need here. That's really, really funny. Wow, is this losable? That would be hilarious. I guess what we could do is play the second Tahm Kench and then use the first Acquired Taste. Wow, yeah, that's actually really funny. It's the Acquired Taste from the other Tahm Kench. Wait. So this is an interesting thing I didn't realize. Apparently this is coded in a way that only works on the Tahm Kench that summoned it. Interesting. That is something that would have been good to know. Yikes. I just got like really trolled. Wow. Hilarious. Got him. Either it's a bug or not clearly worded. Yeah. I think it's kind of weird because they do need to code it in a way that makes intuitive sense when you have two Tahm Kenches on the board. That's why it's coded like that. But it's awkward to word it saying, the Tahm Kench that created this card. Like that, you can't really do that either. So it's like, I don't know what the best solution there is.
Haven't we?
So we're just surviving one more turn. I could just like gold card here. Again, I'm not really seeing how he's winning. If he kills like both of my damaged units, we could have some weird problems. Game still doesn't feel losable, but we'll see. This deck literally feels like it trashes dragons. And I don't think it's that people are running bad versions of midrange. This deck just eats midrange so freely. Like, there's really just nothing they can do about that. It's really crazy. So, he's doing what he needs to not lose the game on the spot. We do have the ability to, like, self-damage our Tahm Kench by 1. And I think, like, using the Pale Cascade on anything that could threaten that Tahm Kench. But the 1 health won't save him from anything. Do I get literally anything out of cascading here? Guiding Touch becomes an out. That's hilarious. Holy shit. This would be crazy to lose this game. This is 21 out of 22. We just can't get it up. I mean, we're probably forced to try for Tahm to eat something. He would need basically Concerted Strike to stop it. Destroy your own landmark. Alas. Wouldn't really help there. But yeah, Tahm just has to eat this and hope that he doesn't have an answer to it. Even if he has a way to kill Tahm, like, saving this as an answer doesn't really help anything. Like, he's gonna... Whatever he has to kill Tahm is still gonna be able to threaten Tahm after. So we force out the Concerted Strike. This is so troll. Holy shit. How are we losing this game? I mean, there's no downside to not playing Star Spring. I have to Divergent Paths to increase our draws, right? I have to draw the last Star Spring so we don't fucking draw the third Star Spring right now. I need to increase I need to increase my odds of drawing something that doesn't lose me the game. What the fuck? Oh, TF Synergy, it's huge! Oh dear God. That is so crazy that we actually lost this game. How the fuck did this happen? That is so fucking funny. Holy shit. Riot coding losing game. Yeah, the ability to actually use the Tahm Kench Appetite card would be great. I mean, we actually have no play. We had a decent amount of top decks that help us here. Tahm Warding loses. Yeah, I mean, he's got the lethal here.
Lady Luck is smiling.
There's really no winning this game. Like, we don't have any... I don't think we really have... And that's correct for him to not block that. TP hands. So how many do I actually have to draw here to be good? Yeah, this is too much damage. I don't think... I mean, if we were running Hush... If we were running Hush, then maybe we'd have some kind of weird out here. This is... That's a really funny game. Okay, cool. I think that definitely will happen sometimes. A lot of draws would have saved us there. Like, drawing these cards in the other order, like Lounging Lizard into Guiding Touch would have saved us here. That was crazy, crazy, crazy finish to that game. That we actually managed to lose that. We had, like, the double Tahm Kench. In that kind of game state, yeah, we do need, like, a way to slightly accelerate the thing. That's such a bizarre game to evaluate, though. That's a game where Sunblast Vigor is uniquely bad. Like, if that Sunblast Vigor... We drew both the Star Springs. We drew the Divergent Paths. So many of our top decks win us that game. Even, like, Hunting Fleet wins us that game. Wow. But yeah, Sunblessed Vigor might just not really make sense as a card. Like, Obviously, that game, we can't really base anything off that exactly, but there will be some similar game states where, like, it's not quite as good as the ability to generate a damaged unit. Sunblast Vigor, it does say generate a damaged unit if we have the ability to, like, attack and challenge something, and then it allows us to stay alive. Man, I gotta say, I do still like Sunblast Vigor. I'm not gonna lie. I do still like that card in this deck. Hard Gun feels pretty good here against like a lot of turn 2 plays. And we don't need to play Star Spring on turn 2. We could potentially bank mana for it. Let's kick the Lounging Lizard out of this hand, actually. I think it's a little... You could keep it. It's a little early for what we want here, actually. This is an interesting draw, because Goat could give us like a proactive turn 2 play.
These jewels are more
So we have two options turn 2. We can kind of like open with a Goat, or we can open pass. Freljord Tom Kench. What does his deck do turn 2? Passing is kind of only good, really, if we want to hired gun into something. There's nothing we're going to hired gun into for value here. It's like he plays like Starlet and stuff. I guess Goat is just fine to play here.
If they're out there, I'll spot them.
I don't mind using hard gun and kind of like trading into that. I want to keep the ability for damaged units. Generating a gem proactively is pretty nice. I think I like my 3 attack blocker though. I think I'll just solo attack and keep my Goat up as a threat. I think his Sentry's not doing anything. I could also just pass. If we assume his health is never going to matter, passing is like technically better. Yeah, this is kind of why I like keeping the Goat alive. If he attacks at 1 mana, it might be a Brittle Steel. Honestly, if he's got the balls to attack with that 3/3 there, I probably can't block it, because it's actually too likely Brittle Steel at that point. We could have also... So we do have the ability to play Tom nice and early. Or Hired Gun to try to force a better exchange. If he plays an Ash, our Hired Gun's nuts anyway. If we pass... Could he pass back for value? He's got a decent pass. Like, oh, how well can he use spell mana here? This is so interesting. He's using the first action on turn 4. So if both of us play Tom here, we kind of get fucked in that exchange. We kind of get fucked if both of us play Tom here. I need to play Tom on a turn where I have first action afterwards so that our Tom doesn't get eaten by him. I think I can't just hired gun then. If he passes instead of Tomming for whatever reason. Okay, that's okay. That's a lucky draw getting it off like the very top, but I think that's still fine for us. So he's potentially burning 1 mana. I favor that.
These old eyes still see far.
So we can play Tom on turn 5. We can't play the turn after. If we are not going to bank for Astral Projection, I guess playing Star Spring here is good. Right now, he's not giving us any good ways to damage our own units, which feels pretty bad. Now he's at 2 mana, so I could do an attack in with Goat. If it's Troll Chant, it's still going to be Troll Chant. Like, that doesn't change. Oh no, the gem is actually so useless here.
faster than my arrow.
Ash isn't that big of a threat. Tom Kench into something after. So his Ash will Frostbite my Mountain Goat, which is fine. I don't really mind my Mountain Goat taking a little bit of damage. Or, yeah. He can't really attack with the others because he just gives... Like, he can't feed my double Star Spring, basically. So we're depriving him of a lot of attacks by doing this. If I use my gem on the hired gun now, his Ash might not have any attack at all. I actually, funnily enough, I don't think that's worth the gem. I think the gem is actually going to be really important here. Ash level up. We do have to play defensive.
I've been propagating quite the appetite.
He can attack with Ash if he wants. I think I have to be okay taking potentially a bit of damage. He still has to worry about like cascade and stuff. But he's attacking with these sentries too. That feels like it might have to be wrong. Because like letting my units get damaged here is a big deal.
You spurned my gift.
That's a pretty big deal. I don't have Pale to threaten the Ash, but that's okay.
My comestibles
The question is, does Tom maybe want to block the 3-3 instead of the 2-1? And the answer is no, he does not. This guy's deck is a few metas behind. Ash deck? Well, it's Ash Tom Kench. So there's a lot of people that are suggesting Ash Tom Kench. I do not like Ash Tom Kench. I don't think it's a great combination, honestly. Feels a little awkward. So my Star Springs are going off. I'm getting 6 charges. I'm behind on charges, so I mean 6 charges isn't crazy here. But getting to 6 immediately feels okay. And now we do have the ability to protect Tom Kench while using Acquired Taste, which feels good. The only problem is if I use Acquired Taste on my Tom Kench now on his Ash, then he'll get the ability to play his Tom Kench. Like, as soon as I play my Acquired Taste, he can play his Tom Kench, if he has it. And if he has Tom Kench, well, it's actually a little bit spooky. I almost want my Tom to just swing and slap that Trapper. That feels pretty terrible, too. I might just open attack like this. I mean, he really just doesn't have great options. His combat tricks are kind of wasted in this scenario. And I just want reactivity. Like, this is a pretty low value combat trick. If he's gonna use something that like a freeze, yeah, Elixir is like the cheapest thing he could use. That's the best thing he could have there. That's fine. He just keeps a 3-2 on the board. And I don't think we're gonna need the attack token for anything else the way this board is shaping up. So he uses 1 mana on the Elixir. He can't really threaten anything crazy here. And until we play Acquired Taste, he might not feel safe playing Tom Kench. The fact that he passes there makes it a bit more likely for him to have Tom Kench, by the way. So now we just croak something random.
So what's in store for me?
Oh, that's a sick draw. Holy shit. So basically the objective in situations like this is to just like play out as much of our hand as we can while keeping enough mana for Acquired Taste so that he can't play his own Tom Kench. Well, maybe. We're potentially okay in like longer rounds if we lose our Tom Kench to his. So we got him to play his own. The only problem is now I don't have the Astral Protection. That's so interesting. But what can he... Like, he can't stop my Tom Kench from eating his. At 4 mana? Fury of the North no longer does it because it's only 3 attack now. My Tom Kench will just eat his for free. That feels great. And like I'm even taking 2 damage, which is perfect. Yeah, it's a little weird. I kind of expected him to keep passing back. Tom Kench sitting there is a very strange play. Oh, we might have had to double jump first. Oh no, he can't play Culling Strike. He's using the Bilgewater version. I don't have to play around Culling Strike. Yeah. We're good. And I mean, we're just kind of waiting for the Star Springs to win us the game, right? Valuing these Trump blockers is actually important enough such that I can't really play the Croaker here, and I'm totally fine in not doing the Croaker. So, I mean, he needs his Ash to level up like on this action to win the game, but at 1 out of 5, that's just not happening. What hand would that be? Harsh Wind's double brittle. Ooh, does he have it? He does have exact lethal. Okay, it looks like we're losing because we can't block with Astral Protection. It looks like he wins. He's got the full freeze hands. He can actually freeze everything. There's not really a way we can play around that either. We can eat the Ash instead and just make, and basically there is a consideration to try to eat the Ash instead of the Tom Kench. That's kind of the one thing you can do. But yeah, it looks like he's just dealing the lethal here. We're 1 short. Usually you have like Pale Cascade in this hand to be able to block, but no Pale is just, we're out of luck. Yeah, eating the Ash might have been necessary. Like, the question is, like, do you play around this hand? Honestly, right now, Flash Freeze is a great card, such that I guess it is worth it playing around that hand. Because they're running more freezes than they have in, like, other versions historically. Okay. I think that definitely should have been a win. We lost to a good hand, but I think we were in a good enough position that we could have played very safely. Hush. Yeah, Hush is also good in that situation for sure. I mean, Hush is just kind of a nuts card. Hush literally auto wins that game. It's kind of trolly that we're not running Hush. For sure. How does Hush do in the mirror? Even Bastion. I mean, even new Bastion would have let us block there. Yeah, losing that feels really bad. I think cards like Shakedown, as cute as they are, just will probably eventually have to go for cards like Hush. Divergent Paths kind of sucks here. So the biggest question is, like, how reliably can this deck win when it's not drawing Starsprung? I think reliably enough, actually. I think, like, sometimes it's the Soraka engine. Sometimes Tom Kench outvalue can be a win condition in weird games. I do agree that Divergent Paths feels like it has to be bad. It feels like not running Hush is just like a really, really troll move for no reason. Because it makes, like, obviously that's a really specific situation, and we definitely could have played around that, but there will be similar situations like that happen, right? Like, I'm looking back at these games, and I'm seeing so many situations, like that Swain game that got really close. If we just Hush the Swain, we're not under any threat either. It's just like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's Hush. As much as I want to kind of like, this happens always at the start of a patch where, like, the mentality of new patch deck building is very proactive, very solitaire. I want my deck to work as well as possible. And then, you know, I mean, you do have to run the reactive counter tools. There's not really a way around that. And Hush is just too good of a card. And 2-mana Hush is great as well. So this is the Trundle version. We're attacking on evens. I actually think I have to full mull. And that full mull felt really good. Like, Cadre into Starspring is really crazy here. The biggest uniqueness of my version of this deck as opposed to other versions of this deck is it's built in a way to try to make the nut draw as good as possible. We're never skipping this attack if we, like, play Starspring and he passes. So we might as well open attack first. Open attack into Starspring here. I've basically built this deck, and that's part of the reason why I have so many low drops. Like, I cut down some copies of Gift Giver and Mountain Goat, but I still have some. And the biggest reason for that is just because I want to mulligan aggressively and not get punished. Oh, you did not just pass to me there, buddy. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. That did not just happen. What? My God, no, 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 no. Am I just playing Kench now? It's kind of crazy. I mean, Hunting Fleet is also kind of insane on this board. And does actually, in theory, represent some pressure. Kench is only, like, if he plays Trundle on 5, Kench is kind of cute. It makes his Trundle play really awkward. Trundle plus what? Trundle plus not much is good. Like, this attack seems pretty free. It seems to be that if he blocks one of my units, that's only a good thing for me. I guess if he blocks Kench, that might kind of force the guiding touch on it. I mean, Nexus Health has just no chance of mattering. But it's kind of like maybe worth it to bait him into blocking Kench. We can't punish his 1 health unit. Let's just pass here. I don't want to force my guiding touch onto Kench. I want it so that if he plays Trundle, his Trundle just feels really clunky without us, like, pre-committing anything. Just maintain as much optionality as we can have. I mean, if he isn't playing Trundle, so now what I want to do, and these are the kind of the best plays. So again, you'll see this a lot with this deck. You'll see this a lot in Runeterra where we're in kind of a stalemate. He has Trundle. He wants to see me use Acquired Taste first. And basically how Acquired Taste work, and this is a large part of the reason I underrated the card, is like, I kind of like, it's just a passive fuck you to his ability to play Trundle. He kind of doesn't get to play Trundle as long as I keep 2 mana up. And 2 mana up is really easy. Like, I can always keep 2 mana up. It's completely free to keep 2 mana up. So what I'll do is I'll just play, like, Cadre here. And then he'll pass back to me. And then I'll play, like, Hunting Fleet. And then maybe he'll pass back to me, and I'll just like, I'll pass. I'll make him use his mana. I'm trying to think of a weird counter. At 3 mana, he's screwed, right? I'm just eating the Trundle. At 3 mana, he ain't got shit. Yeah? Nothing. Yum! This is like the dream counter for Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench fucking loves eating Trundles. Like, they have to commit so much. Yeah, he just got really screwed by that. That's a big deal. I can Gift Giver here.
These jewels are more than mere trinkets.
Gift Giver doesn't commit anything. We can even use 1 gem to be kind of like mana efficient. I think there's, I don't know. I think like the heal clock is pretty important. And it feels like being able to keep Tahm Kench's health high actually matters. Ooh. Is Shakedown low-key good on this board? No, Shakedown's kind of shit here. And now the real strength is I kind of have the ability for reactivity. I can kind of keep passing, and it's really on him to do something here. If he tries to counter me with Ruination, I can actually have a pretty good... I can hush my own Tahm Kench, and then just kind of like play a card and maybe be fine. Ruination doesn't kill Starspring either, so I kind of have to be okay if he does that. His health never matters, so I don't have to attack. This is actually one of the most powerful things with this deck. That... because you're not really killing them through Nexus health, you literally never care about them passing away your attack token, which is a really insanely powerful aspect of this. They have to play first. They have to play first. So this is the Ruination. He's committed to it. He realizes like that's kind of his only option. He gets pretty fucked to stuff like Bastion. Stuff like Hush will stop the Trundle from coming back. But because unless I'm mistaken, it doesn't kill Starspring, we'll still be able to redevelop and be fine. Like, I can Hunting Fleet and then punch the Narwhal and then start healing my Hunting Fleet. Yeah, Ruination would definitely hurt me. For sure. Ooh, goes for the Vengeance instead. Wow. Okay, so yeah, he's killing the Tahm Kench. And now what's happening here is I'm basically always hushing the Tahm Kench. I don't think there's a way around that. This is probably the best Guiding Touch I'm getting, though. Just because I need ways of accelerating my heal condition. So I kind of just want to use Guiding Touch while I have the health, right? I think this makes the most sense. So we just hush the Tahm Kench so he doesn't get the Trundle back. This will happen sometimes. This is like a bit of a synergy between Tahm Kench and Hush. It's not necessarily huge. And now we just play our other Tahm Kench, which feels pretty good. And in this case, because he's kind of like low on mana, we could actually use Shakedown. You know what? This is an alright Shakedown, actually. I'm not gonna lie. It does accelerate our win condition. It's like he's got 2 mana, so there's kind of nothing he can do about this. Our Tahm Kench doesn't really need health. And it puts him into an... like, I don't even need to be attacking with these other ones. That's kind of never gonna matter. But Starspring... it's just like, it's a nice turn where he doesn't have the ability to punish us. And Starspring is where we're just accelerating our kill with this. What are we worried about? Not too much. Not too much. Yeah, Tahm Kench is pretty good. It really is. It really is pretty good. So we could have 7 mana again. You know, we don't really have a great acquired taste here. What we do have is an alright Fortune Croaker. We're playing a little bit into Avalanche, but Avalanche isn't really killing these things. Fortune Croaker looks totally solid to just play out here. Create another damage card, make the pass better for us. The best thing about this deck is like passing is just so good for you. It's such an important aspect of this deck. Just like abusing these proactive passes. Second Vengeance, wow. Okay, it's just that Avalanche. And that's fine. Like if we had another Guiding Touch or something else, we could punish that further. But I don't think he really like... now he's just damaging our units even more, right? And like... now the Starspring, you know, he doesn't have enough mana to finish off anything for big value. And the Starspring really has no chance here. It's actually, hilariously enough... I could play Hunting Fleet here. Giving him the Narwhal never makes a difference, right? If he plays the Narwhal now, that's actually just kind of like a terrible use of 2 mana. Or, sorry. it's on the board. But his attack with Narwhal doesn't matter. My health is full. I don't know, 22. We do kind of just need to get this out. We need to be a bit mana efficient here. And I don't want to play hard gun yet. I don't see a single downside in giving him the 2 damage to our face. One thing that's really interesting though is if we had 2 mana, we can like you can kind of bait them into attacking with Arwol, and then you hush block, and then you get more damage units that way. That can be pretty interesting. So we've really got to worry about Ruination at this point. Ruination is potentially the way we're losing this game. Like, the thing is, we actually don't have good protection against it. Like, at all. Because even though our Star Springs survive and we're still 12 out of 22, our hand kind of sucks. Our hand sucks pretty big time. We can't threaten him with face damage. An open attack doesn't make Ruination worse. So he taps under Ruination, which feels pretty good. And now I have the ability to Hard Gun, which just allows me to damage my units further. Pretty great. Just control the damage. This is why Hard Gun is so nice with this deck. Like, look, we're damaging our Hunting Fleet and our Hard Gun. And that's perfect. That's what we want. We just want to be able to control our own units. Like, control the damage going to where we want, right? We got to play around second Avalanche, so Tom Kench and Krusty Codger won't be able to attack the Spider. But that's perfectly fine. What are we playing around here? Not too much. There's a consideration to Hush the Sentry. Honestly, you know, stopping a draw here, I could see that being the best use of Hush, really. We're not hushing a lot for value, honestly. I think, but he also has like a really wide hand. It was close. The worst part of this game, by the way, and we really have to evaluate this deck build. Like, something that's really bad here, that's happening right now, that kind of shouldn't be happening, is that we're losing to Ruination. That's very bad. We should not be losing to Ruination here. It's kind of insane that we are. Because even though the Star Springs survive, like, once my board is gone, I need Soraka to, like, do a big draw engine to counter Ruination. As long as I have Soraka, I think I'm fine against Ruination. Like, I do have a lot of ways to not run out of steam. Whale, Vile Feast. Something that's just going to kill one damaged unit, basically. Wow, okay. And, like, even now, that's the crazy thing. Even now, if he Ruinates, I'm still on top decks. That doesn't feel good. Even now, if he Ruinates, I actually feel not great, which is so weird, right? I'm supposed to feel fine here if he Ruinates. Ooh, Ladris. Spooky. I mean, we do have the Fearsome Blocker, so he doesn't get the attack in. Atrocity plus the 1 damage ping is kind of hilarious. Yeah, we're gonna need to just heal a little bit more with this. Tom Kench is max 6, so it looks like there's no downside to just using Taste plus Croaker here. He's at 3 mana, so yeah, he can't do anything spooky unless I'm missing something. If he... Oh, he could Flash Freeze my Hunting Fleet and then attack with Ledros. That's very spooky. That's what he could do. But I can't counter that with my plays here, so we just kind of have to hope he doesn't have it. I mean, I'm always playing Croaker here. It doesn't really matter what I use it on and what I damage so much. Croaker's so insane in this deck. Croaker carries this deck so hard, it's ridiculous. What a stupid card Croaker is. Like, Croaker is how this deck is able to curve so low. I mean, yeah, again, Atrocity plus, like, the 1 damage ping actually does kind of hurt us here. Like, we don't have a way to beat Atrocity plus the 1 damage ping, which is really, really sad. We need to draw into, like, Guiding Touch. Spooky. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. So, like, a lot of you guys, maybe this game looks fine, but to me, this game looks really bad. This is, like, the kind of game where this deck should be dominant, but every step of the way, I've been kind of, like, losing to specific cards in hand, right? And that's really, really bad. Like... That's very, very bad that I'm losing to a lot of different cards here. We don't even have... Yeah, I mean, our top deck here feels kind of bad. We don't have a good Fearsome Blocker. We can't threaten him with health. So the question, you know, there's a chance that we want to be able to threaten him. Like, I kind of have to pass here, and I'm kind of screwed. Like, we're, again, funnily enough, we're 1 damage off. And this happens a decent amount of the time. And we kind of have nothing here. A lot of hands beat us. Even weird shit like second Ledros can beat us here. Like, we're just losing to a lot. Yeah, I do think I need more ways to damage my own units. Seems like it. I mean, if we had, like... God. Drawing Star Spring in the late game is so fucking bad. Yeah, I mean, we just lose this. Hard Gun is trolling you. I mean, it can be. It's so good when you draw it early. At the end of the day, I don't think we can cut out, like, early drops. Like, we always have the ability to draw late game things that feel poo-poo. And there's nothing weird to do here, right? I can kill my own Tom Kench. I've captured a Spiderling, but I can't make the Spiderling vulnerable. Play the Hired Gun on the Ledros. I mean, we can make both Ledroses challengeable, right? But that doesn't do anything. Kill Tom, then vulnerable Spider. But I can't vulnerable Spider because we only have Hired Gun to do it twice. Like, we can almost get the vulnerable Spider, but Hired Gun will always make Ledros vulnerable. And this can't eat an ally with Acquired Taste. I'm pretty sure there isn't a weird win here. It doesn't seem like it. And we don't even have, like, even like Guiding Touch isn't an out off the top anymore. Like, even if we assume he doesn't have Atrocity, our win condition is now drawing like Pale Cascade so that we have the ability to block these. Which feels so bad. So he doesn't have Frostbite. He should have Atrocity here. Yeah, he's good. Yeah, I think I do definitely need to switch up the ratios a bit. It's always going to be awkward. There's no way to fix the ratios perfectly. There will always be some chance of, like, the late game draws kind of messing you up. Like, drawing... Again, the biggest problem is just drawing this card, Star Spring, in the late game is really, really, really bad. And there's no way around that. We have to run 3 Star Springs. There's literally no way around that. Pick a card. Pick a card is actually interesting. Oh god, I could see an argument for it. I think I'd rather just run a lot more normal draw. Like, we have enough draw that it's pretty hard for the hands to bum out like that. But yeah, I mean, I think it's cards like Goat that hurt the worst there. Cards like Goat and Gift Giver that are like cheap, low cycle cards for sure. If I don't want the ability to play for early tempo. I do think, I mean, having a turn 1 play is pretty nice. I think I have to kick Goat. Goat's probably the worst kind of card for that kind of hand state. Like, it might seem like Hired Gun was the card we drew, and that was the card that kind of felt bad because of it. But Hired Gun's fine. Like, it's having too many 2-drops, and Goat is kind of the worst offender in terms of those kind of late game top decks. Like, the Tom Kench did pretty well there. It's just our late game top decks kind of just bricked out a little bit. We could run stuff like Salvage. It's really not that bad. Pool Shark is considerable, but yeah, I'm not going to want Pool Shark as much here. TF package is super interesting. I can't rule out TF in the deck. I really can't. TF is a great card in general, but champ slots are tight here, you know? Wise Fry. I think... So the inclination, the natural inclination is that this deck should have more ways of damaging its own units. And I don't think that's true. I think what this deck wants more than that is draw. I think, like, the biggest solution to those late game scenarios is, you know, we do have a lot of ways of damaging our own units. And the best thing that's, like, actually going to be most reliable and will help the bad hands too is ways of, like, drawing yourself out of that. I could see running like a second shakedown. No, it might have to stay a one of. Might have to stay a one of. Monkey Idol. I know it's crazy, but yeah, I could run Monkey Idol in addition to Lounging Lizard just to have more damaged units. What I really want, here's what I want. I want a way to damage my own units in a way that's flexible. So here's the thing. I'm thinking about Parlay. Or something kind of like parlay. It's a little too cheap. I don't like parlay exactly. But the thing of it is, and I know this seems super weird because it doesn't feel good to parlay my own units, but what I want is something that just has the ability to damage my own units in situations where that's all I need. Because a Mystic Shot, for example, would be for... We can't really have a Mystic Shot here. But I want something that's flexible. I want something that can be a reactive spell that has the ability to be a bit of damage to my own unit if I need that. A lot of you guys are saying that, Jack, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying specifically, I want something that has the ability to be reactive, and in situations where I just need one of the thing, can actually, you know, provide me the way to win. And Broadback Protector should be kind of just a better version of Jack. I really don't think I would run Jack over Broadback unless I'm missing something. Like, you don't really want the attack stat, especially on turn 5. It's kind of like a little late. Like, it doesn't really counter dragons that well. I mean, Broadback Protector kind of has to be better than Jack. I really just don't like Jack in this deck. I think that's pretty trolly. You've been warned, gang. Honestly, I really don't hate You've been warned. I really don't. It can be weird in games like that, though, where, like, if you look at last game, it doesn't help me win when I don't have a board. Broadback makes a lot of sense in this list. Honestly, I mean, everyone starts with Broadback in this list. It looks like it makes a lot of sense. I ended up cutting it just because it felt slightly baity. I think I might have to run like 1 or 2, though. I don't like 3 Broadback, because double drawing it is going to feel pretty bad. So this is Shyvana, Garen, Aurelion Sol. Very interesting, all over the place. As much as I like Codger, I can only keep 2 Codger if I have the Fountain Star Spring in hand. And without it, I think I have to kick the second Codger. Sorry, Codger. I really just need to accelerate my Star Springs. Wise Fry is really bad. Wise Fry can't be good. It's literally like... There's so many better ways of doing that for 6 mana. For 6 mana, you can... It can't be good. Wise Fry literally can't be good. Impossible. So this is kind of interesting. If I pass here, his Herald has to worry about... what's her face? Bounty hunter. What's her? Some kind of bounty hunter girl. He has to worry about. Face damage might matter. The weirdest thing about this deck is, like, I just don't have enough experience to know whether face damage is gonna matter or not. Because, like, it really depends. Like, are we actually trying to deal enough face damage to win, or are we literally just holding out until we draw Star Spring? Which we have to draw in the next 3 turns for it to be good enough. Like, does this deck ever go for like a tempo game plan? Face damage matters against aggro. Face damage matters against aggro. I mean, we tapped out, so he's just giving us the damage here. Astral is dead in hand too many times. Astral's great. I think Astral's... It might be a 2 of, don't get me wrong, but Astral's pretty important in this deck. Wow, Mobilize Herald. Ah, it's just Mobilize Shyvana. Okay. Mobilize Herald is really funny there, for sure. I mean, Shyvana plus Boxtopus next turn feels pretty good. Shyvana can actually... Or, sorry, Soraka. Soraka can block this Shyvana for free now, which feels great, actually. Like, this... Wait, does he even have an attack there? That attack actually feels wrong to me. I guess now, like... I did sort of paint myself into a corner, because now, like, if I don't open attack, that can be... I can get pretty countered by him just using, like, single combat. Yeah, that might have been wrong. And this is the kind of hand where I would happily go Divergent Paths into Star Spring. I would happily, in this hand exactly, I'd love to Divergent Paths into Star Spring.
Time to enjoy the night sky.
Open attack is nice here. I mean, if he has the single combat, he can still kill my Soraka off of open attack, but we do get 2 heal triggers.
By starlight.
I think it's just open attack with these 2. I'd love to threaten the Shyvana, but that's so difficult here. If he single combats, then I could be forced to, like, use Astral Protection proactively, which would feel kind of bad. Soraka feels great here. Soraka's, like, unbricking this hand like crazy. If I didn't have Soraka, this would feel really, really awful. So I could just give that vulnerable for free, bit of setup, that's fine. Mostly, we just want to set up some damaged units. We want a block that can do... We want the ability to heal. We want a block that does fine into his board. Blocks against his board kind of suck. We don't have any draw. Our board is wide, but kind of useless. We just want to play here the best chumpers. We might have to throw away like one chumper. I guess we might just... God, his health is 13. I could actually keep Lounging Lizard and try to go for an... Like, I think I actually have to keep Lounging Lizard a little slower in games like this. Because his health is 13. I think we might actually have to care about the ability to just, you know, kill him with Elusive over the top. It just seems too valuable. I do think I want to bank a certain amount, though. I need to maintain flexibility. If I draw stuff like Pale Cascade or Guiding Touch, it's so important to be able to have flexible turns. I need to open up those top decks. If I spend my mana here just because I don't have a great way to use spell mana, it's just going to feel really, really bad. So this feels like an amazing Hunting Fleet. Hunting Fleet is literally born for exactly this situation. This really just kind of fucks any semblance of aggression he could have. Like, he can attack with his Gold Narwhal. Enjoy that attack. Go for it, buddy. But, like, Haunting Fleet fucking hits so hard here.
The end of this world draws near.
Yeah, this looks great. It's kind of funny. If he attacks with Narwhal, I could almost just, like, hush block it. Not quite worth it here, I think. If Soraka blocks, if I hush block it with Soraka, then I can level up off of the Soraka's attack, and I can attack the Narwhal again because it'll still be vulnerable. Wow, I think I actually just need the Soraka to get damaged. Am I hush blocking it with Soraka? That's interesting. I guess so, yeah. I guess I just need my Soraka to get damaged so that she'll level on the open attack. It just seems way too valuable. Let's go for this. It's a very weird play, but in this hand, I feel like it kind of has to be correct because he's tapped out on mana. So we can open attack with the Soraka and challenge the Narwhal. And the Narwhal will actually die because the Soraka will have to attack because it'll level on the open attack. The question is, like, is Codger useful for this attack at all? Not really. Does playing Codger now help any hand state? We'll play it later. There's just no reason to play it now. This feels great. So now I can open attack without reactability. I can challenge this, and I'm basically throwing away this Croaker just so that Soraka levels this action. The Croaker is just kind of dying for free here. And I guess I can drag the Firebrand just because... Well, I can... No, I want to drag the Firebrand with the Hunting Fleet. That looks kind of sweet. And Soraka's leveling. That seems good. So you can see, like, the deck, the individual components, stuff like... The Hunting Fleet is feeling really good here. You can see, like, this is, like, peak Hunting Fleet value. And the Hired Gun is feeling very good here, too. I would say my version is probably more mid-rangey than the average version. We're doing a lot of, like, board control trades rather than, like... You can build it more tempo-y, or you can build it, like, super slow play control, I guess. There's a few options. I guess we're kind of forced to actual projection the Soraka here. I mean, if he has a second single combat, he'll just use a second single combat, right? Does feel a little bit bad. Losing to, like, second a lot of things feels pretty awkward here. I mean, it's not killing my Narwhal. I think if Soraka dies, I have too big of a problem. But this is so vulnerable. Like, he actually kind of wins the game if he has the re-response here. Which is, could be the Dragon single combat. Could be Concerted Strike. So there's like 9 cards, right? There's 3 single combats, 3 Dragon single combat, and 3 Concerted Strike. You can't really run all 9. You can run like 6 or 7 total. But that's still a lot of cards that really hurt me here. And the fact that if he does have a way to kill it, then he'd also kill my hunting fleet.
Basically 1/8.
Because his like imagine if it was concerted strike, then his dragon would kill my Soraka. And then at that point the hunting fleet would die to his fury, which is really terrible if that were to happen all like that. So we do need some ability to heal something. We want to make sure we have decent blocks. I guess we're just playing Kadra and Boxtopus. He kind of needs this Screeching Dragon on Soraka. If we had one more mana for Broadback to protect us, still wouldn't really help the Soraka. If we draw something that gives us health, that would be really, really nice here. Like Guiding Touch, obviously, is like a nut. We have a lot of draws that are kind of crazy. Second Soraka. TF. Even like any of the grindy things, like we could maybe grind him out with Tahm Kench here. And he is in a slightly awkward position. Like, if he has combat tricks, though, he's going to be pretty good. Because, like, now I have to, like, block the hunting fleet to the Shyvana. And that's all right, but any trick feels pretty good for him. I think I definitely need a few more spells in this deck. Like, most of the losses from this deck just come off of not having... Wow. He gives me a slow speed action? Dude, that... Is that right? I feel so awkward. And this just generates another damaged unit. I guess this increases our outs. Doesn't this deck have 3 springs? Where do they go? Well, I mean, this is going to happen sometime. Like, when you run the numbers, even if we're hard mulliganing for spring, the odds of me having it at a reasonable time is still at a maximum 70%. So that 30% represents a lot of games that are going to be really awkward. So we have to ask ourselves in this deck, okay, do we try to win in hands like this? Do we win off of Soraka? Do we win off of elusives? Do we win off of just aggression in general? Do we win off of board value? What's our win condition? And I think probably the single best answer is trying to win off of the engine. Stuff like the Soraka, which just means we need a few more spells. We need ways of, like, properly protecting things. I wouldn't mind running, like... I wouldn't mind running, like, 1 Bastion in this deck. Even at 4 mana, like, Bastion still feels like it has a pretty big place here. This deck needs 1 card, Stargazer. Stargazer is super interesting. The only problem is, like, I really don't like the aggressive game plan. What we more so need to have happen is for the opponent's health to not really be enough. Lounging Lizard, playing it now, doesn't really do much right. And if we draw Starspring, it's too late. Starspring can't save us anymore, which feels bad. We have to ask, like, how good would Divergent Paths have felt? Not great here. Like, it might have felt alright. Or maybe Divergent Springs would have been good enough. But it still feels like it loses to a decent amount of stuff. We still have some top decks. If we draw a Soraka that he actually can't deal with, that could be really good for us. Need to play Tahm Kench on a defensive turn. The fact that he's getting the... Every time he attacks, he's getting the free Dragon Shyvana. Ooh, that's actually really nasty. Because if he open attacks, he can threaten the Tahm Kench with his Challenger. And if after he attacks, he gets the Strafing Strike. And if he never uses the Strafing Strike, I can kind of never play Tahm Kench. Yeah, Tahm is really bad in this matchup. Really, pretty terrible.
Just pretend I'm not here, eh?
Yeah, Mind Splitter hits here. Mind Splitter is perfectly fine. Yeah, and that should be it. I don't think we can win anymore. So that's the most common way we lose. Like, the deck can be working fine, but if we don't have Starspring, we need a way to be able to win the game. Which could be one of a lot of things. If our hand is a little bit better, like, it is possible to win without Starspring, but you have to have a quite good hand. We want to be able to win in that kind of game where we don't have Starspring and we don't have a nuts hand. I think we could go all in on Twisted Fate. We really could. We could go for, like, the full draw package. How much draw can we run here? Here, let me open the window real quick. And yeah, cards like Broadback Protector. We have so many cards that... So, we need a couple of different things. We need a win condition when our hand's not doing well, and surprisingly enough, it actually does feel like we need cards that accelerate our win condition. Even on good hands, we've lost a couple of games just because our win condition hasn't happened fast enough. So what are the kinds of cards that help both spots? We need to help both scenarios at once. So we need cards that are basically good when our game plan is active and good when our game plan isn't. Which sounds hard, but there are some cards that do that. Like, for example, the draw cards. Like Salvage. Shakedown really hurts us when in games like that where our game plan just isn't working at all. You've been warned. You've been warned. 1 mana. I think you've been warned. Oh God, I don't know if it can be better than Shakedown. They're pretty similar. They're pretty similar. But one thing that's pretty clear is I don't necessarily know what to put in, but what we do know what we want to take out. Those are the two problems we have with the deck. And so we're going to want cards that we're going to want to slow the deck strategy down. For example, like Gift Giver might need to get out of the deck. And I don't like Star Shepherd either. I think we just run less 1-drops. Banking mana doesn't feel great in this deck, but Gift Giver turn 1 has felt surprisingly bad as well. Jack the Wiener. The one benefit Jack does have over Broadback Protector is games like that come down to like these value exchanges. Lounging Lizard feels like it could give you the over-the-top you need sometimes. Pick a card. Pick a card's really not so bad. It's pretty underrated. Different ways we can build this. Any like let me have like a clean sweep and look through every way we can build this. I hate Jack in this. Yeah, Jack's I'm pretty confident Jack's not good in this. Like, if I want what Jack gives me, Broadback Protector does the same thing but better in most ways. In games like the one we just saw, Jack would be better than Broadback Protector, but only by a bit. Larry Rose. We have to assume we don't have great control over the board. I think draw cards are pretty much the best things we're going to want. We can't really go for like most alternate game plans. The interesting thing is like, because we're not dealing, we can't assume we've dealt much face damage, which means most alternate game plans, like switching into elusive game plan, has a really hard time working. The odds of them being at low enough health for that to matter are just so low. So low. So we need a win condition that's like an outgrind, like Twisted Fate or Tom Kench. And therein lies the problem. Like, this deck kind of needs more than 6 Jamp slots. Zap Sprayfin is pretty great. Especially, like, being able to tutor a Guiding Touch or a Pale Cascade or a Hush. So that's 8 options. You can draw a Shakedown sometimes. I mean, Zap's pretty good. It draws me more often than not a power card for what I want at that point of the game. I think Zap would be better than Salvage. I think for sure. If we want less ways of running out of steam. Mentor really doesn't feel great. It's kind of like commits you to the tempo game plan. And again, this deck needs to play around when things are slowing down and you just don't really have great ability to deal with that. Solari Priestess is actually interesting. Honestly, Solari Priestess could be good. Like, in a lot of the games that are like really slowing down, Solari can get you what you need a lot. Like, she can get pretty good value. She's got, honestly, you know, a hilariously decent stat line for what this deck wants to do, just because it's a 1/2. Pilfered Goods. It's not impossible. I think you can really only run... I don't like the nap action of this deck. We don't have enough ways to get it going on. And then there's the full Leona game plan, which I think is funny, but I think with these champs, it's a little too hard to fit in Leona. Tiari the Traveler is hilariously considerable. Oh, God, there's no way it's Tiari, but it is funny to think about. Watches. What are we missing? Spacey Sketcher. There will be a lot of cards that kind of need to be discarded. Sketcher's alright. It actually works with this game plan decently well. It will often be like a draw in the late game. It's a good versatile card in general. We usually do have kind of like a brick at that point of the game. I think I actually need a second shakedown. Try cutting one more lounging.